Do you guys remember that scene in Oppenheimer when Oppenheimer takes the calculations to Einstein and he's like, "What do we set the atmosphere on fire, guys?" Oh my god! I feel like it was the most epic. That was the most epic part of the whole fucking movie. I remember that part from Reddit. God, I love that part. It was so sick. God, it was so sick. God, I hate that fucking movie. God, I hate Oppenheimer. What a horrible movie. Also, did the Cillian Murphy guy like destroy his face, or what happened to him? Is it Cillian? Cillian? I don't know how to pronounce his name. He's old? Is it really just old, or did he get like that some kind of like fat removal thing from his face?
Can't do it yet.
Like, he lost 50 pounds for this role? I feel like he was legitimately attractive in the I remember from the Sunshine movie, and I know he's been in other movies. I feel like he looks significantly different though. I don't know, maybe I'm crazy.
Just remember, it takes 8 minutes for light to travel from sun to earth, which means you'll know we
I feel
succeeded.
like he looked completely different here. I don't think I would actually identify these two people as the same. He definitely surgery maxed, 100%. Oh my god, Hasan Slop as my first video? What is this? Oh, dog collar thing.
We're serious about our dogs.
Oh, yeah.
We're serious dog people.
Yeah,
I
am too.
And I
Oh,
thought,
and we're serious about Michael Jackson Thriller.
wait,
We're serious.
no,
about
no,
Michael
and
Jackson
Michael
Thriller.
in general.
Don't you dare disrespect.
But what? So you use the shock collar on your dog? Was that the big?
I have a e-collar. There's a vibration collar, but she didn't even have it on that day. But it's one.
Oh my god, dude, the way that he speaks around people, god, fuck, I hate everything about this guy. I am a hater.
One of those things where when I tell you, you'll see when this episode comes out, like I have unbelievable stalkers that have spent almost 7 years of their life at this point, almost 8 years of their life at this point, watching every little thing that I do and like try to clip it and just like blast it out into the ether. And there are content creators that
It's out of context, it's clipped, out of context, clipped, out of context, clipped.
like play a role in this as well, where there's an entire economy around.
Yeah, there's a clip economy. There's a Hasan Piker clip economy. Wait, so you just used the collar to calm your dog without actually turning on the buzz, and people got angry? Is that what you're saying?
She didn't even have the collar on that day. So
But he
like,
has used the collar, right?
But I have a she's trained. Like
I feel like this story has changed like 5 times from she didn't have the collar on to she had one on, but it was a vibration collar, to she had one on and it is a shock collar, but the prongs were removed and they're taped over. Like, I feel like this story has changed so many times.
she's off leash trained,
Right.
And she has a vibration collar that I use to when I'm out in the park to like do recall, like to do call back to get her to come back.
I know
to me.
people who use those.
Yeah.
Have you felt them? They're not very intense.
No. There's shock collars as well. And I have literally put a shock collar on myself to do like a bit before with another content creator. So like I know I know how it feels.
So what is this? If it's not the e-collar, if it's not if it doesn't shock,
it just vibrates.
Just vibrates, right?
It just vibrates.
I think, dude, I'm sorry. This is going to come off as a self-glaze. I'm sorry. I just can't. If I get a question, the way that my mind works is I'm trying to get to the substance of the issue that somebody's asking me. That generally, like, that's where my brain is going. Now, I'm not always perfect. It could be that for some reason I am just incorrect at assuming what they're trying to get at, or maybe we're in a heated back and forth, and obviously your emotions can flare, and so maybe you get a little bit more defensive than you should. Like, these happen. I'm not perfect. But generally, like, if somebody comes up to me and, you know, it's like, did you go out yesterday? And I'm like, and I'm trying to think, and I have to give them one answer, and there's a gun held to both of our heads, and both of us are going to be killed if I give the wrong answer. Okay? And the guy's like, did you go out today? And I remember I did go out onto my balcony, but I didn't go, like, out of the apartment. I would say, no, I didn't go out yesterday. Even though, like, I technically did go out, but not really, right? That's not really what he's asking. I feel like some people's minds are at this default, like, when I get asked a question, it's like you immediately go to the most pivot, irrelevant, peripheral, excuse-making thing. But it's, like, natural. Like, they don't even have to think about it. Like, there's so much diversion here, but it has to be second nature at this point.
You just used the collar to calm your dog without actually turning on the buzz, and people got angry? Is that what you're saying?
She didn't even have the collar on that day. So,
but
like,
he has used the collar, right?
But I have a she's trained. Like, she's...
So, like, I didn't have the collar on that day. He's trying to say that, like... Because at first he's thinking, like, okay, I didn't have the collar on that day, so the story can't be credible, but I do have a collar for her, but I don't really want to admit that. She's trained. So boom, she's trained. I don't have to think about the collar. It's like, oh.
She's off-leash trained.
Right.
And,
okay.
And she has a vibration collar that I use to...
okay, so wait, well, she does have a vibration collar, okay.
When I'm out in the park to, like...
Okay. When we're out in the park, that makes sense. She doesn't have a leash. Okay, vibration collar. This is good.
Recall, like to do call back to get her to come back.
I know people who use those.
Yeah,
have you felt them? They're not very intense.
No. There's shock collars as well.
Now he's going to talk about shock collars. He's on video, by the way, with a guy who did shock collar training with Kyle. Like, we've seen this in the past. We know this, right? So now we're back on shock collars. Okay, this sounds really bad. This is a bad thing. How can I make it less bad?
And I have literally put a shock collar on myself.
I've shocked myself before. Who is he asking, bro? No one even asked this question. Why would you even volunteer this information to make it all sound like less bad? Like, it's so much like second nature diversion and pivoting. It just drives me crazy.
To do like a bit before with another content creator, so like I know I know how it feels.
So what is
like? Who even asked that? What?
This if it's not the e-collar, if it's not if it doesn't shock,
it just vibrates.
Just vibrates, right?
It just vibrates.
Well, they're gonna watch this and say you're a liar.
Yeah, I don't really care. It doesn't matter.
But that's it? That's the crux of this?
But the crux of it is, like, they pieced up, like, so many different clips to be like, oh, every time he's moving his arm and, like, my dog moves in any way, they're like, oh, he has a button on his desk that he's hitting to, like, zap his dog. And then they crafted this, like, insane theory that, like, I'm forcing her to stay behind me. And it's like, dogs sleep in the same place. They want to be next to their owners. You have a dog?
I have never seen a video where Kyle looks like she wants to be next to Hasan, but okay.
I do.
Yeah.
He likes his bed right next to my bed.
Exactly. And so they crafted this elaborate scheme where they were like, oh, he's like zapping his dog to stay in one location in front of the camera. I don't give a shit if she's on camera or not.
Where is the is it not always on a stream? I like how he says, I don't give a shit if she's on camera or not. Oh, he's been traveling. But he literally has a Kaya cam. What?
Oh, for that specific reason.
I don't give a shit if she's on camera or not. What? Okay.
Like, I don't, she has a bed behind me.
Are you messed up at all by this? The amount of like talk around you?
I'm so used to it.
Oh my god! And then he does this thing where it's like, none of it bothers me. I'm so used to all of it, bruh.
Are you?
I am. Yeah. At this point,
are you okay?
I am okay.
Jeez. Sheesh. Sheesh.
people. I hear that. Like, I don't think people. I don't think Hasan is arguing that like Israel's the devil or that Israeli people are evil in any way.
What? He's not even doing the right propaganda lines because, like I said, I think the pod people, I think, are second order retards. I don't think they're intentionally like crazy tanky commie slurpers like the Majority Report people would be, or Crystal Ball and Kalkalinski are. I think these guys are they're politically unsavvy when it comes to this realm of stuff. So they just don't realize the apologia they're engaging in. Because the correct propaganda line, if this guy was like a tier 1 slurper, he should be saying, Hasan doesn't hate the Jewish people. He's not anti-Jew. But he doesn't even know the right dog whistles because he's so fucking stupid.
I hear that. Like, I don't think people. I don't think Hasan is arguing that like Israel's the devil or that Israeli people are evil in any way.
In a totally just world, any kind of, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. And you shouldn't even let someone at your
I don't know who made this. It's a shit fucking clip. Whoever made this should feel embarrassed about themselves. I'm pretty sure there are videos of Hasan literally talking about like the citizens of Israel, because that's the new talking point, is that the Israeli government is the representative of the Israeli people, and that most Israelis are crazy fucking neo-Nazi far right or whatever. Like, that's the talking point. They did a Zionist one here, but I'm pretty sure he's literally said Israeli people. I hate these pod people, dude. Kill me. Fuck me. You have more thoughts on the red blue button debate? It's actually heated discourse. The only, if you have like a developed mind, it's a blue button thing. But there's a lot of like enlightened retarded ways to get to the red button. But it is the blue button. Like, that's it. But if you're like a 20-year-old internet atheist, whew, that red button is like the peak of intellectual enlightenment.
Okay.
All right, y'all. So my next guest has a way of enraging, just enraging, both centrist Democrats and right-wingers, particularly those on Fox, who are like obsessed with him. Even the New York Times made time to profile him, of course, focusing on Charlie Kirk, and make him the latest boogeyman for the pro-Israel bipartisan crowd. Left and right have accused him of promoting extremism. Now, Hasan Piker, who is one of the leading voices that bridges young people, the digital generation, progressive politics, and culture, has a massive platform. He's got over 11.3 million combined followers, including 1.9 million on YouTube, 3.1 million on Twitch. That's why I said our Twitchies are having their moment. Okay, y'all Twitchies, this is your day. And for a lot of particularly younger people, he is becoming a primary source of political commentary on domestic and international politics, whether the Democratic Party and Fox like it or not. Now, his latest venture is sure to provoke even more outrage. Here's the first minute of his mini doc on his investigative report and trip to our next war target.
I don't know if I can watch this. I'm so sorry. His investigative...
Cuba.
As we speak, there are 11 million people living 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America in a Caribbean island nation known as Cuba, experiencing a severe crisis. Everyday life is being brought to a screeching halt.
I'm so sorry. Please look at the black person voice. That's all I want to say. Please, God, the AI black person voice.
There are nationwide blackouts caused by a total collapse of the country's electrical grid. There's a shortage of food and medicine. They can't pump drinking water. Cuba has been starved of the most important resource to make modern life work: Oil. For over 60 years, the United States has maintained a trade embargo against Cuba. Under the embargo, it's nearly impossible for foreign companies to invest and do business in Cuba while trading with the United States. For years, I've wanted to visit Cuba. I wanted to learn about the problems caused by the embargo. I wanted to see a socialist society in person. Last month, I took the opportunity to go as part of a humanitarian mission to bring aid that my government won't. I'd be accompanying Progressive International alongside hundreds of others from around the world. Activists.
She should start the interview with, how many lives did you save?
Journalists, artists, and politicians will be coming to the island by boat and plane to deliver over 40 tons of necessary supplies, food, medicine, and medical equipment. Our first stop is Miami, Florida.
And Hasan Piker joins me now. Hey, Hasan, how are you? Welcome to the show.
As we speak.
Oh.
Can you hear me?
Hey, we got you. How are you?
Okay, perfect. Hi, thank you for having me. That was a fantastic introduction, and I'm honored to be here. This is very exciting. It's I put myself down as dangerous radical in my title, but I guess your producers changed that, and they thought it's better to put Twitch streamer and political commentator down there.
I didn't see dangerous radical in the. I'm gonna have to talk to my producers because I would have preferred to say dangerous radical. I'm gonna read you the intro. Joining me now is dangerous radical Hasan Piker, who scares the crap out of everybody left and right. Before I get to the Cuba piece, why do you suppose people are so obsessed with you? Why are you that dude that's causing all that conversation? What are you doing?
I think to explain it in the shortest way possible, I'm unbought and unbossed, and that is precisely the reason why I'm uncontrollable.
God.
I'm only accountable to my own opinion, to my own integrity, to my own audience, and that is a very frustrating phenomena that.
As he streams on one of the largest streaming platforms in the world, owned by Amazon, owned by Jeff Bezos. Oh my fucking God.
Steven, he's unbought, unpaid for, except he did a contract with Twitch, right?
Bossed.
A lot of the Democratic Party has never had to deal with. For the longest time, they were the gatekeepers of appropriate conversations, and they could just cast aside voices on the sidelines that wanted more from the Democrats, that wanted a more responsive party, that wanted a party to focus on the working class. They could determine the conditions. They could determine what kind of concessions they would give to the working class, and now they have a megaphone that doesn't have any sort of corporate sponsorships whatsoever, and is entirely funded by his own audience.
Does he no longer do any gaming sponsors or anything before? When was the last sponsor he did?
I mean, it wasn't that long ago. I remember he did a gotcha sponsor.
Okay, is that not a corporation or? Okay.
You wouldn't get it, man.
I wouldn't.
And that is terrifying for a lot of people. And of course, one of the major issues that even Ken Martin was just talking to the PodJons about is this autopsy that I think we all know revealed a lot of information about
Israel,
the Democratic Party's allegiance to Israel's genocide, and how
that allegiance to Israel's genocide. Jesus, fuck me in the ass, Christ! What a retarded fucking statement! What an insanely propaganda-heavy statement! My God.
May have played a really negative role and a huge role in the loss that Kamala Harris withstood in front of an incompetent fascist by the name of Donald Trump.
Do you consider yourself a Democrat, or are you DSA? Like, what do you hold to a political party?
I am. I'm organization agnostic, is what I say. I mean, I work.
Who is writing these? Did he get a fucking buzzword slang writer or something? I'm unbought and unbossed. I'm organization agnostic. The fuck?
Most commonly with the DSA, but I work with the Democrats, and the DSA obviously filters their electeds through the Democratic Party's machine. But I work with the PSL as well, Party for Socialism and Liberation. I have. I work with anybody and everybody that wants to fight fascism in this country. I'm an anti-fascist first and foremost.
Yeah. So, it's interesting. I was reading your bio, and what's interesting is, I'm Generation X. I guess you'd be either an alpha or millennial. I feel like Generation X, we're kind of the last captured generation, if that makes sense. Like, we are the generation that was pretty much like captured by the Reagan economy and sort of the Reagan culture. And really, we're either like Democrats or Republicans. I feel like I even am placing my own, kidults who are your age and younger. But they're not captured. They are not necessarily they don't really have any fealty to a political party. They're more ideologically kind of free, right? And so they kind of look at politics in a different way. And so I think that is where this sort of intense critique of the Israel thing is coming from. It's where the, critique of the wars are coming from. Do you feel that the way that you think about Israel and Palestine, which weirdly enough is the way I think about it too, but I was lonely alone in Generation X, most of us didn't think that way. I was kind of on my own there. But do you think that the way that you're thinking about it that is the common parlance, right? For
absolutely.
I mean, left or right.
Yeah, it wasn't necessarily the case, especially shortly after October 7. But now it's become the universal position. There's clearly a generational divide here as well. Obviously, for the generation 50 and above, they definitely have more loyalty to the most moral democracy in the Middle East, the only democracy in the Middle East, and that sort of narrative building has been very effective in capturing the attention of the older generation. But for people under the age of 50, it's gone. It's done. People look at this as a malign foreign actor that is causing tremendous instability, tremendous harm in the region, and people simply don't understand why we have to have this unlimited loyalty pledge to this foreign country. And it's also created a very interesting media environment, especially paired up with how much misinformation runs amok in a system where we don't really have consensus reality any longer, where a lot of people start making up their own minds on why. They start making up their own theories as to why people are so why our politicians are so unresponsive to our demands, and why they have this loyalty to the state of Israel. And that's where anti-Semitic conspiracies start manifesting left and right.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I think that is probably why you're not shameable on issues. I mean, I notice whenever you do an interview, people ask
the anti-Semitism actually comes from the center left.
Hamas. Like, this is the thing that happens with a lot of people who are on the left, and then you're asked to, justify, is Hamas the worst thing in the world? And you're like, well, Israel's killed more people, and you kind of leave it there on an interview where you did that. But
God, oh my God, it's so stupid. I'm sorry. So worst is who's killed the most people in the Middle East? You want to tag Israel with that tag? Seriously, really? That's the worst one there? If we just go by numbers.
I want to talk a little bit about Cuba, because this is the other issue where, for people my age, it's just baked into the cake that, Cuba is an authoritarian country. Jason actually went to Cuba as well. We're going to put up some video. I cut together a few of our stills, Jason. We went in 2017 when President Obama opened it up and allowed us briefly, you could go. And, I watched your Cuba documentary. It was very well done. You, Ryan Graham, and some others went down. And one of the things I noticed that is very different about the narrative that you were presenting and the narrative that I've always understood and even experienced in Cuba is that Cuba is an authoritarian place. Like, I don't know if you experienced this part of it, that there are men with long guns watching you. Like, you are on video cam all the time and being watched. Like, did you get that sense, or did you only get the sense of, like, the struggle, which is what you really well explained?
No.
Yeah. No. As a matter of fact, in comparison to China, who I went to, who I visited, the place I visited last year, I would say that their surveillance state was virtually non-existent, and I actually had some independent journalists that work.
How do you know? What do you think, that a surveillance state is like the guy is standing outside with binoculars just staring at you? What?
In Cuba, some of which have even been arrested by the Cuban government in the past. I asked them about their experiences in Cuba. They've worked all around Latin American countries, including in Venezuela, and they were saying that the Cuban government's surveillance initiatives are actually far less comprehensive than what you would see even in a place like America. Of course, the American surveillance state is much more insidious and nowhere near as hands-on. Or at least it doesn't show itself until it needs to. But as far as the authoritarianism goes, I think these countries are, especially Cuba, it's 90 miles off the coastline of the United States of America, and it's been in a state of unlimited warfare by the largest hegemonic superpower since it committed the ultimate crime of fighting and winning sovereignty and dignity for its people. The initial Cuban revolution wasn't necessarily a communist or a socialist revolution. It was an agrarian revolution. It was a national revolution. It was a social revolution. But it became a communist country after, a couple years in to the initial revolution. And throughout that process, they've always wanted to maintain decent relations with America. They know they have to. And yet America has had unbelievable revenge fantasies and chose to punish Cuba relentlessly and even push Cuba into the hands of the USSR in many respects. So having all of that in mind, I think I guess I understand why countries that are in a constant state of warfare, especially poorer and smaller countries, are going to engage in some level of repression because they're worried about instability born out of CIA interventions, quite frankly. And in comparison...
I'm just saying this now because I don't give a fuck. I don't care because fuck politics, okay? But, like, you understand that this is the precursor. I can't say anything.
Yeah, be good.
He's laying the groundwork foundation. And are we watching like authoritarian leftism develop in real time? You understand that he's giving the argument right here for why the re-education camps and everything have to exist, right? Like, it's understandable why countries experiencing a certain level of turmoil would have to crack down to ensure stability, right? These are like nice sounding words, but like, what does he mean when he says turmoil, right? In his definition, this is going to be like ideological incongruency, right? Oh, is that a capitalist? Oh, you don't support the current regime? Well, maybe we need to engage in a little bit of stability maxing, okay? And that just might mean some camp maxing for you and your family. It's crazy.
He said he supports like re-education camps and stuff.
Yeah, he has, but he doesn't talk to any politically sophisticated actors. This lady's, no offense, I don't know who she is. She sounds like a... I don't want to make more enemies. She sounds fucking retarded. I'm sorry. I don't know why she's doing this interview. Jesus Christ.
Countries that are in a constant state of warfare, especially poorer and smaller countries, are going to engage in some level of repression because they're worried about instability born out of CIA interventions, quite frankly. And in comparison to many of these countries that I've read about and many of these countries that I've been to, I would say that the Cuban surveillance state or the Cuban authoritarianism is outright marginal, if not inconsequential even. Of course, there are still political prisoners and people that get arrested. But
just like in the United States.
Then I always pair that up with, my country, the United States of America. And I think about 3,500 college students, protesters that were arrested in the encampments that I personally visited, that I saw these kind people, these brave people that got not only violently apprehended by police forces and had their careers put in jeopardy, but also got physically attacked by counter protesters, like in the case in the UCLA encampments, where I watched counter protesters that don't go to UCLA storm the student encampment that was demonstrating peacefully in the quad and throw fireworks at these students, brutalize them with 2x4s, and even deploy lab rats. To this day, we don't know what they were trying to do, but there was a backpack. Someone brought a backpack full of rats and just released those rats into the student encampment. So potentially even biological warfare to say.
Oh my God.
He's Hamas now too. Oh my fucking God. Kill me, fam. Kill me.
To think that this is happening in Westwood, Los Angeles, California is unbelievable. And yet I experienced it. I saw it happen in real time. So I think it's not a justification for state repression in any way, shape, or form, but it's more so the reality that the United States of America does not need to engage in this level of repression as the dominant force around the planet, and yet it chooses to do so. And then, it feels insincere of me to go and criticize a country that is in a constant state of economic warfare and maybe even potentially direct hot war now, as Donald Trump is threatening, to turn around and say, oh, they're very repressive in comparison to the United States.
What's so interesting is that like all of the narratives that we all grew up in, that I grew up in my generation, and the boomers ahead of me grew up with, Donald Trump has destroyed them all just by the activities of our government, right? I mean, when we can't talk about repression because, as you said, the repression here is so stark. I mean, people here are being put in concentration camps and in private prisons, and there are gray vans driving up to people and throwing random people into the van because they have an accent. It's really hard to then make the argument. Because
I can't listen to Americans talk about the world. Oh my God. I actually just can't do it. It's crazy to me how fucking retarded the average American is. Like, America experiences basically the same type of repressive single state party rule that all these other authoritarian dictator states experience. Is actually just as bad here because I saw a cop on video attack another citizen. Like, oh my God, kill me.
Like I said, when I went to Cuba, we saw the men with the Kalashnikovs. They were we were like, oh, this is really weird. There's 3 TV channels. But then here, okay, there's not 3 TV channels, but like 3 billionaires control all the TV channels. So it's like the same things are happening. And I want to talk a little bit about this idea of exiles. I lived in Florida. You said your first stop was Miami. I don't know if you talked to a lot of exiles on your way before you got to Cuba.
The Gusanos.
Like these were the landowners, the property owners that lost.
The Gusanos. Oh my God. My inner racist almost came out of me. It's okay. All right. Hold on. What a crazy fucking thing to just say, but okay.
Stop was Miami. I don't know if you talked to a lot of exiles on your way before you got to Cuba. But they're hardcore. Like these were the landowners, the property owners that lost their property when this revolution took place. They're in Miami. They want their country back, and they are hardcore Republicans, right? Your family is from Thessaloniki, which is, to me, one of the fun things about that is where Paul was writing to the Thessalonians.
She doesn't even know the racist stereotypes, right? She's such a fucking retard. Why is this stupid cunt even talking about the Cuban people that exist in Miami are crazy fucking retarded conservatives because they hate socialism. They don't want to go take Cuba back. What does she think? Most of these people are like had land and they're waiting to go back and get and re-own their plantations? Like, holy shit, she doesn't even know the right racist stereotypes. What a fucking idiot. Kill me. I don't think I've ever heard in my entire... All of my Cuban... My mom and dad are ride or die MAGA, okay? All of my Cuban family is fucking ride or die MAGA. I don't think I've ever heard a Cuban in my entire life say, I want to go back to Cuba after we take it back from Cuba. I've never heard that in my entire life. Maybe there's a group of Cubans that say that. I've never heard it ever. The only time I've heard things about like getting rid of the administration is usually because I say like, oh, I want like more family that are still over there to come over to the United States. I don't know, man. This is crazy. It's possible she's never talked to a Cuban in her entire fucking life. That's possible too.
In Turkey, I'm quite sure that Bibi Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir want to steal your family's country and take that part of it and put it in Greater Israel, as far as I knew.
How is Turkey?
What is she?
Turkey the victim? Wait.
And Ben Gvir want to. That is where Paul was writing to the Thessalonians. In Turkey, I'm quite sure that Bibi Netanyahu, Smotrich, and Ben Gvir want to steal your family's country and take that part of it and put it in Greater Israel, as far as I knew.
After going all the way and taking, how much of Lebanon and Syria would have to be taken to even start to take parts of Turkey? What is she talking about? It's okay.
Think about the Turks, man.
Okay. It's Greece? His country? Or was she talking about where the letter was written to was owned by Greece before the Turks conquered it or whatever?
But so that's where your family came from. You're from New Jersey, but I'm just saying your family. We interviewed your uncle Janku. I didn't know it was your uncle until literally like 2 weeks ago. And I'm like, my mind is blown. But you know, as yourself, Turkey is one of those countries, right? It's got a repressive government. Erdogan is a terrible person, and the exile community says overthrow it, replace it with something different. Same
I
thing
don't.
With
For the record,
right? You don't. I watched that piece that you did on it. So talk about that. About
so I
Iranian
can't.
too.
Yeah, so I can't go back to Turkey. My whole family's there. My uncle passed away.
He's such a fucking liar. Oh my God, kill me.
Last year, and I couldn't go to his funeral because there's a very serious threat that if I do go back to Turkey, I would go to jail. And I know that the American government would never demand my release, considering that, you know, the current American government is not exactly too fond of me either. I've been detained by ICE in the past.
Oh my God. Detained by ICE? It's okay. Is he talking about the DHS TSA? That's not ICE that does the interview in there, is it? Or is it? I don't remember. He's talking about that event, though. Oh my God. What a fucking...
I don't think that's ICE who does it.
I'm trying to remember.
Is it? I thought it would be like Border Patrol.
Yeah, like CPP. That's not under ICE, is it? It might be. I don't remember. Hold on, let me check.
They're different things, I think, technically.
Fuck. I used to have a thing that was saved that gave me like, it was just to every department in the United States and then the sub-departments. But I don't,
Well, ICE was not funded and so was CBP, so I would assume that they were different then, yeah?
Yeah, but I just don't know if CBP is under ICE or, because like, for instance, like the Department of Homeland Security is the top branch for all of these things and the ICE is within the Department of Homeland Security. I just don't remember.
So in spite of all of that, there was a coup that took place that was facilitated. At this point, it's damn near assured that it was the CIA. There was a Muslim cleric by the name of Fethullah Gulen. It was a coup that had been detained by ICE in the past, a release. So in spite of all of that, there was a coup that took place that was facilitated. At this point, it's damn near assured that it was the CIA. There was a Muslim cleric by the name of Fethullah Gulen. Who lived in the Poconos, and he was a CIA asset, and they had designed this parallel state inside of Turkey, and they facilitated a coup d'etat. It failed, and at the time, I remember thinking I would much rather have the repressive government of Recep Tayyip Erdogan than an American puppet installed in his stead, because at least, like, regardless of how much...
He's having his Erdogan apology too. Hell yes, my king! Yes, the Young Turks in action. Cenk is so proud. The Manchurian candidate is waking up.
Much Recep Tayyip Erdogan still is a servant of American empire, there is still some semblance of sovereignty there in the decision-making process, as opposed to a CIA-installed puppet like Fethullah Gulen. And I wasn't alone in this, because regardless of his unpopularity at the time, there was a referendum that took place in the immediate aftermath of this coup d'etat, where Erdogan was able to, by referendum, change the Turkish constitution to a presidential system, so he could actually secure more power, and power that he is still using to this day. And that referendum gave him the popular majority vote. And the reason for why that happened was because people said, we hate Erdogan, but we would rather have Erdogan than someone who is a puppet of Western forces. This, of course, this calculation, of course, doesn't necessarily factor in the reality that Erdogan is a Western puppet himself as well. But still, there are sovereign decisions that he makes, as opposed to someone who would be directly in the hands of the American state.
It's a NATO country. It's literally a NATO country now. What, there are more American dick sucks than Israel is. What does he mean by that?
Well, I mean, Iran is the same thing. I mean, there are Iranian exiles who were doing the Trump dance. They were so excited that we bombed Iran, that we've invaded Iran. You know, you talk about the Iran war a lot on your stream. Your generation is the one that's being asked to fight this.
Does
you know, they've now reinstalled it. They've now,
I don't know.
Now, for the first time, made signing up for the draft automatic. Selective service will now just automatically scoop everyone up, including undocumented people in it. Are you worried about a draft?
Well, I'm 34. I'm about to be 35, so I feel like it's probably not going to get to me.
Oh no,
but,
they put up 42, my friend. It's up to 42.
I've seen that, but also the other side of it, of course, is that you know, I'm a dangerous trader. So they must be really desperate if they're trying to get my old ass in there. Having said that, am I worried about a draft? Yes and no. I'm always worried about a draft, but there is also a sense of opportunity, because
Part of the reason why I think the American population has been unresponsive to all of our military adventurism overseas is because we have a draft right now. It's the poverty draft. Either people join the military because their family members were a part of it, and it's like a generational thing, or they do it because they want a semblance of upward social mobility that the military offers. In other countries, of course, these amenities are not really amenities at all. A free college education, or a college education that actually has the state paying you to go get educated.
One of the things that I do appreciate about Europe that America really needs to figure out, that Hasan is completely right here, is if you've traveled a lot, and a lot of Americans don't know this, but Hasan has well traveled. If you go to like France, Germany, this was definitely true in Sweden, definitely true in the United Kingdom, because they have free education, because they have free healthcare. There's not really like poor or middle class or wealthy people. Everybody's just really well off. I think that was one of the most shocking things. Like if you're walking through London, like basically everybody's more or less kind of like the same, like well off. Going through, like Western, Southern Europe, especially. In Eastern Europe, it's actually really bad. All of those people are mentally retarded, and the Soviet Union needs to come back and take them all over. But throughout all of Europe, where they have free education and healthcare, there's basically not much class divide at all. Like everybody's more or less like the same economically. It's like really, really awesome. I really appreciate that. So he's super, super dead on right there, 100%.
Are not really amenities at all. A free college education, or a college education that actually has the state paying you to go get educated, and free healthcare are provided to every single citizen in most OECD nations.
That's true too. In all of these countries, you get paid to go to school. It's crazy. It's actually not that like some of these countries have some of the most competitive the high school to college scores ever in order to actually get it paid for. That's not true, actually. What I just said was fucking bullshit. Every single person has the opportunity to get paid infinitely to go to school and education and everything. It's amazing, yeah.
Conditionally, here in the United States of America, you have to sign the dotted line and sell your soul to the Pentagon so you can go wage wars, sometimes at the behest of petrocapitalist pedophiles, and other times at the behest of
petrocapitalist pedophiles.
Of Israel, awesome, even, like we're seeing here in Iran. And that's the only way you can get these amenities, right? If there was a draft, on the other hand, it would force a lot of people to be more responsive and force a lot of people's hand into actually taking action, like we saw in the Vietnam era. I'm
trying to think. Were we in war? People were really active for the Vietnam shit. I think we were only in Vietnam for, was it 1 year?
Oh, they hated that shit.
2 years?
No.
And then are you saying it was longer than that? What, 3 years?
I'm pretty sure it was pretty long.
Pretty long? What do you mean? He said that people were really active, though, for Vietnam and shit. It must have only
20
been...
years, even.
Well, 20 years I think is a little long, but wasn't it around, I think it was around 10-ish years, depending on when you get. But I like how he's like, well, yeah, if we drafted people, they would definitely be a lot more anti-whatever. Vietnam was like a fucking decade, bro.
And
at least. I think people count when we left, like.
Maybe, yeah.
And our, yeah.
A lot of people's hand into
some people are saying 19 years. It was at least 10 years. It was long, okay?
Actually taking action like we saw in the Vietnam era. That's the reason why that's at least one of the reasons why there isn't really a massive, robust anti-war movement that's active in the streets right now. That, and of course, the unbelievable amount of suppression that both the Biden administration and the Trump administration put on the pro-Palestinian movement.
Yeah. You said in one of your posts that I think it was on your stream that you voted for Kamala Harris. You called yourself a harm reduction voter. She may run again. There are lots of people who are teaming up.
Did he say that he voted for Kamala?
He said it before. He absolutely did not. I know he didn't. Absolutely he did not. But he said he has.
What case would need to be made to you to support a Democrat in 2028? What would you need to see them have on their agenda?
Well, I think they need to be anti-genocide. I think that they need to commit to holding Israel accountable, not just on arms embargo, but I want them to also hold Israel accountable for this genocide that they committed. This would also obviously include holding our American administrations accountable.
Ooh, okay. He's starting to move closer to that position that all of you fucking retards in chat said that I was delusional for saying that he had. When I said that the... What is this guy doing?
That's all right. You're booming out like Dan.
It's charmed. It's brainwashed. Where it's not just enough to be anti-Israel at home. Now you have to like advocate for fucking regime change or whatever other crazy shit. Like he wants to go much further.
Accountable for this genocide that they committed. This would also obviously include holding our American administrations accountable as well, and not just on the issue of Israel not abiding by the pre-existing laws like the Leahy Law that dictates that no arms trades can take place if a country is found in violation of human rights with the American arms that we're shipping and we're selling. And Israel certainly has been violating all rules in the rule book with the weapons that we've trafficked to Israel. So I also think that accountability is necessary on the domestic issues as well. I want an American president who will say, look, there's been far too much graft, far too much grifting in this country, and we are no longer
going to let these corrupt people steal your money and engage in these sorts of schemes with impunity, we are going to hold them to account. Jon Ossoff, regardless of my criticisms of Jon Ossoff, has actually done a very convincing case on this issue in Georgia. He talks about this extensively, and I think that's going to be a major issue in the midterms and certainly in the upcoming election as well. I think that there's a lot of appetite in the base for someone who will actually say enough is enough. We have to hold these people accountable, because if we don't, if no one feels like there's any accountability, then they're going to continue committing crimes. And I think it's totally ridiculous that we've allowed the wealthy to get away with stealing our resources, our productive output for far too long. And now they're more bold, they're more brazen with their rampant theft. So someone's got to put an end to that. So I hope that a Democratic politician can commit to that as well. And then on top of that, I want a politician that will uplift the working class, the material conditions of the working class. I want a politician that is truly anti-war, a politician that says we have spent far too much money on the military-industrial complex to wage wars overseas. It's time to focus on building this country. It's time to make America truly great.
Holy shit, the rambling, the yapping.
That means we are going to focus on healing ourselves. We're going to focus on Medicare for all. We're going to focus on educating ourselves and become a competitive country in the global marketplace again. That means free college education for all, unconditionally, without any... without having the need to sign your soul to the Department of Defense. And those are amenities that we absolutely could provide to every single citizen. We are the wealthiest nation on the planet, after all, the wealthiest nation that's ever existed in the history of the planet. So I find it unbelievable that Democrats can't come together and unite around this convincing message that would be very popular with not just the existing base of the Democrats, but very popular with the independents, and certainly even with Republicans too, regardless of how cult-like they are currently.
Yeah. Before I let you go, the Republicans seem to be uniting around a message that it is the left that is politically dangerous and that is using dangerous rhetoric to put Republicans' lives in danger. Around this White House Correspondents' Dinner situation, they're trying to say, aha, this proves that there really is a left-wing attempt to attack Republicans. They have put you in that. They've said that you are dangerous to them, that your rhetoric is dangerous. What do you make of this? Because it's stupid. I just played a whole 2-minute clip of wait, go on. No, go on.
Yeah, no, it's true. I am the danger. We are the danger, and I need them to understand this. We're dangerous to the corporate bottom line. We're dangerous to profit seekers, and that's the only thing that our politicians and many in the media care about right now. So in some respects, they are correct. The danger is what might happen to profit seekers who want to paywall healthcare, and I don't mean like divine retribution or punishment of any sort. I mean the worst punishment of all, where they can no longer justify multi-million-dollar salaries. I am a danger to those who...
What does that even mean? True. But also, what does that even mean? The true danger, where they can no longer justify multi-million-dollar salaries. I don't know, whatever.
Profit and put the interest of profit over the interest of people. And that's precisely the reason why they attack people like myself, because I'm beholden to no one but my own community. I'm beholden to no one but the American working class, which, as Zoran also says, is the majority in this country.
It is indeed. Hasan, Piker, I hope you have your passport updated, because the new one has Trump's picture on it. I don't know if you've talked about this yet.
I have not seen it.
Look,
he's so handsome.
No, not. Don't lie. See, now, don't lie now. Your credibility was really good up until you said that. He is not handsome. He looks crazy. And I'm thankful that my passport does not expire for until the 2030s. Hasan Piker, I hope you'll come back. Thank you for being on, and I appreciate the conversation. Thank you very much. All right, take care. Hope you guys enjoyed that conversation. This is somebody that has been sort of portrayed as this sort of insane person, but I feel like you do have to hear people in their authentic voice, and a lot of the time, because somebody is doing their streaming, etc., and they're saying stuff, people are taking...
It takes out of context, the clip!
There it is.
Taking it as verbatim. I actually have listened to a lot of his content. I did a lot of homework going into this to listen to the stuff that he has said, and out of context, you could take some of those clips and you could mash them together and make him look crazy. But this is somebody that actually is a very, as you could hear, very intelligent person. He's somebody who's thought a lot about foreign policy and international affairs. I don't agree with him on everything. But I do think that he's the kind of young voice that we need to take seriously. Because if we're just going to come up and harangue them about whether or not they think Hamas is bad, like, enough already with that. Every interview he's done, I've seen it's all that. But at the end of the day, the left is what's rising, because people are sick of getting screwed. They're sick of being taken to the cleaners by these big corporations, by AI companies, by billionaires, by healthcare companies. They're sick of it, and not everybody who's sick of it is violent, but they're just opposed to it. So I think we need to listen to voices like that. I want to try to have more of these young voices on the show, because these are the people who are talking to, if you're my age, to your kids. That's who's talking to your grands. This is who's talking to the college students. If you're a professor at your school, that's who. And so we need to talk to them. And he's got a lot of intelligent ideas. And his documentary is actually quite good. We'll put a link to it in the show. You can watch it and make your own mind up. We're not here to make up your mind for you. We're here to let you make up your mind for yourself.
Get back to the basics, grassroots level.
Wait, quick Valkyrie meme.
Oh, God.
What?
This is
How old
torture, this one.
are you? Because I've been thinking about, how young is someone to collab with? You know what I mean? Yonna wanted to play games with me, and she's 19. And I was like, even though she's a woman, it feels inappropriate. You know what I mean? You're a 25 teen. Yeah, maybe. Yeah, okay, maybe that's old enough. How old is Arky for reals? Yeah, Yonna's 19. She's a beautiful baby angel that can sing and is gorgeous. And she's been wanting to play games. And I was like, man, I just don't know how to... Like, maybe if it's like a group thing. And I'm like, what kind of game? I don't know. I don't know. I genuinely feel too old. Like, seriously. Ben the Dawn is 40 and always collabs with Yonna. I mean, I'm not sure who that is, but is that weird? No. Oh, he's a comedian? I don't know. Anyways, so yeah, I'm trying to figure out like what's appropriate for like collabs.
Do you know why? I know why.
I don't. I genuinely don't. It makes no sense to me.
It's because she's insecure over her age. So she doesn't want to be next to a young girl. 100 billion %. Yes. She doesn't want to stream next to a 19-year-old because any comment in chat's going to fucking destroy her fucking brain. Yeah.
Because she's pushing 40 or 30.
I think she's 30 or older. I don't remember. But I remember
35, yeah.
There was that one thing where when they were playing Among Us or whatever.
Yeah.
And somebody mentioned her age, and it was like it was a pretty big thing.
She like started crying. Yeah.
I don't know if she cried, but it was yeah. Or she might have, maybe. I don't remember. Yeah.
I think she cried. It was maybe on a different stream, but yeah, there was a cry.
Did she play with with that Jason the Ween guy or whatever?
I'm not sure.
Isn't that dude like 15 or something? Am I making that up?
Yeah. Or Kai's like the 15-year-old. I think Jason the Ween's like 20s.
He's like 21. Okay, I don't know. Fuck. I don't keep up with the youngins.
He's not a teen.
Wait, follow-ups.
A beautiful baby angel that can sing and is gorgeous. And she's been
Also, there's so many crazy retarded dynamics here that like just are not men don't ever think about these because we don't ever deal with this shit. But if you are if you are a 20-year-old woman, your number one adversary, your number one op at the workplace is always another woman over 30, okay? For reasons that are just so retardedly gender dynamics related and crazy retarded. This is like, even if it sounds like comments that are nice or whatever, like, oh, no, she's like so sweet and cute or whatever. Oh, man. Whoo.
that can sing and is gorgeous. And she's been wanting to play games. And I was like, man, I just don't know how to...
Just say no. It's okay to just say no, guys. I'm not going to be offended. If you don't feel comfortable with the collab, just say no to it. But yeah, I appreciate it, though. But I don't think I collab with so many different people of all ages.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just having fun.
Yeah, I'm just having fun.
I understand both sides. Both sides.
How?
Mm-hmm.
How what?
Yeah.
How does he understand both sides?
Well, because from
Or
a
is he just
guy's
saying that 'cause he's
perspective,
a
it can kind of sort of make sense. Like, oh, I guess maybe it would be weird to collab with somebody like super young or whatever, I guess, if you're like worried about being called a pedophile or something. But that's never happened to like a girl content creator.
No, ever.
So it's like, yeah. So Valkyrie is hardcore trying to lean into that virtue signal or whatever, but it's 100% is she just doesn't want to collab with a much, much, much younger woman because it'll.
Yeah, I didn't think of it like that, but no, that does make sense. Yeah.
Here.
Yonna is a precious, talented, beautiful angel that must be protected at all costs, and I'm excited to collab with her, you freaks. Yeah, I don't know. This whole thing is insanely fucking cringe. I don't know why she would... she just shouldn't mention any of it publicly. I don't know why she would just even talk about this. I don't know.
She's a retard.
True.
Like Shrimple has.
Shrimple fucking... as. Did you see the Moggler clip yesterday?
Oh, with Scott Jennings or what? Dude, that motherfucker lost his mind.
Sorry, last meme, and then I'll talk about that. This was hilarious.
I mean, honestly, they have been at war with us for 47
We all
years.
know that Scott Jennings is more than happy to defend a war with a country that starts with the letters IRA that we are currently failing, that is going to put us trillions and trillions of dollars more in debt. I was only a few years old while you were in the administration defending prior endless wars. Now this war is failing.
8 weeks is endless to you?
Okay, you said it was going to be 4 to 6 weeks.
You have the attention span of a gnat? Is that
Homie,
what you
I
have?
debated you on TV 4 to 6 weeks ago, and you said we were weeks away from it. Now you're making condescending remarks because you can't defend the fact that this war is not going your way. Wait, one more time.
Not
Can you
going your
name
way.
one political
Get your
concession.
fucking hand out of my
Name
face.
one political
Hey,
concession.
I'm not gonna
He knew he fucked up too.
He
got so triggered.
Okay. No, everybody calm down, okay? We're having a debate. You can respond to the points that he's making.
Can you name a political concession that we've got?
Then he doesn't stop.
No,
he doesn't stop.
A flashback to the war the skinheads had in my studio.
I would be mad if I had to defend war
We-
too. I would be mad if I had to defend this war.
Scott, you can respond.
We have
and
a
then we'll
very
move
simple. We have a very simple goal: to keep terrorists and a terrorist regime from having a nuclear weapon that can threaten the United
You know when you fuck this whole dude shit up.
States, our interests in the region.
But also, this is just, I'm sorry, this is the perfect encapsulation of how, this is why I say there's like no real debates right now. You can't, because like, what is this? Scott Jennings is like some 60-year-old fucking whatever. Adam Mockler is like on recess right now and has to get back to algebra in 7th grade. Not making fun of Adam's age. I'm just saying that like there's no world where a kid who's 22 should be mind raping you so hard, should be moggling you so hard on some basic shit. Like you're so fucked. You are so fucked if this is like the world that you have to live in order to sustain your talking points as a Trumple.
Our allies in Europe, anybody else in the world.
You can't answer the question. Thank you. I would get mad too.
All right, we're gonna leave it there, guys. Next for us, the president suggests ABC.
God. Damn. God. Damn. How was your day this morning? Okay. That's cool. So yesterday we went to the wonderful law offices of the opposing counsel's local law firm, and first of all, they're doing this deposition with, I think they had 7 lawyers for this. We were in a conference room, and they have a table that's like one of those where it's like 2 feet wide or 4 feet wide or whatever, they're like 10 feet long. I think they had like 12 binders of papers for exhibits or whatever. And true, meow. It was just I don't even know. It was just not good. I'm trying to think of, I've only done one civil case in my life, so I'm not like an expert on everything. But I feel like having witnessed multiple depositions and watched multiple depositions, first of all, I feel like if you want to be, I'm about to talk so much shit, okay? Fuck it, whatever. Whenever people are like, oh my God, like you would make a good lawyer, you should go to law school. If somebody says that shit to you, like, oh, this guy would be a lawyer, whatever. People often think of like litigation. I feel like depositions it feels like probably one of them, in my opinion, one of the most important skills I think you can have if you want to be like a litigator or lawyer is like being able to do a good deposition. It seems incredibly important. You got to consider that like almost none of your cases ever get to trial anyway, right? I think it's like anywhere, depending on how you measure it, like 5 to 3% of cases or less even go to trial. So you have very few cases even go to trial. So like it feels like depositions are oftentimes where you kind of like make or break your summary judgments, your MSJs, or settlement offers is where they, you know, come from. Depositions. So I'm trying to think. I wish I had my transcript in front of me. Fuck. I'm trying not to talk shit because I feel like there's, again, there might be that if I had more experience, I would look at things differently. Or maybe there was like a method to the madness that I just didn't understand or that would have come out otherwise. But like, if you're doing a deposition, in my mind, you have future motions that you want to plan or lay out, or you're thinking about trial. And there are certain concessions that you feel like you can get from the opposing side that you're really trying to get that you're really trying to get for we'll say for trial, right? So let's say that I'm trying to say, my mind always goes to criminal stuff, but it's not, this isn't a criminal thing. But let's say, or I guess even for my examples, fuck, hold on. I'm trying to think of how to even. It was just it was just so bad. It was such a clusterfuck. Let me think for a moment. Hold on. I'm trying to think of how. Let me run these topics down one at a time. Okay. Here's the first thing I would say. I don't know why I'm giving advice on this. You don't have to take my advice. This is your general observations, okay? If you're going to depose somebody over something, you have to be very, very, very familiar with the subject matter that you're trying to depose them on, because you need to be able to ask questions around whatever it is. If you're trying to, I don't want to say bait somebody into answering something, but if you're trying to get a concession or something, you're trying to push somebody into a certain area, you have to be familiar with the subject matter to push them there. So I would say for like 30 to 40% of the questions, this was at a technical level that was beyond all of the litigators on the other side of the table. And I don't know why they thought they could do a deposition of me and ask me technical questions on stuff that they just didn't understand. Because when I would give an answer to a thing, and I'm confident of all my answers, they couldn't push or nibble around the edges for anything. It was impossible for them. Like I remember at one point, they tried to push this. Also, this is also really bad. One of the bad things on, like I don't think you should be trying to ambush people with questions, but their entire case has been built on Kiwi Farm's theories, okay? Now, technically speaking, in an ideal world, you can try to guess what you're going to be asked in a deposition, but you don't actually know 100%. So like for the night before, I caught my stream early. It wasn't that much to go over because I've gone over so many docs and but I went over all of my submissions. I went over my declarations, my affidavits, our major motions so that I could be familiar. I try to go back over the discovery that we submitted. So like what could they ask questions about? Who knows? But if you're asking me questions that are Kiwi Farm's theories, I've had the opportunity to think about these things for a year and a half now. So if you're asking a question to try to trap somebody, I know, like, assuming I'm not a retard, and also that's exceptional, not to be mean, but most deponents are retarded. So I mean, I guess it would work maybe if they knew. But like I know a lot of the times where a lot of these questions are going. So it might be like, so Joanne will show me like, well here we have a conversation here. Can you say who this is? And it's like, oh, this looks like ABMC, and she's like, scroll through. First of all, they printed out every single page of discovery that I gave them. So all my chat logs, that was a lot of the binders. So I'm going through like date stamp, like 400 to 1,400 is this huge binder of pages. And she's like, can you take your time to go through this? Is there a single response from you here? And I'm going through all of it. And my response is, on the exhibits that you provided me, I do not see any responses, in this exhibit or whatever. And she's like, well, why is that? And, I'm like, I'm not entirely sure. On the pages you've given me, there is no response printed. That's why. Well, do you have those responses? It's like, I believe I've given these as part of the production that I've done. I've reproduced all documents that are necessary and requested for this lawsuit. And it's obvious when she's like asking me questions that like she's showing me like part of my discovery, going on this theory that like I've deleted some evidence, but but when she starts asking questions about it, she'll be like, so you say that you've you mentioned here, so she played like this food shops clip like 3 times where I'm screaming about like this AI whatever thing, and she's like, can you explain here what you mean when you said information is lost? And I'm like, well, in this clip I'm talking about the difficulties of translating front-end timestamp to reverse engineer the Unix code of it so that I can merge 2 different logs together. And it's like very clear that she has no idea what I'm talking about. So after she asks the question, she has to move on from it. And the goal for her line of questioning there, I imagine, when they were workshopping this, like, okay, we have to get him to admit that when he created this new document, there might be messages that he created or hallucinated or deleted that could be lost. But she couldn't even get to those types of questions because she didn't have the technical background to understand like the answers that I was given. So she asks a question, I get to give my perfect answer for the record, and it's a pristine answer for the record. And then she doesn't follow up on it at all. She moves to the next thing. I'm like, okay. I mean, if you want what I feel is essentially a perfect answer to what you just asked me, and there's no like pushback on it at all. So much of the deposition was like this. I remember, oh my God, it's so funny. So like, you have a lot of like natural human instincts, or you have a natural inclination to help people figure stuff out. But like, they have 7 hours to depose me. I'll let them struggle as much as they want. So like, one of the funnier parts is they give me 2 exhibits. So they've done their exhibits incorrectly a little bit. I'm not going to say I play stupid, but like, we have attached to this. I hope the transcript gets really, or there's a video too. But attached to one of our motions, we have Exhibit E, Exhibit F, and then they're in a deposition, you label your exhibits 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, or whatever. So she gives me something that we label as, I think it's Exhibit 16 or 17. And then she gives me another thing that they label Exhibit 17 or 18. And both of these have overlapping information on them. So she's like, okay, I would like to ask you about docket 136-2 or whatever. And I'm like, okay, was this Exhibit 16 or 17? And she says, well, hold on. And she's like, it's Exhibit E. And I'm looking at it, and I know, and the problem is there was overlapped information. I'm like, okay, which exhibit is that? And she's like, well, it's Exhibit E. And I see what she's holding, so I pull up the other one, and I'm looking at it. It's like, okay. And she's like, do you see on page 4 whatever? And I'm like, no, I only have 3 pages. And she's like, are you looking at Exhibit E? And I'm like, well, no, I think, or it says Exhibit E. I have Exhibit like 17, and she's holding 16 though. But again, it's just like, oh my God, it was such a clusterfuck. And it takes her probably 5 minutes to figure out. And she's like, oh, okay, hold on. I mean, the exhibit labeled 17. So I pull it like, oh, okay, 17. And then she's like, I want you to compare these 2 URLs. And they're leaning into this Kiwi Farms theory that the URLs are changed. So she's like, compare these 2 URLs. And I'm looking at them. Okay, you don't respond. There's no question. I don't have to say anything. She can talk all she wants. And she's like, can you? And then so oftentimes she likes to say things at me. So she'll be like, these 2 URLs are modified. And then I look at her, and she'll stare at me for like 5 seconds, and I'm just kind of looking at her. And then eventually Andrew will say, there's no question. And then she'll say, these 2 URLs are modified, aren't they, Bonnell? But this is probably one of the funniest parts of this whole deposition. I'm looking at it. I know what part of the Jesus guy's testimony, the expert witness testimony she's relying on, but they put in the exhibit the wrong 2 links. And so I'm looking at them, and I go, and so remember, I try to make them do as much research. So I go, can you point to me where the modification is between these 2 links? And she goes, well, they're different. And I say, they appear similar to me. Can you show me where in the 2 URLs they're different? And so she looks at it, the guy next to him looks at it, and then they start looking at it for a while. The 2 URLs are exactly the same. They've got the wrong attached exhibit from our submissions. And I think they spend about like 10 minutes trying to figure out why the 2 URLs are exactly the same. And then I think at some point the guy next to her says, like, I think they're the same. And then I think Andrew is like, can the record show that the attorney next to Joanne said they were saying, and dude, Brettler is an actual god at just needling the fuck out of the opposing counsel. And Joanne is getting so triggered. First of all, I love that Every single lawyer, when they're doing depositions, when they're deposing, every lawyer knows every fucking thing ever from law school about the proper rules. You know, like you're only supposed to object to the form of a question and attorney-client privilege, speaking objections, and other things aren't proper, and they'll remind you this every time. But when the lawyer is defending a deposition, they fucking object to the most random, retarded shit in the world to try to object to because it triggers the fuck out of the opposing counsel. And Joanne was getting so fucking mad. There are times, and also keep in mind, you have 7 hours to depose me. That's it, 7 hours. And she spends like 10% of the time fighting with Andrew. And I'm just like sitting here, I mean, neither of these motherfuckers are under oath. Like, if you guys want to talk to each other all day, I'll sit here and just chill. It's all on the record, you know? Fuck it. I don't care. Fuck it. And it's just so funny. They're going back and forth. And I think we're probably halfway through. And at some point, Andrew is so quick on the, like, if she doesn't hand them a copy of whatever before she's asking a question, she's like, hold on, we need a copy. And I remember halfway through, they have this whole stack of papers, and Andrew's like, we need a copy. And Joanne gets for the person, and she's like, and she has the papers, and she's like, she like throws it across the room, and Andrew's like, Joanne! What is wrong with you? You just, let the record show, she just threw a thing of papers at me. We need a 10-minute break. And she is so she's so frazzled. It is so funny to me how unbelievably triggered she is this entire deposition. Oh my God. It was just, oh my God, it was fucking hilarious. Yeah, I don't know.
We gotta get the transcript for that one.
Well, there should be a video for it. We recorded it, so.
Oh, shit.
The video will be just of me. You might be able to see hands going back and forth, but it's just, yeah, I don't think they got anything from that depo. I feel like ours went pretty well. The difference between answers is fucking hilarious because I hope Pixie's comes out. For about 3 or 4 hours, the entire time, Pixie is like, I can't attest to the validity of that chat log, so I can't say anything of it. I have no recollection of this. I can't attest to anything. She spends about half the deposition just basically playing stupid on every single log. She can't attest to anything. And it's just crazy how much of a lying scumbag piece of shit she is in her deposition. But I think one of the times, Joanne's lawyers was laughing. They were trying to argue this whole like, so when you sent this file to whoever, this was on a publicly accessible Google Drive. And I'm like, I need you to clarify. I don't understand the question. And she's like, what do you mean? She's like, I don't know what you mean by a Google Drive. She's like, did you send a Google Drive to somebody? And it's like, I don't know what you mean by a Google Drive. Can you clarify or specify? And so she has to, she's like, was there a Google Drive link? And it's like, yes, there is a Google Drive link that I've sent to somebody on, this platform. And she's like, and wasn't it true that link was publicly accessible? And I'm like, well, no, I don't really think that it would be accurate to say that it was publicly accessible. And she's like, well, couldn't anybody with that link access that file? And I would say, well, yes, it is true that somebody with that link could access the file. And she's like, so then would it not be accurate to say that this is a publicly accessible link? And my response was, and I said, it would be accurate in the same way that your house is publicly accessible if somebody has the key to your door. And then the guy next to her started giggling, and then they moved on from that line of question. It was fucking retarded.
Oh, they just left?
Yeah, there were so many lines of questions she just abandoned because she couldn't, because she didn't have any of the technical expertise to like grill and then drill into the tech stuff. She just couldn't do it. So I'm like, why? I don't know why you're trying to. I don't know why they just didn't get somebody younger or somebody with more technological savvy to ask the questions. It was just, it was really, really, really silly. Yeah.
Has Andrew ever had papers thrown at him before?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I didn't ask him that.
You're going to be this motherfucker's stories. He's going to be like, man, let me tell you about the time I did this fucking crazy case.
Was she there during she was the one deposing me, yeah? My queen. Why was it recorded? All depositions are supposed to be recorded, I think, but... How did your team think you did? They thought everything went really well. Like, I don't think we gave them anything for anything, so. But I mean, to be fair, like, this is one of those things where it's really easy for me, and it's much more difficult for Pixie because she's intentionally lying and obfuscating about everything, and they've had to fabricate evidence. Like, I've turned over basically everything. I've turned over everything I've asked for. My record keeping is pretty good. I don't know how much of Joan's ego got blown up by reading Kiwi Farm stuff. Remember, if you're on logistical crowd, or you like listen to Esports Batman or these retards, like in their mind, I'm lying and deleting evidence. I'm hiding everything. Remember, their story from the very start was first like the complaint would destroy me, and then all the girls coming out would destroy me, and then the discovery would destroy me, and then my deposition would destroy me. But like the reality is, as long as I'm not being a fucking retard, as long as I'm not saying something that's not true or misspeaking or whatever, like all my stuff is pretty straightforward. Do you think that they actually believe that you cut stuff out of the transcripts, or are they just desperate and seeing if they can trick you somehow into saying, like that? Sometimes it's just like asking questions about like a particular thing. Obviously there's like two messages that KF likes to play so much, where it's like, but in my opinion, even the way that Joanne loads questions is just so bad. Because there's one where, when I found out all my shit got leaked, I'm 99% sure that I was standing in the shower, and I think I got a DM from Pixie. And I'm like, oh, Jesus, fuck me. And one of the, I think one of the things that one of the messages I sent was like something along the lines of like, I'm trying to remember what this was. It was like, through no fault of your own or whatever, like, I understand this happened, like, this is so horrible, whatever. And Joanna's like, when you said through no fault of her own, what you meant was that all of it was your fault, right? And then obviously Andrew does his objections. And I'm like, no, that's not what I meant. I told her that I believe that she was damaged. I don't think she did anything wrong. And Joanna's response to that was like, but why didn't you tell her that she consented to you sharing the video? So in a way, it was all like her fault or something. And I'm like, why the fuck? And I think my response was like, I feel like that would have been an incredibly inappropriate response to given 5 minutes after discovering that all of our explicit material leaked online. It's just like the craziest compound, hypothetical, like ridiculous questions of the world. I'm like, why the fuck would anybody ever say this? Even if it was true, why the fuck would everybody, or even if it was false? Like, there's no world where anybody would ever say any of this. It's like crazy. Like, even if there was a thing where it was somebody's fault completely, I don't know why you would say that right then and there. Like, why? Like, Jesus. I don't know. She's just wild. Wild questions. Was Del there? No, she won't show up for anything that she doesn't have to show up for. I'm pretty sure. It's also funny because I can kind of tell what's going on behind the scenes for them sometimes, because obviously they haven't turned over basically none of the discovery that I am owed, and I will never get it because Pixie's a lying fucking piece of shit who knows that she was up to some crazy no good shit, and that's why she won't turn some of these combos over to me. But they started asking me about, like, have you communicated with your ex-wife Melina about this case? Have you told her not to communicate with the plaintiff in this case anymore? Which I'm guessing is they must have gotten into a fight or something behind the scenes. I don't know, because they never turned any of those communications over to me. Yeah. Good memes. Stupid. But what are you gonna do?
So they went the full 7 hours?
No, at around 6 hours, I think. They were like, give us 5 minutes so we could review some stuff, and then we came back and they didn't really have anything else. So what's up, Kafka?
I just wanted to touch on two things you said kind of earlier on. It was interesting that you mentioned the thing about the like substantive questions. So in cases you can have like lay witnesses or you can have expert witnesses, right?
Mm-hmm.
And there's kind of a rule whenever you're doing depots or testimony or anything. If there's an expert witness on the stand, you don't ever challenge them on what they're there to testify about, right? Like you don't, if a guy is an expert about, oil and gas, you're not going to go up there and be like, well, tell me about the cracking process and try to undermine him, because expert witnesses have been on the stand and in courtrooms probably longer than the lawyer deposing them, because that's all they do. They make money off of that.
Oh, so you're not saying it would be like illegal or improper, but like you're going to get fucking schooled unless you're like a super expert yourself or something? Or, yeah.
It's like really well known that like you just don't want to challenge somebody on a substantive topic if they have the ability to talk on it, unless there's a like written statement from them and you have something else that can support you to undermine them. Because here's the other side. Let's say you fucked up and said something wrong, and I've got you wrong here. You probably are enough of an expert that you can talk around your mistake
exactly.
and
That's
still
why
not
I'm
be
saying
like an idiot,
it's
right?
so dumb to challenge anybody. Not that I would ever lie or anything, but like if I wanted to, I could literally make up anything I wanted to here, and you would never be able to correct the record or challenge me on any of it. Yeah, that's why it's so dumb. Yeah.
And so you would like, ideally, what it is, it's like, oh, you said something dumb in writing, and I know what you put in writing is wrong, and I'm going to ask you this question, and if you are an expert, you're going to say the right answer. And then I'm going to go, well, then why did you say this in writing? And then you're not fighting me, you're fighting yourself, right?
Sure.
Like, that's kind of the ideal of that.
Although even
So
at that,
it's-
I think it would require some base level of understanding, because she tried to challenge me, because eventually later on they got to somehow like the two links not matching. But so she brought up that Jesus documentation thing, and she's like, well, if these two links are the same, then that must mean that they pointed to separate files. And so my first response is, well, that's not necessarily true. And she's like, well, what do you mean? It's like, well, there can be, two different files can technically be hosted, or the same file can be hosted on two separate links. And she's like, okay. And then it's like, well, like these two things could be, well, the links are different here. And it's like, well, they don't appear to be tampered with. It appears to be an OCR, a scan error, basically. And she's like, well, what do you mean by an OCR scan error or whatever? And then it's like, well, when you scan in documents, you can see that the difference between these two links looks to be the same visual error, the same one that you and your, your co-counsel were making earlier, and it mixes up like a T dash for like, or a T slash for like a U or a W or whatever. And even if I was lying about all of that, she would have no idea. So why even ask the question?
And it's worse than that. Okay. Now granted, this is a depo, so it doesn't really matter.
Sure.
But like, let's say you're on the stand and you have that same interaction. Okay. Let's say you lied. Let's say none of that's true. And like literally, like it's not even that you like bent the truth. It's straight not true.
Sure.
And she has no expert witness to discuss what any of that shit is. And none of her witnesses know enough to testify about it at all. There's nothing in the record then that
contradicts what was just said.
Right.
Yeah.
So the jury, they're not supposed to do research on their own. If they know themselves for some reason that it's wrong, maybe they would not believe you, because then it would be about your credibility, right? So like, they couldn't even question you substantively, technically on the record. They would just go, oh, that what he said there is wrong. I know it's wrong. And so I don't, it's just that I find him not credible, so I'm not going to accept it. That's how like the court would accept it for not using your testimony.
Sure.
But yeah, so it's like, that's the other issue, is like, if you're going to go down a line of questioning about like something that is essentially expertise, right? So like what you were doing there is you weren't actually testifying technically as a lay witness, you were being
as an
a quasi-expert
witness to the,
which is allowed. You're allowed to do that as
sure,
a lay witness. Yeah. But the problem is that if you're asking those questions as an attorney and you don't have an expert that could discuss that too, all you've done is cede all that ground.
Yeah, because you're giving
to
me
the
a
other
chance to
side.
leave a pristine, perfect record, assuming I'm not contradicting myself or saying something incorrect that's completely and totally unchallenged from their perspective. Yeah.
Right. Now, it's in a depo, so it doesn't have to come in at trial unless someone offers it, and there's probably no reason why you would offer any of that shit, and there's no reason why she would. So like, it's this thing where it's like, technically that doesn't hurt her. It's just stupid, a waste of time, and is like, what did you expect to get out of this? And so, yeah, it is very funny that they like show up, and it sounds like from her perspective, she was hoping that, I guess, you didn't have an answer. I'm not sure, because it's like,
I mean, I understand what you're saying, but like how it doesn't have to come in, so it technically doesn't hurt her. But like, I imagine a scenario where, and I guess I don't know how much Andrew would have fought on this, but like, if you were to push, if you knew the tech and you push really hard. So for instance, like, I guess I'm out of depo, so I don't know if this has ever come up at trial. I don't want to give them ideas. I imagine they would get better litigators. But like, if you were to ask, like, is it not possible that like AI could insert some line of text that didn't exist in the original two documents if you used AI to merge these files? Andrew might object to hypothetical or whatever else, but like,
yeah.
Is it impossible? Is it possible? Could it be, are you sure? Did you go through and read, verbatim, both files and ensure that it was 100%, and then it's, I'm just saying that even if I did answer those, like the pressure is then on me, because it's like, well, did I go back and reread the entire newly created 300-page log to ensure? Because at that point, it's putting a lot of pressure on me. And it's like, well, I don't recall at this time if I went back and I perfectly, like, I feel like having an answer like that, at least on the record, can look good, especially if we can get like 10 of those, right? Because if you were trying to create like a factual issue that can't be resolved with an MSJ, then in their MSJ, they could say, you know, there were 6 different times in the deposition where Mr. Bonnell, you know, testified that he was not entirely sure that the evidence that he produced that we were owed a discovery was 100% accurate. Yeah. But instead, it was nothing.
Yeah,
Every line of question was dead. Yeah.
Yeah, and then looking at it from that perspective is correct. Of like, okay, if this is a deposition where you are fighting for your life to just survive an MSJ, yeah, get some I don't knows, in there, right? Like that's some, but you know, and then it's the other side of it too is like whenever she's asking those questions and then not following up on it, right? It's kind of the thing where like my mind goes, what trap did she think she was setting for you? Because like obviously she doesn't know what any of this is. So it's like, yeah, like you were saying before, where it's like she's trying to do these trap questions, and again, it's like really, you don't want to hope that the first lie they tell is the one in the deposition. You want to be able to like have something where like they have already lied or they've already said something that's really bad for them, so that if they make a statement at the deposition, you can say at the very least it contradicts this right here.
Sure.
Right? Like. Or if they give you an I don't know, and like I just recently was part of a deposition where like we were getting a lot of I don't knows, and we're like, okay, here is an email. Please read it. Okay, have you read it? Okay, let's discuss what was in it. In the email, did you say this? Yes. Okay. So then you can write, and so it's like it doesn't sound like there was anything like that where she was like, what is this? And then you were like, I don't know, or it's not this, and then she goes, well, here's the document that says you did say that, right? So that's like just kind of a waste of time. And then also just them having like the 12 binders of exhibits, like you will definitely, you know, have an extensive production in a lot of cases, but like when you go in, you're usually like, all right, you know, 8 hours, you might have anywhere from like 20 to 80 exhibits, depending on like how precise you're going to get on things. But that also to me sounds like they were like hoping again, you were going to like say something and they go, oh, 1 second. And then like dig through it and find some message where you're like, oh yeah, I did admit to all these different things that you said. Was there any point where they were trying to like ask about like other like non-party witnesses or anything like that? Did they ever go into like, because remember there were 15 women, right?
They tried. There were some things they tried to push on, but like I'm pretty careful. And she probably got, because they want to pedo jag at me so hard. So like there were a lot of times where it's very funny because she would keep trying to sneak in. Like, so when you were communicating with this minor, and then like every time I would have to preface an answer with like, I was communicating with an adult in the United Kingdom. And she's like, okay, well, but at the time you thought this was a minor. And it was like, well, this adult originally represented to me that this was an adult female that I was communicating with. And she's like, okay, but you were communicating with a minor, weren't you? And it was like, according to the deposition that you guys did, of the lady's name, you know, a while ago, I've never communicated with this person. She's like, okay, well, I'm just going to refer to this as Rose from now on for the rest of our deposition. And I'm like, and then she goes on. She does a lot of things where she'll say stuff and start staring at me, waiting for me to say something. Like, okay, but then every time she repeated, I would say, well, this account was somebody that was an adult in the United Kingdom, and then she would just keep. She was getting frustrated because she tried to attack that angle from like 20 different sides, and then eventually she moved on with it. Yeah,
and I'm assuming that whenever that happened, Brettler was doing some objection form, right?
Always. He's objecting to almost everything. They're fighting so much on objections. The other lawyer, I think Carlos, was like shouting, like, let him answer the question or whatever. But like, it's funny because there was a lot of like mental stuff going into it. Like I do have a slight advantage that I can stream for 8 hours. So like I can sit here for as long as you want and answer these and try to be sharp the entire time. Like it's kind of what I do all the time. And Joan is like very clearly getting a little bit, I don't want to say like tired or exhausted, but like she's getting irritated. And Brettler is super getting under her skin. And Brettler, I don't know if it's like this. It reminds me a little bit of the debate world. I don't know if it's like this in the normal world, lawyer world. But bro, as soon as we go off the record, Brettler is completely the most friendly, amicable, nice dude in the universe. And then as soon as we're back on the record, it is like hardcore.
He's like a killer?
Yes. an absolute assassin. And it's so funny. Like after she threw the stack of papers at him or whatever, and Brett was like, let the record show, Joanne just hurled a stack of papers at me. We need a 5-minute break immediately. We need a 5-minute break. Let's go off the record or whatever. And then he's like chatting up with like, oh, like Carlos, like how you guys doing or whatever. Like, yeah, like they're like that. And it's just crazy the switch up. Like, it's like, I think in Deposition I can see where Andrew's had a lot of experience. And it's very funny watching him work. Oh my God. Yeah.
Yeah. There's definitely an aspect. So like there's two parts to that. Like one, one of the reasons why it sucks whenever clients are present at like hearings is that you have to have a certain type of persona in front of your client. So you can't be too chummy with the other side. You can't treat it too much like work. You have to like show like I was there fighting for you, right?
Sure.
And at a depot, you always have
to the average client, I could definitely see that your lawyer being friendly with opposing counsel would leave a bad taste in your mouth or whatever. You're like, why are you so nice?
You can be friendly, but you need to make sure that like you're being adversarial.
Sure.
That they feel like you're on their side. There's a lot of clients that'll accept you being friendly, but they need to always feel like, especially when the record's on, right? Especially when you're in front of a judge. And so like when the record's on for a depot, you are always playing it because also the jury is going to see it.
Correct.
Right? So you want to, if you come across as a combative asshole adversarial attorney, that's generally seen as good, but also you are at all times making sure you're in there. The other side of it is that like at depots is where you will probably, that is one of the few times whenever you are on the record doing the case where you are talking directly at the other attorney.
Sure.
Right? Think about this. When you're in court, you're talking to the judge. Okay. You don't talk to the other attorney. You get in trouble if you do.
Yeah.
And so whenever you're in a depot, the judge isn't in the room, but the record's going, and the only people talking are the attorneys. So it's really easy to go back and forth hard. And like I was in one recently where like we get in there, other side, we're deposing the other side. Their other side attorney, he's a fucking asshole. But he immediately goes, we're going to declare this whole deposition confidential.
Oh yeah, dude, they've done that so many times back and forth. Yeah.
And so then we start going, and like, I mean, like every at least 3 questions, he says, he turns to his client and goes, "Don't answer that. We're not going to answer that under your trade secrets privilege." Blah blah blah. And that happens for like 30 minutes, and then at one point, the senior attorney that was in there just goes, "What the fuck are we doing? All right, this is a confidential deposition. Why are you saying it's trade secret privilege? Everything in here is confidential. All right, stop coaching your witness. Let's answer." And just like, and he and that attorney went back and forth like on the record for a while.
Yeah.
And then like they both just started objecting to each other, and then and then the depot kept going. So like, that is where you are going to see those kinds of blowups and fights between attorneys. And you're right, a lot of it is getting under each other's skin.
Yeah. One of the things that Andrew is so good at, that Joanne was so bad at, was that like I think there's a natural human urge to, it's almost like when you're dealing with cops, there's a natural human urge to fight on everything, but like you don't have to. So like, you know, and there were so many times where Joanne, like when Joanne would, every time we would have a deposition, Joanne would say, "I would like to mark this transcript confidential." Like Brettler would just ignore her. He just doesn't even respond. And he would just he would just keep talking. And then sometimes Joanne would be like, "Hello, Brettler, did you get that?" And Brettler would be like, "I'm not dealing with you right now, Joanne." You know, like where, and every
also,
time,
he's not the court reporter. He's not writing that shit down.
Yeah, sure. But also he doesn't have to, right? But there are times where every single time Brettler would needle Joanne, she would take the bait and start fighting with him. And it's like, Brettler's not under oath. He's not testifying today. Like, you're eating your time into talking to me. Why are you arguing with Brettler on this? Like, if you think Brettler's saying some retarded shit, file something on it later. You're with the court, you know? Like, why argue with him right now? There's literally no point for this. But she would fight with him so much. And it was so funny watching her take the bait every single time. Oh, my God.
So then, like, the other funny thing about it, like, her going, like, well, I'm going to refer to him as a minor. And I'm going to do this, and I'm going to do that. It's all, like, her trying to create a point where she can like have a quote where like she asks it
where she says like you talk to this minor person blah blah blah, and I go like, yeah, we were communicating at this, where she has like a clean like 3 sentences that she can tear out for an MSJ or for a video to show the court or whatever, or
a tweet. And so it's like, it's very funny where like you're doing the right thing of then just saying like, because she's like, well, I'm going to refer to it as this all time, and it's like, go ahead, like. Yeah. You like everybody.
I'm not going to argue with you, but when I have to answer next time, I'm going to continue to restate my same thing over and over again. Like,
right. Yeah. And so like that's like a really big game played that by like, I don't know, I don't want to say like, fuck John, bad attorneys where you're like, just you can't. It's like such a clear sign that you have nothing, that you're just like very clearly just like trying to doctor the language of the person you're deposing. So yeah, I mean, like, I can't say I'm surprised with this. The fact they had 7 attorneys there is hilarious. Like, I don't know why.
They had 7. It was also like 5 of them were related. But yeah, it was crazy that they had, because it was Joanne, a guy to her left. It was 2 sisters. It was
You show up with the whole squad.
It was Carlos. And then I think there were 2 others, and then the videographer and the court reporter. Yeah, I don't know why. And the table full of exhibits. When I walked in, and I'm like, "What do we?"
Did you have? Just you and Brettler, or was
no?
it like
we had a stack of papers, but it was like organized. It was like paper clipped and like exhibit 1, 2, blah blah blah. But they had like they printed out the entire conversation history between me and Pixie, which was like 1,500 bait stamps worth of pages, and they like full laser printed like the gray Discord background and everything. That printer must have been dead by the end of this demo prep.
Exactly. Yeah. So then like so the other funny part about this is that like they didn't. So you said it before, where you're like, oh, I stream 8 hours a day. I'm used to this. Like a lot of the times when you're in these really long depots, really what you're doing is just wearing the person down, and then you get to the last like hour and a half, and that person just breaks and just starts talking, right? Sure. And so like I was just imagining it where it's like, if I was in a room with 7 attorneys for 8 hours and they're just watching me eat shit while this guy just like doesn't answer any of the good questions, nothing. They've just printed out 12 binders worth of exhibits. Like, yeah, I can see why Joan felt really rattled. And then like now she has zero excuse not to respond to the MSJ, and she has nothing to show for it.
Yeah.
So like, I don't know. It's very funny in my mind that like all of this fighting, all of this hubbub, everything, and at the end of the day, it was just like a big nothing burger depot. And now they have to go to the court and be like, okay, judge, we shit up the record. We fought for all this time. We had this huge depot for both parties. And there's not going to be anything in the MSJ that is going to be like, oh, see, that's why we needed the depot. So then they're going to go in front of the judge and say like, oh yeah, remember how we didn't respond to this MSJ because we didn't depose him? Yeah, and actually we didn't need to do that, like you said on the record at the last hearing, but please grant it anyways. So like, it's just, I know this case is ridiculous in a lot of ways, but it's just like, I don't know how I could make myself look worse.
Does a judge usually read the depositions, or do they listen?
Absolutely not. No.
They're gonna be pulling out excerpts. So like just like sections. You might attach.
It's like you pull out your best moments. You're like, oh, here are my clips.
But you might attach the full transcript as an exhibit. People do that. Yeah. But the judge doesn't give a shit. They just want to see what's the relevant parts, right?
What's the relevant shit that you want me to see? Yeah.
Yeah, and both sides have the chance to use it, right? So like if they cite something from the depot and say like, can you believe that Destiny admitted to all this stuff about a minor, then Brettler can be like, well, actually, no, here's all the times that he said it wasn't. Here's all the reasons why he didn't admit any of that stuff, blah, blah, blah. So, it's kind of a thing too, where like playing those games and those traps, a lot of times are not as useful as you'd think, especially in an MSJ, because it's like, yeah, the other side has the transcript too. And if your client did a good job, which it sounds like you did, then that's not going to be worth anything, because you can just show up and say, yeah, we were there too. We remember. Here's the other thing we said that doesn't mean what you're alleging.
Yeah.
And then also a lot of it, it's like her prefacing it with, remember when you were talking to a minor? Her prefacing it there is like, she's just being like incredibly argumentative, right? And it's an incredibly prejudicial question. So like the idea that the judge would just like let that come in with like no, like just like, yeah, it's fine, right? It'd be crazy to put something like that in front of the jury unless it was like absolutely necessary. And the judge would literally like look at them and go like at Joan and go like, if this question's important, maybe we take the minor part off because that's not relevant in the case, right? Like, so like there's a lot of ways in which even her doing all of this wouldn't ultimately impact the case.
Maybe. I mean, like, I don't know what, because technically, I could tell that she was even trying to, because remember the Roe stuff is all like out of statute range anyway. So like they tried to like flirt with the European stuff for like 2 seconds, but this was another area. One of the reasons why I'm struggling to explain all this is because there were just a lot of lines of questioning that I could tell she could have done so much better on, but she just didn't know. She just didn't know any of the text. So like she said that I'm trying to remember the questioning here. I'm trying to get it wrong because it is on tape, and I imagine the step would be public, so I don't want to act like I'm misquoting anything. But like, she would ask me something like, "You said here that this person was from the Illinois or whatever. You said this in 3 of your submissions, correct?" And then she reads this, and she's like, "Okay, but right here, you say that these chat logs are in a European format or whatever. Isn't this contradicting this here?" And, my response is, "No, of course not." And she's like, "Well, how could it possibly not be contradicting?" And my response is like, it's something like, "Well, I found out that the person that was originally on the account was European. It could also be that the logs are just exported in a different format, in a different time zone format." And then she like looks at me and then scrolls through some papers, and then she just drops it and goes to the next thing. And it's like, this is so like without fighting on the timestamp thing where you've lost everything for Rose. So then the only thing they could possibly bring up for their MSJ is the Abby stuff, which they spent, I think, 20 minutes of our 7-hour deposition on.
Isn't that their main fucking
which
thing?
is their entire anchor. Yeah. But the funniest thing is they gave us the unredacted version, quote unquote. For the first time ever, we got the unredacted version of the Abby thing to look at in my deposition. However,
and you turned white as the sheet. Let the record reflect. Mr. Bennell is white as a sheet looking at this.
Yeah, so the funny thing is that I could actually pull out all the Pixie quotes because it was actually true here. So she's like, "Can you tell me here, this is a message from Abby, blah, 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 blah." And, my response is, truthfully, I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at. She's like, "Well, what do you mean? Is that not Abby messaging at 11:22 a.m.? And my response is, "I see the time, 10:42 a.m. on this page, and I see the name Abby MC, but I'm not entirely sure what I'm looking at." She's like, "Oh, what do you mean by that?" Blah, blah, blah. And, I'm like, "Well, this appears to be text, but like there's missing chunks here. It doesn't resemble what I would see as an ordinary Discord message and blah, blah, blah." And I think she
you
tries
actually can't verify the truth of it.
No, because you can't. And so she drops.
And is there outside of this court case, like, would there have ever been a time where you would have seen these messages?
No. It was the first time I've ever seen the unredacted version of this. But then,
but what I'm saying is, like, it's very funny for them to present that to you because you don't have personal knowledge of it. So how could you ever testify to anything about it?
Sure. Yeah. Right? Well, there's that too. Yeah, because she's just asking me to verify like what it looks like or whatever. But yeah, like I can't testify to any of this. I don't know any of that. It was also funny because she would ask me to testify to other people's states of mind a lot. She's like, "Well, when Aaron said this to you here, isn't it because she felt this?" And my response all the time is like, "I have absolutely no idea how she felt. I imagine she could have felt a million different ways. You should depose her and ask her." So I don't know. How am I supposed to? And I remember at the end of like the Abby thing for like 20 minutes, I asked her, I don't know why she answered because she doesn't answer my questions. I'm like, "You said this was an unredacted version, correct?" And she was like, "Yeah." And it's like, "Well, that's strange because it appears to me to still be heavily redacted because I can't read any of this middle message at 10:42 p.m., for instance. Can you read this?" And she looks at it and it's all like scribbled out in like black thing or whatever. And then she kind of mumbles something and then like puts it away or whatever. And it's just like all of it is so stupid and unserious. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I don't know. That was something that we were discussing, some people and I were discussing about it, where it was like, oh, this is going to be like predominantly about Abby MC, right? Because that's all that they have left. And
that's what I figured, yeah.
I didn't guess, but I was like, honestly, like I would be surprised. I don't know how much there's to talk about one, but like since everything's so unserious and since they're so focused on the pedo jacketing thing, and since Abby MC has been such a wild card, it doesn't surprise me that they only spent like 20 minutes on that. And like,
I guess, but yeah. I mean, I guess they're just planning. This was the first time, and I guess that lawyers are just like really, really, really. Well, my hope, or I'm fucking everything up. My guess is they just try to be very very careful about like making assurances to clients, in terms of saying like, "Oh yeah, like we're gonna win," blah blah blah. This is the first time I've heard them say like, "We're pretty confident that this is gonna be over at MSJ," which felt good.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, it's good.
But I can't imagine the only 20 minutes on the Abby thing when it's their only lifeline for anything. But
were they just trying to pedojack you the entire time?
Well, no, they were trying to fight on me and Pixie's original agreement a little bit, which was just hilarious. The trying to nibble around the edges of like all of that. But the problem again is it was all Kiwi Farms theories, and one thing that Andrew was really good about. Okay, I'm giving all this information I'm giving you so cautious because I might be overestimating myself, or like this could just be retarded. Just be careful, okay? So like, in my mind, I want to leave as pristine a record as possible, being as clear as possible. So technically that means I want to answer as concisely as possible. Although there are times where I feel like I can provide a little bit more to clean up the record. I feel like when somebody does that, Andrew is so good at saying like non-responsive, I want that stricken from the record. I'm going to ask again. And he'll do that. Every time I tried to leave what I thought was a little bit of a cleaner version of what was being asked, Joanne would never push me on it at all and would just move on completely.
Oh, she just left it. Yeah.
Yeah. So like Kiwi Farms and Gisticle and these retards have this like weird obsession where they're trying to say that like they like there was this fight between Pixie and Lav a long time ago where Lav accused Pixie of having sex with me. Lav accuses every single person of having sex with me. Lav didn't know about any of this, okay? Although she pretends now that she knew everything, but she didn't know fuck all about this. And Joanne is like, well, is it not true in 2023 that Pixie asked you if this would remain private? Oh my God, the whole private thing was so funny too. Fuck. I'll do this part. So she's saying like, didn't Pixie say here that so if it was private, how could you have possibly sent this to anybody or whatever? And then we would go through and we would read different logs, and she would say like, is it not true here that Pixie asked you whether or not anybody else had seen your video or whether or not anybody knew that you had sexual encounters with anybody? And then I would read, always take the time to read what's in front of you. So I'd read what's in front of you, and I would say, it was important that Pixie didn't know that publicly people had known that we'd had sexual contact or whatever. But in the next sentence right here, I literally mentioned that Dan and Mr. Moot knew that we were staying at a hotel together, and she didn't seem bothered by it at all. And Joanne would just let statements like that stand. And then I feel like I have so many of these where it's like if you just read the next part, it seems pretty obvious that she's not bothered by this. In one of the early parts of the deposition, Joanne tried to make this argument where she was like, didn't you tell the judge that this was a private interaction between the two of you? And I said, yes. And she's like, so if it was private, can you, that means that you should have never, ever shown this video to any other person. And I said, no. And she's like, how is that possible? I was like, well, private in streamer world can mean just between a group of offline friends versus being known publicly online. And Joanne's like, interesting. I've only ever heard private referred to one-on-one and no other parties can know about a thing. And obviously Andrew would, there's no question, don't say anything, blah, blah, blah. And then later on, Joanne would get to like a similar thing. She said, well, right here, Pixie said she wanted it kept private between you and her and possibly your wife. And obviously you'd be more. And I said, well, I don't think it's true. And then by the third time she brings this up, she's like, did Pixie here not say that this should be private? And, in my response, like, well, I don't understand the question. Can you elaborate? And she's like, well, what do you mean by you don't understand the question? I say, well, up to this point, you've used 3 definitions of private with me. I'm trying to figure out which definition of private you're using here. And, oh my gosh, she was so flustered. It was funny, but.
Well, yeah, it's okay. I don't think that I'm very good at depositions yet. I need more experience in them before I can say like I'm good at them. But what it sounds like to me, and maybe it wasn't this way, but it sounds like she was reading. Was she reading questions like off a paper or her computer?
Absolutely, 100% she was. She absolutely was.
I called it. So here's the issue: whenever you're at trial or in a deposition, you do not write out your questions. You don't write out your opening statement. You don't do that. You write out, you make an outline. You have the topics you want to hit, the things you want to do, but do not write them out for 2 reasons. One, you sound way more stilted and stupid whenever you do that. People know you're reading. You just don't sound genuine. You don't sound like a real person, and people hate that. 2, your brain, human brains, suck at reading and doing anything else at the same time.
Like thinking.
Yeah, it's so hard. People naturally have a really hard time doing it. So you don't want to be reading through it, because when you're reading through it, your brain is in reading mode. And then when the person answers, your brain isn't going, what did I just say? How does that coincide with it? Your brain goes, I've got another thing I need to read.
Sure.
Okay, right? And so whenever she reads you a question and then you answer it,
she wants to go to the next thing.
Right. And the deal is, whenever you're reading, you're not listening to yourself. So she's technically not even actually processing what she's saying to you and then fitting what you said to it. She just has the question there. You answered it. She's not actually like analyzing while she does it. And it leads to depositions of what you're describing. Like that's how I knew she was reading off of something, because of like the way you're describing it. It sounds exactly like
automation a little bit of like, okay,
yeah.
next thing. Like,
I think there was a time of, oh my God, where because she was talking to the guy next to her or whatever. And she asked me the same question again. I was like, I think the court reporter can read back the answer.
Yeah.
Oh my god, dude, she
And
was just
that's-
so.
yeah.
Oh yeah, and I think I already mentioned this. There was a time where she was where they were looking at the two links or whatever, and I think the litigator next to her was said like the links are the same, but he whispered it, but we could hear it, and Andrew was like, he just told you that the links were identical, right? Did we get that on the record or whatever? Oh my god, yeah. Also, to what you're saying, there's nothing, I imagine you would agree, right? There's nothing, you should heavily prepare for a deposition. There's nothing wrong with writing down your questions so you can like keep an outline, but you can't be reading a piece of paper and then just going from one to the other. Yeah. Because how are you going to respond to what they say?
Yeah, there's like...
Well, you also have to be like thinking on the fly, I'd assume, yeah?
Yeah, and that's and that's the other hard part is like, let's say I have a list of questions. Well, I asked you question 12, and let's say I did catch something, and I want to ask you more questions. Well, now I have to essentially change my brain over to come up with a question, ask you the question, analyze it, keep going, and I might get into a flow there. Great. Now that we get to the end of that line of questioning, I've got to go back. You might have just answered 8 questions that are left in my list. And so you'll try to like start self-editing while you do it, and it's just a really bad idea to do it that way.
Mm-hmm.
It's easier to just like have a list of shit you want to talk about. When you talk about it, just check it off the list and keep going. And you might have like a few, like, I know I want to ask this one specific question. I'm going to write it down to make sure I ask that specific question, right?
Sure.
But like, yeah. So it's very funny because like, I mean, I don't know how many depositions she's done. I don't know. It sounds a lot like she came in here not knowing what the fuck she was doing.
Maybe, or again, to be fair, and it's hard for me to know, obviously, because these guys have produced nothing. And Pixie seems to lie quite a bit about a lot of things. I don't know what she's told everybody around her about this case. So it could be that she's lied, maybe even to her dad, about the extent to everything that's happened here. It could be that she's lied to Joanne about everything. Like, so for instance, I don't know if Joanne is actually going on Kiwi Farms to pull out arguments, or if like Pixie is sending her these arguments, or if Lauren is sending her these arguments. I don't know. Like
did Brettler make another statement where they asked the question, but it was like, oh wow, more Kiwi Farm shit? Really? Did he make?
I don't know if he ever made that statement. Like I said, I'm fine to
Well,
deal with
he did that at the trial or the hearing, so it was just like funny. So.
Yeah. Oh, true. Yeah, that is true. But yeah, like like I said, technically I'm okay with that because like the Kiwi Farm stuff, like these are they look good on the internet, but they just don't survive like serious interrogation. Like these are retarded fucking conspiracy theories. Like you don't think I can sit down with the actual record in front of me and have a clear and concise answer to these fucking questions? But like I don't know if Joanne was honestly expecting these to be, like slam dunk killer questions. So yeah, I don't know. And it was so funny because like the last like 2 hours of our deposition was, I think, her just running down like a whole bunch of like Kiwi Farms tier and Gisticle tier related questions about me, like deleting evidence or offering to send videos. Oh, another thing that like Andrew is very good at, this I guess is kind of mean or whatever. Like Andrew is very good at making people feel kind of uncomfortable or like pushing into like uncomfortable territory. So if that means like obviously this is a sex related case. So like reading chat logs that make the other person uncomfortable or having them read back something that makes them feel uncomfortable. Joanne was not very comfortable with like a lot of the subject matter. And it was very obvious with the way, one, she never made me read anything that was uncomfortable on my end, of which there's a ton of like embarrassing material and obviously all these chat logs. And she wouldn't read anything uncomfortable. She would like skip the words or say something. Yeah, I don't know. It was just it was goofy.
Well, and like, yeah, that's part of it too, where there's maybe some experience isn't showing and things like that. Like there's like a certain level of jadedness that is important to have whenever you're an attorney, just because it lets you, okay, like we need to talk about this. Here we go. We're going to talk about it. Mm-hmm. And yeah, you might get into some really like hairy areas, but like you're just not being a good attorney for your client.
Yeah.
If you don't do that. And so you will see whenever you see people having trouble with that, that's usually whenever it's because they don't have the experience to kind of like be able to handle those situations. So yeah, like not surprising, I'm not trying to be too mean, but like, yeah, this is kind of amateur hour shit. But
I'm so curious how much her dad is paying for everything.
Oh, dude, this deposition? Are you kidding me? You know how expensive this was?
I don't know how expensive mine is, but I'm just,
insane.
but for her to have 7, I think it was 7 attorneys there and then all the table full of depo prep. When we did her deposition and Andrew asked her how much she paid, oh my God. Also, it's so funny that because Andrew would ask questions that I don't think Pixie necessarily had to answer. And Joanne would ask me, she's like, how much have you paid so far for your litigation? And my response was, insofar as I feel like that would implicate confidential communications with my attorney, I'm not really comfortable answering that question. And she's like, well, didn't Andrew ask Pixie that same question? And I'm like, yes, he did. And he's like, well, didn't she answer that question? And I was like, yeah, I remember her answering that. And she's like, so then shouldn't you have to answer that question? And I was like, no, I don't necessarily think I should. And then she just moved on to the next thing. Yeah, I'm like, all right.
Yeah. Just because she answered some retarded shit doesn't mean
I don't know what you want me to say. Yeah, sure, she did. One of the funniest lines of questioning for Pixie was we asked her a bunch of stuff about, like, how did you prepare your Substack? And we went through her, because Lauren was trying to recommend her a bunch of lawyers. This guy, Mark Randazza, comes up a lot. And by the end of our line of questioning for this Mark Randazza guy, because we were like, Pixie, how did you write the Substack? And she's like, well, I sent it to this guy, this other lawyer, Mark, and he went through some of this stuff, and then he sent it back to me. And I was like, we were like, oh, another lawyer was writing a Substack for you? Was she like your lawyer? And then by the end of this, she's like, yeah, well, I think he sent me something to sign. It's like, why wouldn't you open with this? Dude, that was one of the times where the lawyer sitting next to her was like, oh my God. Because all that line of questions should have been attorney-client. If you had letters of engagement with this guy, why the fuck would you tell any of the... But the actual answer, in my mind, I know why. And the reason why is because that guy didn't help her with any of it. It was all Lauren, 100%. But Lauren probably told her a line, say, oh, just say that, like, Mark or whatever told you that he wrote this shit or whatever. But it was probably Lauren De Laguna for all of it. That's probably why. But oh my God. For the final question, be like, oh, I think I had paperwork from him or whatever. It's like, then why the fuck? 1L, right? You're in law school. Why the fuck would you answer any of the questions about this then? My God.
Yeah. Well, and like, it's funny because I mean, like yesterday you said you were like, oh, I'm prepping for this depo and stuff like that. And so like, it's funny to me because considering how much they prepped Pixie, I would have thought that they would have assumed you did prep too and would be able to handle like any amount of pushback. You know what I'm saying? Where it's kind of this thing where it's like, it feels like they really thought you were just going to come in here like off the cuff and they'd be like, oh, wow, look at this idiot just saying shit. I don't know. Like I don't know. It just feels very silly in a lot of ways. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. I'm like, I feel like I definitely agree with your counsel where it's like, yep, this feels all really good. And it would be the weirdest thing in the world if the judge looked at any of this and was like, well, I guess there's a real question here.
Let's go to a jury.
Yeah, I don't know. It's just so hard. But no, I mean, like, hey, this is the only... I mean, I'm looking forward to see what the response is, and
I kept
if
waiting
there's
for
gonna be any kind of oral argument.
I was talking with Andrew about this. I thought it would have been funny. Because Joan was getting so mad. One of the things that Andrew's done a few depositions, I really like it. I think it's very funny. Is where he's like, "If you want to testify, I'll put you under oath, Joanne." I almost thought that Joanne was about to say that to him because she was getting so
like,
fucking
fuck
mad.
It, put me under.
I watch a lot of videos and stuff about like how to perform a deposition, how to defend a deposition or whatever. And it is funny that I see some of those things show up that I see Andrew does for his depo. So like there's I want to say ammunition. It's not that. Do you know what I'm thinking of?
What are you trying to
describe? It's the statement where you tell a person that like this is going to be in front of a jury, your statements are under oath, where they know admonition. Is it?
Yeah, admonition.
Admonition. Admonition, maybe.
Are you talking about admonishing someone?
No. There's a word for a statement. I think it's admonition, where you where you tell the person basically, yeah. And
that's admonishing. Yes, an admonition is like whenever you admonish someone.
No, wait, that's not what I'm thinking of then.
Admonish means to firmly warn, reprimand, or advise someone against a fault.
Oh, actually, wait, I guess maybe it is. It's just, I always hear that in a really negative context.
You're saying like, hey, just so you know, like this is all on the record and fucking
yeah.
We're gonna use it.
Yeah. That I've heard that like if you're a good deposer, that rather than use this thing at the very beginning like defensively, you always bring this out as a weapon later on to claim that you've done it. So like rather than tell somebody at the start like this is going to be on the record, the jury can see this, make sure that you answer every question truthfully, blah blah blah, that it's better to wait until you're like halfway through to pull it out and you're like, your answer to this under oath is this. You're testifying today. Let me remind you, you're testifying under oath.
Oh yeah.
And the jury will see this. Can you say this right now? Don't look at me, look at the camera. Can you tell the jury the answer to this question? Blah 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 or whatever. Yeah, he's very 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 good at doing that.
Yeah, no, there's definitely like times when you're in there, like when you've got Like when this person's about to say something stupid, or if they just said something stupid, and you're like, so you, as the president of ABC LLC, you're saying that you didn't know what was going on at your own company. Can you say yes to that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's
you just,
so funny how
drill
much
down.
that works, because every time, Andrew would do that to Lauren De Laguna, she would give a totally different answer right after he would do that. And it's like, I think, because it's like, one, we're not calling the judge right now. And then two, like, is this really so important? Do you think he's going to file a motion over the answer to this question? Just give the same answer. Like, why are you freaked out so much? Just give the same fucking answer. Unless it's obviously like super important to the case. But like, dude, so many people, or I say so many people, but it feels like so many people, because I've seen Andrew do this so many times, where they completely give a different answer once he gives that admonishment. Yeah.
Well, no, it's so like, I don't know. There's like a game show. I don't even know how many episodes there were, but it was so stupid. It was like, okay, like you have a team of two, right? There's these two guys, like two contestants, and what's gonna happen is they're gonna go hide. One of them is gonna go hide, and the other and the contestant knows where he is, and then we're gonna bring in two detectives, and they're just gonna grill the shit out of this guy for like some amount of time to try and find the guy that's hiding, right? And it's like a game, and if they win, they get money, and it's a game show, right? So it's like, who gives a shit? Just sit there and shut the fuck up. And like so many episodes, they would get the person that knows where the other person is hiding into a room and just pressure the shit out of them into admitting where the other guy is. And it's like, what the fuck are you doing? But it's like people that have never been in a situation like that, or like didn't prepare properly, they just cave to pressure because they've never actually had to deal with real pressure in their lives. It's like whenever people like admit shit to the cops, right? It's like they just don't, like, people just aren't mentally prepared for being pressured in that way. And so like that stuff totally fucking works. And yeah, I mean, like,
one of the things that I would say watching a lot of the cop interviews of like the crazy people is I always had this feeling that one of the reasons why it was so easy when the cop would be friendly to get admissions out of some of these people is because I'm willing to bet that for a lot of these guys, it's the first time anybody has ever spoken to them in their entire life where it sounds like they actually give a fuck about about the things that they are saying or feeling. So when the cops just get a little friendly, like, this person was like a really bad person, weren't they? Like, they were real mean to you. Like, they gotta be like, yeah, actually, and they just start like rambling everything off.
Dude, like the amount of like, I've had to, when I was doing defense work, I had to like watch so many of those where the cops are just like, hey, like, we just really want to hear your sad story. Like, here's what everybody else is saying. Isn't that fucked up? Isn't it fucked up that everyone's saying that about you? What do you think? And then they just admit to a crime. And you're like, God damn it.
Every one of these criminals do that. Holy shit.
And that is a strategy. Like, whenever you're doing depots, like, everybody thinks you're always going to be fighting, but like a ton of the time when you do a depot, you just go in and be like, hey man, we're just trying to get some info. Like, what's going on? And you might like actually have a conversation that sounds very similar to what we're doing right now.
Sure.
And then like you're talking and you kind of get a rhythm going. And then you just kind of slip in a question that's relevant, and they go, oh yeah, that happened. And then you go, so you're saying that in your individual capacity, you did that? And then that person just like immediately shits themselves because they realize they've been talking freely on the record for like 30 minutes without thinking about it. And they can't remember what they told you. But they do know they just fucked up, and they probably can't even really remember what they just said.
Well, because a lot of people too, one of the issues is that people have a really hard time, like even I have a hard time thinking about things from other people's perspectives. And what people don't realize is how important it is for the other person to incrementally build on their case. So if I live in Omaha and I murdered somebody in San Francisco, in my mind, I don't ever want the cops to know that I murdered that person. In the cops' mind, they don't even know I was in San Francisco. So every question that they can ask where it's like, okay, I'm sure you guys, had a heated relationship or whatever, but you would never hurt her, of course, right? Like, you visited her, did you say you were in San Francisco visiting her, right? And he's like, yeah. It's like, okay. Like, they're getting closer and closer and closer to every yes that you say. So even if they can't build you up to the murder part, now when they're in investigation or when they're in trial with you, right? All they have to do is get you from point like F to G. Whereas at the beginning of the interrogation, they were back on A, and they didn't even have you in California. They didn't even have you in San Francisco. But in the interrogation, you admitted all the way up to, I was really fucking mad at her, and I wanted to kill her, but I swear that I didn't. And it's like, okay, well, we just have to bridge the micro gap that is that, and then it's over. Yeah.
Yeah, and it's the same in civil, where it's like, you're going to go to a depot, and it's like, it would be great if this person just admitted fully to the liability and said, I will pay you money here. But like, usually you're going to have, patches of discovery already where you can say, okay, we can put this together. We have these little gaps. And you know what? He might not even give all the rest of it to us today, but he might give us, fill in, half of the gaps we have left. Great. And then now that we have that, we can go and get this other type of discovery because he revealed that this discovery even exists. right? So now we might do follow-up production requests and then get more documents. So like, yeah, it's funny too, because people will think like, well, as long as, you know, I don't admit that I, you know, sent pictures to a minor, then I'm safe. And it's like, well, no, like, do you admit this is your laptop? And they're like, no. And like, whose is it? It's my roommate's. Okay, have you ever used it before? Yeah, I've used it before to like go on and check stuff on the internet. It's like, okay, great. So you just admitted that you have access to this laptop. There's child porn on the laptop. Great. Now you're convicted, right?
Yeah.
Like, it's,
They don't know what the other party has all the time. Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, good job not cracking under the pressure. You know, we were all worried. We know, you know, you were just. So.
And then also to reiterate, because I learned this in Germany when I got questioned coming back to America like 15 years ago. Like, I don't know how I perform like in an actual like high pressure environment. I'm not trying to say that I could out talk the cops or civil litigation every time. I'm extremely advantaged here in that I feel like I'm truthful on everything I've said. I provided all of my discovery, and I feel like the other side has lied time and time again. And nothing is easier as long like now, like if you're intellectually competent, if you can do the debate and everything else, if you're on the truthful side, like I think it makes much easier. I say the same actually when it comes to debates and everything too. Like people are like, oh, why do you think you're the best debater? And it's like, well, my positions are super easy to defend, and the other side's positions are impossible to defend. So like as long as I'm decently competent, like I'm never losing a debate against any of these people. Yeah.
And a big part of it too is that like you kind of said it. You've talked about this before, but it's like you don't have to keep everything in your head. That is one of the easiest things that puts you in the best position where it's like, no, I'm not saying this. This document right here is saying it, and I just need to know that I agree with what's in here.
Oh my God, yes,
I'm not going to be able to repeat it perfectly. One
of the things that was so nice is that and I didn't, obviously I haven't kept track of my language through all of the 6 years, but there were so many times that they would put an exhibit in front of me and I would read it and it's like, oh, thank God I said this, or oh my God, I'm so happy that I said this. Because again, like that Kiwi Farms, because there was always this thing where, and again, like online you can play games with language or whatever, but if you're a streamer, like private and public, that means two different things to different people, right? In the streamer world, like private is like, my friends know this or whatever, versus like the entire fucking internet knows this. And every streamer, YouTuber person understands the distinction here. It might seem different personally, but Kiwi Farms and Gisticle, which is, again, it's so funny because I don't know if Pixie gave them this theory or if they might just be emailing with Joanne directly. This idea that like Pixie wanted nobody ever. She said nobody could know that you guys ever hooked up. And it's like, yeah, but literally every single time she brought this up, like I'm always saying like, oh, Dan and Mr. Moot might know because Dan and Mr. Moot were at the hotel where we met, right? Like 6 years ago. Do you remember that dinner?
Yeah, I remember the dinner.
Yeah, so, and it's like, so we were staying at a hotel room together or whatever. Like you know, I said here, like Melina might know, I'm pretty sure. And all of my answers to Pixie are in response are always like, oh, like I'm pretty sure that nobody else should know this, or I'm pretty sure, I'm pretty sure that blah blah blah. It's never like 100%. Of course, I remember our agreement, Queen, that I would never tell a single fucking soul. Like that was never in any message that I ever sent ever. And so I'm always reading these back, and then I'm adding like, yeah, it seems here that you know she was under the impression that there weren't more than a handful of people who would have known, and blah blah blah, and yeah, and then she would have to drop that line and then go to something else. Yeah.
Yeah. And so like and that's also a hard thing to overcome whenever you're deposing someone, right? Is we're like bacon.
What an idiot.
Oh.
His mic dropped.
Lawyer, by the way. He'd be in the Zoom call muted.
Can y'all not hear me?
Oh, we can now. Hi.
Oh, okay. That was really mean.
Sorry.
But let me see. I was saying something, then y'all were bullying me.
We just mentioned, I mentioned that my logs were generally pretty consistent on this. Private, public means something different. I'm glad that I said the same things when they were shown to me.
Yeah. You're not lying. Oh, no. What you'll have is you'll have people that will literally just stand behind the document, right? Like you'll be like, hey, okay, like what did you guys agree to? And they'll be like, we signed a contract on this date. You know, our agreement was contained in the contract. Like, okay, well, in the contract, did y'all agree to this? And then the person will go, contract speaks for itself. Right. Mm-hmm. And it's really helpful for them because like one, it doesn't have them restating what they thought it is in their words so that like they can be impeached with that language.
Yeah.
And it just makes it where like, okay, well now we just have to only rely on this exhibit.
Sure.
And so like whenever she was asking you those questions about like the messages, right, for Abby, and you're like, I literally don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, right? If you had just read that and said like, yeah, that's from Abby. Right, like that. You don't know that, and like you said, you don't know that.
Yeah,
you have no idea if this vlog is real or not. Yeah.
But it also helps in that, like, it's true. I don't know what the fuck I'm looking at, and it's a doctored thing. What I'm looking at, there's a huge chunk missing where it looks like somebody took like a filled in gray square on Discord to cut out like part of whatever she said underneath that, and then there's like somebody took like a black like the marker tool and wiped over whatever the response message was. Like, this is your sole exhibit, really? like your actual
Whereas Pixie's
real
answers, it sounded like she's saying, I don't know, you can't verify the authenticity of her own fucking messages. It's like,
of everything that I provided.
Here?
Yeah. And oh my God, but we started asking questions around like, where is the conversation between you and Aaron? And she's like, well, I think that she might have deleted those or whatever. And it's like, she can't delete your side, right? And she's like, yeah, but I don't know if I can access those because she might have blocked me on Discord. Oh my God. Oh, one of the craziest answers that she gave, I don't remember if I brought this up in her deposition, is we asked her, you deleted this message about the that any dollar amount you would ask from the defense is too high, right? You deleted that message. And her response to that was like, yeah, I deleted it because I wanted to make a better screenshot for my Substack. I'm like, why? What a fucking crazy fucking thing to say. What the fuck? I don't know.
Jesus.
Sheesh.
That's a lawyer in the
and then Joanne,
face moment.
one of the things Joanne asked me was like, Joanne was like, you claimed that Pixie, it was like, you claimed Pixie deleted messages and the thing or whatever. And I was like, yeah. And she was like, isn't it true though that Pixie only deleted one message from your chat history? And I think my response was like, well, I can't say that. And she's like, what do you mean? And I was like, well, the nature of deleted messages is that I necessarily don't know what was deleted by virtue of it being deleted. Right. And then she just moves on to the next thing. I was like, okay, yeah, what do you want me to say? How am I supposed to know what's not there? What?
She's like, great answer.
Yeah.
Like, oh, shit, I didn't think of that one. I was like, okay.
Yeah, no, like on the record, like Jones scratches head, moves on. Like, yeah, it's like, I don't know, that's very silly. But yeah, I don't know. It's one of those things too where like imagine you were at trial and she was asking you questions about this stuff. A big part of a deposition is not just that you can use it for an MSJ. It's so that at trial, if you say something different, right, I can impeach you.
Yeah,
I can
play the video.
And it's funny because it's like a big part of that can be just making your question at the deposition so. Like, you can ask a question at a deposition and then needle that person a lot into giving an awkward answer that sounds bad, that maybe is impeachable. Like, there's ways to do that, even in areas where, like, this isn't relevant, blah, blah, blah. Because the great thing about impeachment evidence, like, if I'm going to impeach you with evidence, that evidence is the burden for me to get it in is much lower. The admissibility of impeachment evidence is so much lower than anything else. And so that's why like you might get awkward or irrelevant questions at a depo that might pop up later. But it seems like she like literally couldn't even bring herself to do that. She just was
because one of the things what you said is that it seems like what Andrew tries to do is if you give an answer that looks clean on the record, he's going to say the pattern is strike everything that was just said as non-responsive. My question, very simply, yes or no question is, are you a piece of shit? And if the person is like, well, some people might say that I am. I don't think I would consider myself a piece of shit. In this one instance, I might be, blah, blah, and you say, move to strike is non-responsive. I'm going to ask you one more time, very simply. Are you a piece of shit? Yes or no? And usually when he does that, the other person will wear down. Eventually they'll say like, yes. And Andrew say, thank you. And then move on. And now, like you said, he can refer to that. When I asked you, very simply, are you a piece of shit? Yes or no? You said yes. Now the person on the stand has to kind of like squirm around that answer. I don't know if they're allowed. I guess maybe when they on cross or direct or whatever, on direct, their own attorney can come up and like, well, can we play the earlier part of the deposition? But now you're kind of in a bad spot because you got bullied into giving that answer and you shouldn't have,
Yeah, and I don't know. There's like a lot of mind games and these kind of strategies. Yeah. I'm glad that it went the way it did. And it's the throw in the paper is hilarious.
Maybe. Remember, I could also be lying about everything. Like they claimed I was lying about every single other deposition and everything else I was saying was better or worse than it actually was in the hopes that nobody would actually read it, even though that has never been the case for anything and it's always been worse for Pixie. But this might be the time.
To be fair, every time you've ever talked to me, I've assumed everything's a lie and acted on that belief, and it's actually worked out great. So
amazing. Hell yeah.
Damn, maybe not. But yeah. All right. I have to get back to my real job. It was fun talking to you. You guys have
We're at our job right now.
Yeah. We're working right now, motherfucker.
Yeah, we're on Ninja Clock.
That's why you have to sell cups to survive, Moot.
That's
right.
Yes, sir.
Oh my God. If I made a manifesto, I feel like the opening scene to it, somebody gave me this idea in chat, the fucking most Kino shit ever would be getting fucking that Rowan guy to AI gen himself as like fucking Andrew Brettler, and then to have it would either be Pixie or Lauren De Laguna with like a fucking mustache on to be talking to him in an office, and then to walk out of the office, and then Andrew's like sitting kind of like on the side of his table sipping a cup of coffee, and then he like looks to his left and he's kind of like looking at his like huge board behind him, and then he sees like a advertisement for like red Solo cups. He sees like Cardi B concert, like Cardi, like the law, and it's like the fucking Kaiser whatever from Usual Suspects. Whatever.
Yeah.
That would be the keynote opening to the deposition. Like, oh shit, it was all fucking fake bullshit. Fuck. De Laguna Beach vacation or whatever. Yeah.
He sees a poster on his wall for like a trip to a farm that grows kiwis.
True. Yeah. Visit New Zealand today. Kiwi farm. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, y'all have a good one. Everybody have a good weekend.
Have fun. Be careful.
Bye.
Oh yeah, there'd be a little TV playing Solo Leveling in the background. What did you guys talk about today?
Today was mainly honestly reacting to IRI watching the PodSaveAmerica thing with Mike. Or not Mike, sorry, Ken Martin. Cinema. I don't know what else to tell you.
Oh, was IRI getting fired up?
Yes, man. I don't know if I primed him because the day before we talked about it a little bit, but I tried my best not to. But I really wanted him to watch it, so I was like, you need to go watch that. Like, I'm really curious of your opinion on all that. IRI was fired up. At the start, he was like, well, Ken should probably, Ken should probably release it. You know, it's kind of a bad look that he hasn't, blah, blah, blah. But at the end, he was like, this motherfucker looks like a retard.
Yeah.
The PodSaveAmerica guy. It was brutal. Watching it a second time, yeah, that shit is crazy.
Pretty wacky. He was wondering what's your take was... He was wondering what's your take was you might want to call him and talk. Fuck you, Chuck Norris, for that brain-rotted sentence. Bro, Mootin. I'm going to be honest with you, okay?
All right.
I don't think I've ever said this publicly before.
I'm waiting.
I think our boy David might have done it.
David?
Yeah, it's not looking good. It's not looking good for him. The singer guy?
Oh.
Apparently they found like fucking chainsaws in his house that they think he used a saw.
Okay, that I didn't see. I saw they found like 60 grams, or sorry, not grams, terabytes of like child porn on his phone.
Okay, well,
so or something like that. Yeah.
All right, who doesn't have 60 TV?
Joan is running right now.
Hearing everybody in the room laughing for the depo when because they showed these food shops clips and the food it's like a minute and 30 seconds of me and you can see food shops is like playing fucking XCOM and you hear me over the mic. I'm like screaming. And I'm like, I don't know how to do these timestamps. None of this fucking makes sense. This is the stupidest fucking thing in the universe. And like all of the co-counsels are like just fucking laughing. I'm like, this is I sound fucking unhinged. And then the next clip they played, it's like 20 seconds in. I'm like, okay, I got a question about submitting stuff to Grok or whatever. Is this gonna get shown on the internet? Because I don't want to send all my child porn to Grok or whatever. And then like as soon as I talk, I was like, I would like to state for the record that I did not send any child porn to ChatGPT or whatever. Stupid, dumb, but. Good.
That is so fucking funny.
What are you gonna do?
God, she shouldn't have shown the clip. She should have just read it out to you.
Well, there was another time where she did that too. Oh, that was another Kiwi Farm studio because she tried to run with the Queeman and Gisticle thing where she's like, didn't you say here that you hope that one of your fans kills these people or that you would show up and kill them yourself? And I think my response was like, well, when you read it like that, Joan, I sound like a sociopath, but yes, I was speaking hyperbolically here. These people had nothing to do with the court case. It was because of years of harassment and stalking and blah, blah, blah. But she didn't know any of the background for that either. So I got to explain my whole side and then she didn't. Yeah. Yeah, she was just way too, I think she was just way too gentle and she needed to be way more aggressive. But hey, it is what it is. I'm not complaining.
Well, this is good. Maybe you won't have to go to trial.
No, I don't think. Yeah, this was the first time I was ever comfortable enough, I guess, like saying that they felt
they feel good.
That they were like, I think we're gonna win this on MSJ.
David's 21 and he chopped her up and put her in the back of his, I guess,
not
Tesla.
Good. He went full Saudi Arabia on that girl.
Yeah. Yeah, U.S. singer David bought chainsaw after allegedly killing teen. Jesus Christ.
Yeah. Yeah. what are you gonna do? You know.
What do you want me to say? Oh, here we go. Jon Stewart says Democratic leadership and DNC are lost.
Past couple.
I'll watch some of this. Fuck me. I'm gonna get triggered. Call IRI. IRI is always going to jump on, always. But sometimes he's streaming on Twitch, and sometimes he's using like TikToks. I don't know if he can, but I love IRI. He can always hop in here. Yeah, I love him too if he wants to. Yeah.
Months though, there has been more reach out from, I would say, more kind of like establishment folks. However, and this is.
I just want to say for a second just how fucked, because I know liberals just can't, because you're too weak. You are. I'm sorry, the commies are right. You guys are too weak. That every single time we were like, listen, vote blue no matter who. You guys have to support the candidate. Even if it's not your ideal socialist fucking candidate, you got to support him. Vote blue no matter who. And they're like, oh, well, you guys wouldn't vote blue no matter who for us. Like, we would. Listen, if Mamdani was running for president, if AOC was running for president, I would vote for them 100% without a second thought. And now they're like, their test for vote blue no matter who is like, well, now we got a Nazi. We got a guy with the Nazi tattoos. You better vote blue. It's like, oh, Jesus fucking
And they
Christ.
are going to go. That's the funny part, is they are going to go vote blue.
Jesus Christ.
We don't give a fuck, man.
Totally. So like, so that's been going on since the beginning. I've been big supporters really the whole time.
They felt a fellow progressive who they thought, okay, I understand where this fella's coming from.
Totally. So like, so that's been going on since the beginning. Past couple months though, there has been more reach out from, I would say, more kind of like establishment folks.
Do you actually think Platner is a Nazi or just retarded? I honest to God, I don't think he's a Nazi, but I would have to go back and relook at it. He absolutely fucking lied about those tattoos.
He had a Totenkopf.
Trillion% he lied about those tattoos. Which
he was a retard and he got a tattoo, yeah.
Well, and kept
A
it
Nazi
for like
tattoo.
and kept it for like
And kept it.
16 years or whatever, right? Like
Yeah.
So he 100% lied about that. I would have to do significantly more reading into him to think that I would not actually support him as a senator or whatever, just because any blue senator is probably better than a red one. But yeah, I like if this was a center-left candidate, holy fuck, dude.
Oh, it'd be over, man.
Oh my God, the lefties would be going crazy on this guy. Also,
100%.
I would also say I would be real careful if you're a if you're a Jew dude. Things aren't looking very good for you right now in the U.S. Just be careful on that. Jesus.
You might want to go to Israel.
Might want to be careful about Jesus.
So there has been more reach out from, I would say, more kind of like establishment folks. However, and this is the important part, not from like the DSCC, not from the DNC, like nobody in the places of power remains interested.
But they're lost, dude. Like
it's so bad.
They're lost.
And the thing that bothers me the most isn't like I'm not.
What does he mean they're
I'm not-
lost? The
It's
Dems are winning.
It doesn't matter. Slopulism.
Okay.
It's all you have to hate. The
Zeus.
mainstream mid left. You have to hate it. You have to hate it. You have to hate it.
Asking for you to like be my friend. But you should be curious because I'm pulling 40 points ahead.
Right.
At least just reach out and be like, hey, what are you actually? Because they've never spoken ever. I've never gotten a phone call. No one's ever reached out. I've never talked to anybody in leadership. No one's ever been interested in.
We have a norm of candidates who lose the general election, not capitalizing on their clout and trying to take the nomination again. Why the fuck are you okay with Kamala breaking that norm? I don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. But I will never, ever, ever hear a progressive dick suck or socialist dick suck who cried over and over again about how we need to have open primaries and it's important to let people vote in the primary and the primaries are where we test everything, to cry that Kamala Harris wants to participate in the primary. That's your letter. If she wants to run in the primary, let her run.
No one's ever reached out. I've never talked to anybody in leadership. No one's ever been interested in which is like kind of baffling.
I think it's because they only know two stories. The two stories are this: you're either a moderate Democrat or you're a left-wing firebrand. And so what they're saying is, oh, sure, the left-wing firebrand, that does well in the primary, but that'll never travel. You know, there is that idea that, well, electability, and there's something crazy about this, as though you are the equivalent of you're the Democratic equivalent of a MAGA loyalist who has come out with wildly controversial positions. And then you talk to you for 5 minutes, you go, oh no, this is based in historical precedent. It has a very literate and literary foundation.
Wait, what is he talking about?
Equivability, the primary, but that'll never travel. You know, there is that idea that, well, electability, and there's something crazy about this, as though you are the equivalent of you're the Democratic equivalent of a MAGA loyalist who has come out with wildly controversial positions. And then you talk to you for 5 minutes, you go, oh no, this is based in historical precedent. It has a very literate and literary foundation to it. It has a foundation of lived experience.
What? I don't know. Historical precedence has nothing to do with whether or not a position is, what do you say, radical or whatever? Like, things can have existed one time in history and not be relevant anymore. I don't know. This is whatever.
You're the Democratic equivalent of a MAGA loyalist who has come out with wildly controversial positions. And then you talk to you for 5 minutes, you go, oh no, this is based in historical precedent.
Yeah, like slavery is based in historical precedent, but that would be a wildly controversial position now. I don't know. These are dumb statements, I think.
It has a very literate and literary foundation to it. It has a foundation of lived experience. Like, they should be, again, viewing this as a Rosetta Stone that can help them translate. And here's the trick. And maybe this is what we can kind of talk about, and I'm cognizant of your time, and because of your lived experience, your rural internet connection.
That's the issue, actually.
That is the issue. How do you translate that lived experience? You talked about it a little bit earlier, you know, being on the planning board and understanding that, oh, sometimes the wording and the intention, you know, had unforeseen consequences and those kinds of things. How do we translate those experiences to create that new deal for a more modern America where we do get that value, where we do change the incentives of government, the way that money is spent? How do we make that transition?
This is honestly the hardest question to answer. And my answer is going to be insufficient. I'll just tell you that right off the bat. The answer to it is that we need to build political power through getting people like me into the U.S. Senate, into Congress, and we also need to do it while building organizational power outside of the system. There has never been a moment in American history where we've gotten good things just because the institutions or people in power decided to do it. They needed to be pressed. I mean, this is why this country has killed the labor movement. We did it on purpose. We did it because the labor movement is a foundation of power that can actually push back against the system. We need to, so on our campaign, this is above all else, this is an organizing project, because I firmly believe that while me getting elected to the U.S. Senate, that's a big part of it, but that needs to be in tandem with a fully organized, broad-based coalition here in the state of Maine that can put pressure on, frankly, other members of our delegation if need be, because it's not going to be enough to just rely on the systems. But the big thing is that it's that building that kind of outside power. That's also how we're going to identify more people like me and then have the resources to get them elected. Because the biggest issue right now is that, I mean, I think you probably saw there was an article recently about how majority Democrats, which is this kind of PAC group, has been essentially curating with a lot of money these candidates.
Hey, I've been watching off and on since the SC2 own days. You're Virginia, and guy. I'm glad to see you play the lawsuit. Hate to see people. Thanks, buddy. I love you too. Dalier for the $15.
Push forward, and it's all built around this idea that we're doing it
One thing that's very annoying to me when it comes to people talking politics is sometimes people don't distinguish between what is electable and what are the things that they want, and they always try to pretend that those two things are the same. I guess maybe there's a strategy rhetorically to doing that, but it's wildly dishonest and annoying to me. There are ideas that I have around housing and whatever, rent control, and I understand that maybe these are not, or there maybe those are the best examples. There are ideas that I have that I know wouldn't be politically popular. I'm I wish we would do this, but we probably shouldn't. We should do this, but probably not a good idea because people wouldn't like it. And then there are things where it's this is what we need to focus on, I think, to win elections, because these are the things that are popular with the base right now. One of the annoying things about a lot of these lefty types is that they always pretend that all of their policy positions are also always maximally the most popular things, and they never, ever, 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 ever draw a distinction between what is their policy position and what is the thing that is electable at this point in time. It's so fucking annoying.
Pro-corporate, pro-business, moderate types.
I would expect that from a politician because you're running for office, obviously. So the positions that you represent, you have, should be the politically popular ones you're trying to get elected in what is essentially a popularity contest. But for online content creators, it's very fucking annoying.
We need to build the opposite of that. We need to build the infrastructure. So for me, the only reason this ever happened is because on day one, people who could shoot a launch video, who could help with small dollar fundraising, and who could get my name in the papers, those three things, those were assets that I had access to because some, frankly, labor unions had pitched in some support for the project to make that happen.
They just forgot their candidate Kat from Illinois lost. Doesn't matter. That was because of the Jews. APAC.
We got to find other people from the normal world like me, and they're going to look different, they're going to sound different, they're going to be from different communities, and that's all what it's supposed to be. But it's a matter of infrastructure. Because if we don't have that infrastructure to give them that early support, then, like, if I woke up one day and said, I want to be a U.S. Senator, I would have walked out of the boat launch. I would have told that to the guys that I fish next to. We all would have laughed about it over coffee, and then we all would have moved on with our lives, right? Like it just would not. Then, like, if I woke up one day and said, I want to be a U.S. Senator, I would have walked out of the boat launch. I would have told that to the guys that I fish next to. We all would have laughed about it over coffee, and then we all would have moved on with our lives, right? Like it just would not. There's no way that it would have materialized. And so to turn all of this stuff into reality through policy.
But the Democrats, some of them also love the very same things. They don't love you. They don't care about you. They don't care about your interests. And that's precisely the reason why letting your voice be heard in the primary system is almost as important, if not more important, because the Democratic Party's primary is what determines the trajectory of the Democratic Party. If you're angry because there's people like Joe Manchin, Kyrsten Sinema, people like John Fetterman. Don't say the F word. Not a lot of Fetterman fans in here. Well, he's no fan of mine.
By the way, Fetterman was one that these guys all supported. But also, it's funny how they're naming these Democrats who were like some of the most hated by the party Dems, like acting like Sinema and Manchin were loved by the Democratic establishment or by the Democratic Party as a whole. Really?
Mine either. He's always on Fox News yapping.
And I want you to understand, I identify as a Democratic Socialist, but I'm running as a Democrat because the system creates this narrowness. But there's a bunch of Democrats running, and we are not all the same. We are very different. We may share this label in this moment, in this system, but we are very different. So if you choose to register as a Democrat, you are not pledging allegiance to that party.
Jesus.
You are using your power in that moment to vote for the person who you believe reflects your interests, and the interests of the communities that you hold most dear, some of whose members cannot vote because they may be too young, or they may not be citizens, or they may be incarcerated. There are a number of people who will not vote for any number of reasons. So when you're voting for them as well. Chris Rabb here. Look, if you are in the 3rd Congressional District, I would love your vote and your support. It's May 19th, May 4th, to make sure that you either register or you register as a Democrat so you can vote for me. You don't have to love the Democratic Party to vote for me. I do not care, because I'm not here for the party, I'm here for the people. I also appreciate if you check me out at chrisrabb.com. You can volunteer even as far away as LA. You can volunteer remotely, and you can also give, because I do not take a dime of corporate PAC money. I don't take money from APAC affiliates, subordinates, subsidiaries, allies. I take money from the people, and I use it to invest in the folks who are closest to the pain and are part of the movement. So please, chrisrabb.com. That's RABB, that's short for rabble rouser.
I love that. All right,
right, there you go.
There you go.
All right, brother.
Thank you.
So nice meeting you.
Thank you.
All right.
Jeez.
I'm back. What'd I miss?
More Hasan slop. Oh boy.
Oh, nice.
Wait, let me get my one Red Bull. Hold on.
Oh, Jesus Christ. Hey everyone, go to shrimple.as. Steven or Dan and I's merch is out if you're interested at all. The mug is 20 ounces. I'm wearing it right now. It's actually really good, high quality merch. So yeah, if you're interested at all, shrimple.as or store.destiny.gg or destiny.gg/store, any of those. Yeah, I'm wearing the mug. I'm wearing it on my head. Or on my cock. The stickers are cool. Well, yeah, it's just a frog sticker. But if anything happens, I'll probably get, you know, like one of those sunglasses with like the mustache and the nose on it. So I'll keep you posted on that. It is just a generic frog. Okay? Make a Yee mask for that frog. But yeah, I think we've had like 100+ orders today or something like that. So yeah, if you like the shit and you want to wear some AE merch, well, there you go.
What are you crying about?
I was shilling. My new merch is out.
Based on store.destiny.gg, right?
That's right.
And one thing that Matt Gaetz also used that 86 many times, and nothing happened to him.
Well, I think we look at everything. I'll be honest with you. Absolutely everything is in context. I don't think anybody is immune to it. I don't think we should be sitting here and nobody has condemned Jimmy Kimmel for his comments. Those were despicable.
Joy pointed out earlier, and the president also posted death to Democrats. Do you think the president should be held responsible for that?
When you,
No.
all due respect.
Uh-oh. With all due respect, that's how you know you're about to hear the most retarded shit in the world. Here we go.
I haven't seen that post. I
Oh, the unbeatable!
Never
defeated.
I'll tell you what I did.
It does exist.
Okay, what I can tell you is this, and who was the Attorney General and the DOJ at that point?
Probably Pam Bondi, no?
No. Here's how I feel about this. Here's directly how I feel about this. Nobody should be inciting violence. Period. That's my perspective.
Including the president.
But you have to remember something. The Department of Justice
But you're not.
brings real cases. We are not Jack Smith. We are not Letitia James. We bring real cases against people.
No, I know. I actually had the pleasure of serving as a former federal prosecutor at the Department of Justice. But let me ask you this.
Wait, would you say that? I had the pleasure of serving as a former federal prosecutor? Wouldn't you be a former federal prosecutor and you served? You are a former federal prosecutor and you served as a federal prosecutor.
I do believe that this is a vindictive prosecution against Comey, directed by the president. And so far, with little success, because he's done this many times. As Trump's personal attorney, you actually were sanctioned nearly $1 million for filing.
Also, I'm so sorry, but like, I hate that it's the women that are all doing it too, because it plays into weird sexist tropes or whatever, but like, Jesus Christ, guys. My God.
I know.
A frivolous civil lawsuit against Comey, against Hillary Clinton and others, that a federal judge called political grievances masquerading as legal claims. So why should anyone believe this pattern of targeting Trump's enemies is about justice and not revenge?
If you think that the Russian collusion hoax,
Nice pivot.
if you think that the things that we've now seen evidence of in this Department of Justice aren't real, I'd just tell you to sit tight because things are coming. Because what they did was weaponize. I don't want to hear about weaponization because the reason you all know who I am is because of weaponization. I sat through targeting people saying we're going to get Trump, and then a Hillary Clinton appointed judge sanctioned me for suing Hillary Clinton. By the way, I'm proud of that. Well, I'm proud of what I did because it was the right thing to do.
Let me get Alyssa in here. Let me get Alyssa.
I just have to correct something, though, Whoopi. It was actually Bill Clinton, but that appointed that judge, but also a three-judge panel, consisting of a Bush appointee, a Trump appointee, and a Biden appointee actually agreed with that court's decision, and in a 36-page opinion.
Which one was it again? Repeat it.
And basically,
I do want to move on because,
do your thing.
as I mentioned,
Meow.
Shut the fuck up. How many I have Mega Hitler, I think, is coming to my cat house. Are there any bosses after that, or is that the last one and then I beat this game? Somebody know?
Who the Mega Hitler?
And it's like...
Yeah. Who else would the final boss of a game be besides Mega Hitler?
Mega Benjamin Netanyahu.
True.
And it's like there's a weird time now where people are enjoying questioning the numbers of people that died in the Holocaust.
It's the internet.
Yeah.
Retarded. It's just kind of like.
But just
fun.
like, but there is some weirdness to it. And one of the
ready?
questions.
Hold on.
It's like there's a weird time now where people are enjoying questioning the numbers of people that died in the Holocaust.
It's just now. That's just now happening.
It's the internet.
Yeah.
Retarded. It's just kind of like.
But just
fun.
like, but there is some weirdness to it. And what?
Okay.
One of the weirdness to it is like there's some photos of like Auschwitz and a lot of these other that they took after the camps were liberated, and they had people go there and they took photos of them, like pretending that these people were at the camps, and they weren't. They were done after the fact.
Yeah.
This shit is fucking scary, no? That's why I said if you're Jewish, be careful. Shit's getting cray out there. Cray.
But there's also tons
it's like, what
of
are you
videos
hoping for?
of...
It was only 1 million? What,
Right.
so that's okay somehow? You want to
No.
justify it in your head?
Yeah.
Maybe it was only 1 million.
Yeah, that's where
like,
it's weird.
I don't know. If it was
but it's
600 people, I'd be like, ugh.
Right. Well, it's clearly there was a lot of people. It was... I don't know what the number is, but if it was...
Oh my God.
We're doing Holocaust revisionism on Joe Rogan. Hell yeah. Epic and based pilled. My goodness.
6 million, or if it was 1 million or 3 million, it's like to catch people like, no, you guys said it was 6. Like,
They're
and
also,
then the thing
it's
is
the,
like,
it's the 30s and 40s, so it's like,
right.
I don't know how to, we're guessing. We don't have
Right.
the wherewithal. And you ask
True.
somebody,
How could you even know how many people?
Could have been 10.
Who knows? That's still bad, though, right?
I wasn't there. I don't know.
in the Holocaust, they go, well, I was only in my one camp. I can't tell you what was going on at Bergen-Belsen.
But there's people that are like equally sure that it was 6 million, and then there's people that are equally sure that it was like 300,000 or
Equally, both sides.
Or 600,000.
Now, I just want to say it depends on who's in the room with you. Because of that Abu girl or whatever, listen, maybe it was only 600. Maybe it was only 6,000. I don't know. I'm just saying, stop!
Or whatever the fuck they think it was. And it's like this weird argument back and forth.
I mean, you have to see how many Jews were in Europe before
Period.
and after.
Right.
And there should be more. It's funny when you see, like, if you have a stat like that, like separated from this, like as in Peru, we were hiking to Machu Picchu.
Machu Picchu.
Me and O'Neill.
Oh, we got to talk about that.
Let's talk about Machu Picchu after
our Holocaust
segment.
revisionism. Oh, God. How is this? Did you watch this?
What's this?
The
This
60
Trump
Minutes interview? Yeah.
Yeah, I watched it.
The whole 40 minutes? Is it good?
Let's just say that CBS is lost, I think.
Oh, well, CBS is like, that's Barry Weiss, head editor.
Yeah.
Our new queen. Propaganda Nazi queen. Not Nazi, but propaganda queen. Ocasio-Cortez isn't convinced. She's not sure that these are the kinds of proposals Democrats should start building an agenda around. When you actually look at the totality of what's being put forth, we're seeing a total gutting of a resource base, Ocasio-Cortez told Notice. If people want to choose between whether they want a guaranteed health care or a 5% tax rebate, people are going to want guaranteed health care. It's not to say that I object to any and all like tax cuts or tax rebates, right? We can help people who are struggling, but I don't think that the biggest impact in how you help someone and how we help people makes ends meet is through that avenue, she said. Ocasio-Cortez said, across the board tax cut proposals on the table amount to an attack on young people. It is a complete defunding of the world that young people will have to live in, and they are asking young people to foot the bill, Ocasio-Cortez said. Uh-oh. People about to start hating AOC. Is this a far left news site, or was this trying to make AOC look bad? I feel like you don't normally see these things in quotes. Likes. Don't they normally edit those out or ask you for a cleaner statement? Or maybe they're quoting a speech. Where was this? Or maybe a right-wing outlet or whatever. Or just somebody, I don't know if they're trying to make it look bad. Where was this? Fuck. It's not to say that I object to any and all like tax cuts or tax rebates, right? Normally don't they not have words or they'll ellipse it or whatever instead of having them in here?
I don't feel like I almost ever read a like.
I feel like it's pretty strange, but I don't know. Maybe I don't know. I don't know what the notice publication is or what they're quoting from. But. Senator Chris Van Hollen wants to eliminate income taxes for households earning under $92,000. And Senator Cory Booker wants to raise the household standard deduction to $75,000. Let's just have none of us pay taxes. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. According to Media Bias / Fact Checker, their factual reporting is high and they have a left center bias. So maybe they were trying to make all lefty people like AOC and Bernie look bad. Or maybe that's just their style.
Ed.
What?
Who won?
Ed.
True.
Won the 2020 election.
I'd say that that President Biden was certified the winner of the 2020 election.
He won.
Fucking.
This should be jailable.
It's something, yeah. It's just.
Won the election. Is that your response?
Senator, I think my response is he was certified as the winner by counting the electoral.
So you're unwilling to say he won the election. How about you, Mr. Roberts?
I have the same answer as my colleague, Senator.
Same answer as the previous one?
The previous nominee. The Senate did.
Mr. Coons, how about you?
Thank you, Senator. And I have the same answer as Mr.
Same
Hendershot.
answer. Unwilling to say that Joe Biden won the election, correct?
As Mr. Hendershot said, it has become a matter of political concern, and Joe Biden.
Well, it's a matter of
certified the
political
winner.
concern, but it's also an issue of fact. Is it not?
Joe Biden was, in fact, certified the winner of the 2020 election.
Mr. Mark?
Same answer, Senator.
I am
astounded,
amazed,
in disbelief,
and really appalled that nominees for a lifetime appointment to the federal bench are unwilling.
These are judges.
That's
They can't
crazy.
say that. That's every single judge that was not willing to, because you're disagreeing with your fellow federal judges as well. Every single judge that is not willing to admit that Biden won the 2020 election has to go. They've got to go.
Mhm.
Impeachment or whatever the process is, they absolutely have to go.
To respond on an issue of fact, and I'm not going to try to get an answer out of you because clearly you've been rehearsed to provide a stock answer,
Yes.
which I think really reflects not only on your honesty, but really on your fitness to be a federal judge, because
it does.
You are supposed to be independent and to arrive at the truth based on the evidence before you. And I think it's
Other federal judges have looked at.
be irrefutable that Joe Biden won the election, but you're unwilling to use that word because you are afraid.
Yes.
You are afraid. Of what? President Trump? That is exactly what we do not need on the federal bench today. We need jurists who are fearless and strong, not weak and pathetic.
True.
I can't tell you how disappointed I am. We can disagree on issues of law. We can disagree on issues of fact, but for you to simply avoid a factual and responsive answer, I think is that
Well, I don't know why he said issues of fact there, but okay.
disrespect to this committee as well as to us.
But
should be disqualifying, but
that's crazy. That's crazy. Not good. Apparently, you could hear Chuck Grassley asking why they can't just admit who won.
What would be wrong with I am amazed and really appalled.
What would be wrong with
I am amazed and really appalled that
What would be wrong with
I am.
I don't. Okay.
I hear what would have been wrong if they, and then
What would be wrong if they said Biden won? Is what the quote says. It says.
What would be wrong with
I am amazed and really appalled that
I don't know. I don't agree that unless somebody else heard it, I can't. I don't think there's enough to hear there. But okay. Trump argues against seeking congressional authorization as the Iran war hits the 60-day mark, citing the ceasefire. I don't think it's constitutional what they're asking for. He tells reporters about lawmakers who have said he needs to go to Congress. Okay.
She died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her.
Oh, this is David interview. Oh no.
She died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her physically. thought of her as gone by itself was something that she did. It was something that I decided to do. And I killed her in the back of my mind. It was really more of a figurative I killed you, especially in the back of my mind. I try to stress that in the back of my mind. That's why I say it so loud. In the back of my mind, you died. In the back of my mind, I killed you. So it's all in the mind, because that's the most secure place you can be, is in your mind. So if you can expel that thought
in your mind, then everything else will just
come together. The puzzle pieces will just align. She died in the back of my mind. Like, I didn't kill her.
Why didn't OJ think of that one? Dumbass.
OJ's defense was rock solid.
If it does not fit, you must
You must acquit.
What? Have we gotten Emia's commentary on this yet? She has left. She has stopped supporting the Faith Sheriff. What?
It's terrible.
Stop. Oh, bookmark this. This is just really good to have. Hold on.
Yeah, it seems based.
You don't even know what it is. Fuck you, bitch.
That's the thing I sent you, you fucking retard.
You did not send me this, you fucking retard.
Look up. Look up. Look up the next one.
Where?
Oh, I guess this isn't technically it, but
exactly.
It's the same thing.
It's not.
The same
not
shit.
not even remotely the same. I can't even tell what I'm looking at. You just sent me some Web 2.0 crazy crypto scam
I bookmarked
bullshit.
your bullshit.
Excuse me? What is this? Hold on. MAGA influencer CJ Pearson registers to lobby as foreign agent for the Bahamian government? Okay. Remember when a video of David cleaning the missing girl's shoes has resurfaced online? Jesus Christ, bros.
I like the Monsters Inc. music.
This is Monsters Inc.?
The music is, yeah.
What is this? Our queen.
Am I getting paid? No, of course not. I just care about talking about Gamergate style, politically motivated conspiracy theories, because that's something that I cover, and it's something that I deal with a lot myself. I've written about Gamergate's type of stuff for a long time. Oh, Jonathan Katz is here.
So I read into the war powers a bit, and it seems fucking insane that Trump can basically ignore it unless he secure a 2/3 majority to concurrent resolution to terminate, or if they can pass the AUMF, which also requires a large support to do it because it means cutting funding. I see past examples like Obama saying Libya isn't under war powers, etc. This is fucking insane how much power you give the president. Metalloid, the reason why it's not supposed to be this way, or why it's not really as bad as you think it is because technically, if a president were ever being like insane and abusive about these things, he would probably just get impeached. I think that's kind of the issue that a lot of past Congresses were looking at this. Like, well, like, would the president really read this in such bad faith or do such crazy shit with it? Well, no. I mean, like, he would obviously get impeached by the Congress if he were to do it, right? Yeah, there's no way, right? Which I guess actually, funnily enough, if I go all the way back to one of the Federalist Papers arguments I say is that the pardon needs to go because the Federalist people were retarded because they said that the president would obviously just never abuse this power, and that's all they say. Maybe they were actually thinking a similar thing, that he would get impeached or the Congress would check him somehow. I don't know. Who knows anything? This shit fucked. What are you going to do?
Gamergate's type of stuff for a long time. Oh, Jonathan Katz is here. Oh, I invited you. Anyway, my point is I just want you guys to be able to recognize when you see...
Okay, fuck. I'm not trying to extra bully. But have you seen... did you see when AOC went to it wasn't the UN, Brussels or whatever, to do some global speak thing? And
I did. Yeah, and she had like the...
She kind of flubbed on an answer.
She had the flub.
What was it about again?
I believe it was about... was it not
was
about
it Taiwan?
Israel? Oh, no, yeah, it was
Yeah.
Taiwan. It was Taiwan. They were asking her like, if you were, was it like if you were president or whatever, would you commit to like fully like helping out Taiwan or whatever? Something along that.
Yeah, and she kind of fucked the answer up or whatever.
Yeah,
I don't know why. Did you ever see Peace Corps' response to that?
Yes, he said something along the lines of like she misspoke. And it wasn't like a huge deal.
He got super mad at Hutch for saying she fucked it up. It was really funny to watch.
She fucked it up.
Oh man.
This stuff, and when you see somebody posting a bunch of blurry screenshots online, and when you see like this type of manufactured outrage, and you watch these goalposts change and change and change, that should be a sign for you to slow down and think twice, and also realize that video footage or photos and visual media can be very convincing. And so you need to recognize that, that essentially, like, don't just believe an out of context clip. Because that's what a lot of you guys are doing. It's like you just see a clip and you see somebody
there's over the Hasan dog shock thing.
misrepresented, and then you just believe it. And that's, I wrote about this and I have a video tomorrow on it, but like, I think that that's what's really scary when we think about this like video era of the internet. Yeah, don't believe your eyes, because again, you guys would fall for, this is the whole, like, you say don't believe your eyes. Yeah, exactly, don't believe your eyes. Believe actual journalism. Because the arguments that you guys are making are the same arguments and the same burden of proof that people use to argue that Donald Trump is currently, that there's a body double in place of Donald Trump or Joe Biden.
Same thing, guys.
Because you know what they'll do? They'll blur up, pictures, they'll blow up pictures, they'll change the opacity, they'll, show out of context clips together. Like, that's the type of stuff that people do when they're trying to prove these conspiracy theories. What do people not do? Again,
they don't talk
look
about
at the
it ever.
actual caller. Like, talk to people that spend time with it. Talk to the dog trainer. Talk to people that walk the dog. Like,
The dog trainer was in a clip with Hasan talking about how he used shot color training. And I think Hasan agreed with him and said that he used, but like, okay.
all of those people can vouch that this dog is not abused. I'm on the payroll. Guys, I am not on anyone's payroll. I don't even have any freaking brand partnerships right now, okay?
Right now.
I don't have brand partnerships in part because I am constantly targeted in similar bad faith smear campaigns.
Does Linus Tech Tips, do they have like gear sponsors? Like, do they ever do like NVIDIA or Intel? They must do partnerships for electronic shit because it's their bread and butter. They have to, yeah. Okay.
Anyway. Why did I platform Haya? I didn't. Very much did not. I have reported very critically on her. Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but she has really gone off a cliff. And speaking of video, I think it's actually, I think part of the reason she's failing and like not really growing as an influencer anymore on the right, like her influence is so capped, is because she's so bad on video. She's so bad on video. And so I think libs of TikTok, first of all, it's not hitting as much as, like, it doesn't, like, her posts don't go as viral nearly remotely as they used to. And they don't have she doesn't have the partnerships right now, okay? I don't have brand partnerships in part because anyway.
Who was she talking about?
Why did I platform Haya? I didn't.
Libs of TikTok.
Very much did not. I have reported very critically on her. Also, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but she has really gone off a cliff. And speaking of video, I think it's actually, I think part of the reason she's failing and like not really growing as an influencer anymore on the right, like her influence is so capped, is because she's so bad on video. She's so bad on video. And so I think libs of TikTok, first of all, it's not hitting as much as, like, it doesn't, like, her posts don't go as viral nearly remotely as they used to. And they don't have she doesn't have the cultural relevance. The whole thing is just very ridiculous. Guys, I don't think Cutie, whatever.
Does she remind anyone of Lawyer Lauren, just the way she speaks? I think it's like a California Valley girl thing, no? Is that where she's from?
Her name is, said it was a shock collar. So it was an e-collar. It vibrates.
Pretty sure the CEO of the company, was that to my fan or was it somebody else who emailed him that checked if that was a shot caller? I think the CEO of the company confirmed, and we can see like the debunker himself, okay, has debunked this whole, it was not a shot caller. It was a shot caller, but you know, whatever.
Anyway. 2 hours. She said it was a shock collar. Well, it's not. It's a vibrating collar. I don't know what to tell her. She can go look at it again. It doesn't have shock collar. Like, I've seen that collar too. It doesn't have the prongs. Yeah, it doesn't have the prongs. If it doesn't have the prongs, it's not a shock collar. It doesn't have shock capabilities. Also, I need you guys to understand, again, shock collars are not like tasers. Yeah, she didn't say it was a shock collar, you guys. And yes, there's tape on the back of the collar where his phone number is written.
She's even giving the retarded Hasan thing. Oh my
Did you see the clip of Hasan today saying that she wasn't even wearing a collar during it?
Yeah. Somebody said it's really obvious on the video that he is wearing a collar.
Yeah, Kaya is wearing a collar.
Which is so silly. Yeah, if there's no prongs, then there is...
If there's no prongs, there's no wrongs.
There's no prongs, then it is not a shock collar. It does not have shock capabilities. Also, I'm just like, I care a lot about debunking, like...
The debunker.
The debunker.
The debunker. The debunker. He was really
I hate this fucking country.
Bad move. Or bad mood for this.
So much. You can be on a fucking mountain in the middle of Norway and get better internet than Los Angeles, California. And this is just like a moment of anger. This is a moment of fucking anger for like something that is just so routine, so silly, such a first world problem. But it is emblematic of all of America's much more consequential violence. Okay? It's the same reason as to why America, Kaya, please just fucking go, just stop. Reason as to why America,
Kaya, holy shit, I just noticed this.
Kaya, please just.
What's this huge like indent in her neck? this horrible shining shimmering indent. What's going on there?
I don't know, man.
What is that?
Fucking go, just stop.
Oh, where she clips her paw.
Hello, Hasan Slop?
Hasan Slop.
Jesus Christ.
You know she wasn't even wearing a collar in that video? Bet you didn't know that.
I knew. Oh, he's just ignoring you.
What? Listen, what?
He probably just woke up from his grandpa nap.
It's a dialogue tree. Wasn't wearing a collar, but if she was, there was no shock prongs. But if there were, they were cut off. But if there weren't, he didn't shock her anyways. He used the vibrate feature. But if he didn't, wasn't wearing the collar.
It was Mossad.
The phone number was behind the tape. Okay.
I mean, it was a Mossad op, wasn't it? We all agree with that at least.
It would. God damn, how successful
That'd be a good
would that be too? No, I mean to me that's equivalent to beepers.
That's some shit Mossad would do.
That would be fun.
Imagine poor Hasan actually specifically went out of his way to order the vibrating collar, and they made a special one that looked like a vibrating collar, but on the moment that he presses the button, the vibrating prongs, they come out and they fucking inject the dog with the bark serum, and then they, boom.
Get her.
Suddenly, Tweedledee and Tweedledummer just can't stop making big bucks off shrewd investments in companies making big bucks off connections to the government. They are experts in every industry now. This is about Trump's sons take stake in Kazakh miner that won $1.6 billion U.S. contract. Eric Trump. I would be very careful, Ron. I had no involvement in this transaction and have always been a passive investor with no management role in this vehicle. Any suggestion to the contrary would be both inaccurate and defamatory. Nice. Just the president's children casually threatening litigation.
Sue.
Good country. The Newsom lawsuit against Fox News is moving forward. Hopefully we get another discovery out of this at least. Could drones inside schools help stop a mass shooting? What?
Anything but get rid of, or make gun control stricter, huh?
Well, hold on. Maybe they're cooking with this one.
All right, pilots, good to go. Here in this Austin, Texas middle school, we're seeing how to stop a school shooting with a swarm of tiny drones. It's a new idea ripped from the world of indoor drone racing, placing a nest of drones inside hallways.
So what do you guys call this? We've just been calling it the box.
And launching them remotely the moment a lockdown begins.
So in a school shooting, most of the death happens in the first 2 minutes. And it's really hard to get an effective response there in that first 2 minutes.
Justin Marston is the founder of Campus Guardian Angel, the Texas startup that envisions drones mounted on the wall of every school nationwide, waiting for an emergency. For now, the system is still in trials here in Texas, with a pilot program launching in Florida and lawmakers in Georgia considering it next.
As soon as people see it, it becomes really obvious and compelling.
To prove it, I got to watch a test live.
Bye.
For this demonstration, the drone operators are right at our side, instead of in a control room where they navigate using a 3D scan of the school's interior. Part 1, speed. The drones rip through halls, scanning for a threat and feeding point-of-view video back in real time.
As soon as I can find him, 5 seconds later, I can be flying.
Bill King is a former Navy SEAL and co-founder of Campus Guardian Angel. Live drone video can be relayed to police, giving them a clearer picture before they move in.
So we've moved on to a different part of the demo now that apparently requires safety glasses.
Whoa.
The team here has now pulled out a stand-in shooter. His name?
Silent Bob.
Silent Bob?
Yep, because he never complains.
Even as he is pelted with pepper
They're so young, they don't even understand that they could be making a reference to that. Cute.
spray balls, enough to stop a real shooter. Even an unarmed drone can still pack a punch.
Dude, HASLOP is going to be so sick in the future.
Jesus.
Dude, I want them to have fucking grenades attached to these things. Just fucking full FPV Ukraine shit on school shooters.
Why?
Why not? Fuck them. They're trying to take out a bunch of kids. Fucking blow them the fuck up with an RPG.
What about the collateral damage to the kids?
What about if you let them continue sitting there spraying and praying the kids? That'll be worse.
A few of you will die.
By ramming into them.
Automatic shotguns.
Anything that causes that distraction, anything that takes their attention away from potential victims is a win.
Rick Goodrich is the chief of safety and security for a school district near San Antonio.
When a drone enters the room, it's the only thing you're thinking about.
Campus Guardian Angel admits this system will not be cheap, costing schools about as much as a school police officer's salary and benefits. This technology is still in its early phases and has never been used in an actual school shooting. But the hope is this can be an emerging tool in a fight with no easy answers.
If we see somebody murdering children, we want to stop them murdering children.
Yeah. Good point. True.
We're about to see how this works beyond just a demonstration. Florida's first pilot program launches tomorrow at a high school in Deltona, but not everyone is convinced this system is a game changer because some critics argue it may not offer much beyond what security cameras already provide and question whether it's the best use of already tight school budgets. So as this rolls out, it won't just be how this works or whether this works, but whether schools find that this is really worth it.
Why can't you just like put knives on the drones and have them like actually stop the dude? No? That's got to be the next stage.
I don't think they have enough force to... Like ice picks they could do. I don't think that stops you.
Really?
Yep. Grenades. I'm telling you, the future.
Ex-YouTuber convicted of sexual assault Jack Densmore makes video going over court documents and transcripts. It is pretty compelling. Maybe D-Man should do a rape review. Jesus. He was convicted, though? Also, wait. Our Hasan resident expert is in here. When do you know when did Valkyrie and Hasan break up?
Wait, did they?
Yeah, I think they did a while ago.
I have no idea.
You have no idea. Really?
I have no idea.
Oh, he's typing. All right, I see.
I'm not typing. I genuinely have no fucking idea. The only reason I even knew in the first place was like there was that photo of them like holding hands or kissing or something under the table at like some OTV event or something from 100 years ago.
Wow.
I've been crying a lot. But it's more so like not that not I'm okay. It's more so I've been speaking to my I spoke to my ex a lot, and their messages were really sad, and I feel so it's very emotional, yeah, but you know, it's life is lifing, and it's like, wow, holy crap, I can't believe. Yeah, sorry to hear that. No, it's okay. It's just it just makes me wonder, you know, what life could have been like if, you know, things were different. It's like, it's sad. It's just, life is sad. You know, there's sometimes when, you know, I'm sure you guys understand where you know someone and then like maybe they get addicted to drugs, or maybe they just like they're too immature, or maybe they just
Somebody said they broke up because he doesn't want kids and she does. Is that on some drama thing somewhere that I missed, or
they're really poor, like they're doing things for the wrong reasons, and then sometimes don't go back. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know where life's gonna take me.
So she's single, huh?
Mootin'.
Cheap flights, insane.
Is there an easy way to get a YouTube link without having to wait for the ads on this? Like if I see this.
You can copy it and put it in your YouTube.
Where? What do I copy, Mootin'?
Just buy YouTube fucking premium. For
I
that
have
account.
YouTube Premium, but the embedded YouTube here is not logged in.
I've never had. Get ad block then, and just have it on for Reddit.
Just right click and
FPL,
copy.
our teams are...
Wait, right click what? Right click what, Mootin'? Yeah, you don't have anything. You're a piece of shit. Fuck you.
Yellow card.
My name's Jack.
Yeah, I was a jammer.
My name's Jack. I'm a content creator, or I used to be until
If you're reading this, I'm in prison. Wait, how big of a content creator was he?
I had my life torn apart by a false accusation. Since this situation went public, I've received death threats. I've been banned from establishments. All of my YouTube channels have been taken down. I've lost friends. I've lost work opportunities, pretty much everything. I'm innocent. That's all I gotta say, really. Everybody knows I'm innocent. I did not want to have to make this video, but I've been silent on this issue for as long as possible.
Wait.
I'm innocent. I did not want to have to make this video.
That's not the judge, right? Or what is this
But I've been
outfit?
silent on this issue.
That's probably the judge.
No, shot. Why would the judge be standing next to him on... It's a Canadian court?
That's all I gotta say, really. Everybody knows I'm innocent. I did not want to have to make this video, but I've been silent on this issue for as long as possible, and enough is enough. My appeal
Real quick, Captain Dan from Destiny.GG chat said, I watched this. This guy likely raped. There you go.
This month, and I'm waiting on the decision. So I still have to be extremely careful about what I say. My goal with this video is to share what happened in a non-biased a way as I possibly can. I'm gonna try my best not to be emotional and just be completely neutral here and share objective facts and evidence to show my innocence. The timelines of the encounter, inconsistencies in the evidence and testimony, and that there are enough inconsistencies to make you go read the full testimony yourself. Legally, I'm not allowed to say as much as I would like to, but I'm gonna do my best to share what I can. Before anything else, I do want to say this. I believe survivors of sexual assault and false accusations of sexual assault deserve to be taken seriously and treated with compassion. I've been through both. Nothing I'm about to say is meant to minimize real harm.
Wow.
That being said, let's get into it. In February 2021, I was falsely accused and charged with sexual assault from a consensual encounter between myself and a woman in August 2020. I'll refer to her as the accuser. My legal team and I spent several years going back and forth to get records and evidence to help my case, and we finally went to trial in 2024, and the judge wrongfully convicted me. I say wrongfully as I have always maintained my innocence, and I will explain why in a bit.
Okay.
Based on how things go with my appeal, there are two options. Either the appellant court will order me a new trial, or I'll have to spend 3 years in jail for something I didn't do, and my life is essentially over. And in the meantime, there's been newspaper articles.
3 years? First offense? What kind of sexual assault are we talking here?
There's been documentaries and all kinds of misinformation put out. So now I'm going to go over some information to help you get a better grip of what actually happened. At the time of the incident, I was a YouTuber, actor, filmmaker, and primarily known for pranks. I've been working full-time and earning a living as a content creator since approximately 2016. I met the accuser after matching with her on Tinder. Tinder is an app for people to go and hook up with. I recognized her from one of my party videos, McMaster Hoko 2019. On that day, this person managed to find me and my camera crew in a crowd of 10,000 people in order to be interviewed. After matching on Tinder, we messaged on Instagram, texting and flirting before agreeing to meet up. The accuser drove approximately 30 minutes from Oakville to my house in Hamilton, Ontario.
Desperate. Just kidding. Just kidding.
Showed her around, and then she asked for a tour of my YouTube studio. I suggested we should go for a hike. We then left my house and drove to a hiking trail, but upon arriving, it was getting dark, so we agreed to return to my house and watch Netflix and chill. Upon returning to my house, we did just that. We watched Netflix and we had a consensual encounter. I'm not proud to admit this, but at the time, I was sleeping around with a bunch of different women. The accuser also had multiple different partners recently before me, as per DNA evidence, as well as confirming sleeping with an alleged boyfriend just a few days prior to meeting me. Now, to clarify, this is not...
Wait, how could you know somebody is sleeping around with multiple people as per DNA evidence? Like, okay, never mind. I don't know. That's...
judgment on her character. Rather, it's to provide context on our generation's modern culture of frequent hookups. In retrospect, I definitely should not have been sleeping with these women. But I was a young guy, and I was famous on the internet. I would often film a quick consent video when having sexual encounters with strangers that knew I had a large following as a proactive way to ensure I had clear...
Wait, shit, fuck! A consent video? What was I thinking? This guy's a king.
Consent from whoever I was hooking up with, especially women who have been featured in a previous video of mine. This is not a normal way to live, but it is common in society and especially amongst athletes, celebrities, and public figures. So during our encounter, I attempted to film a consent video and she informed me that she didn't want to be recorded. So I stopped the recording and deleted whatever was briefly recorded right in front of her. We then continued what we were doing, having a consensual sexual encounter. I want to be very clear here. The encounter was enthusiastic, ongoing. There was no confusion about it. She was consenting, as was I. She communicated consent in many different ways, particularly verbally, asking me to spank her and telling me during sex, f me, f daddy, amongst other things. I don't want to repeat them, but you can go and read the things that she said to me in the transcripts. After finishing our encounter, we chatted briefly before I politely told her I had to be up early in the morning, and I asked her to leave.
Damn! Uh-oh.
That was the conclusion of the date. Quoting from the court transcript, although the accuser originally told police that she was obviously fine with being asked to leave, her testimony at trial revealed otherwise.
One quick meme, and I know most people don't do this, most people don't remember me. I personally think it's the more you talk about ahead of time, the better. Like, what are your expectations? Are you planning on staying the night? Are you planning on whatever? Like, it's so good to have that figured out ahead of time so that there aren't different expectations, because people get real salty about how that could end up otherwise.
Originally told police that she was obviously fine with being asked to leave. Her testimony at trial revealed otherwise. In cross-examination, she admitted that the dismissal did not feel good, and she agreed with trial counsel that she felt worthless because she was treated as a conquest or notch on Mr. Densmore's bedpost. So in hindsight, I can absolutely see why this would make her feel bad. She had traveled to see me. She was texting her friends and family about me and our date ahead of time. In particular, some
You're telling your friends that your biggest dream is to, be on Saturday Night Live.
They skid someone out.
Wait, was this I'm sorry, did I miss this? Did he work on SNL or something? Or wait, is that an abbreviation for his... I don't know.
Bedpost. So in hindsight, I can absolutely see why this would make her feel bad. She had traveled to see me. She was texting her friends and family about me.
Wait. I'm going to search do the message. Okay, hold on. Do you agree with that? I may have. Okay, and then if you did, then that means that was one thing that you definitely knew about Jack before you met him, that he wasn't the one, right? I might have then, made the assumption that he wasn't the one. Okay. It's gonna be 16. There's this message actually on the day of the date, right? Yeah, just a couple hours before you actually meet Jack, right? Yes. You've already formed some kind of an opinion about Jack, right? That he's not the one, though, right? I assume that it wasn't going to lead to a very serious relationship, but it was still open to the possibility. So you're open to the possibility of having a serious relationship with Jack.
And our date ahead of time.
Okay, so just so that you understand that, all right, and there it is. I just realized my biggest dream in life is to intern at SNL, even though that will never happen because I don't have the skills or connections, right? Yes, all right, so you're telling your friends that this is like your biggest dream is to, be on SNL Live, right? Yeah, that's at the time, yes. We're on page 3. I don't know what this has to do with what he's talking about, but okay, I don't know.
In particular, some high expectations for me. Kicking her...
The same feel. Oh, okay, but you would agree with me that that's not the same feeling that you'd have in that hypothetical scenario that you'd had with Jack, right? I disagree. I wouldn't say it made me feel more special, even though you knew all those things that about what? Okay, I don't know.
Route was rude and dismissive. I didn't think that way at the time, but I regret how I handled that. And if I could go back, I would do things differently. With that being said, all of the sexual activity that we did was consensual.
To be fair, there's nothing wrong with asking somebody to leave. I think it's on both parties to get some kind of like understanding of what's going to happen after. Ideally, before you hook up. I mean, you're being cowardly as the girl or the guy if you're not clarifying, because you're just hoping that they'll not say anything, I guess, in the heat of the moment, or after the heat of the moment, I guess, technically. And then if you're the guy, you're playing a risky game by not clarifying because that might upset the person, yeah.
Consensual. And when I say consensual, I don't mean ambiguous or neutral. I mean it was enthusiastic, encouraging, and ongoing. And I testified to that under oath. To put it simply, the whole thing was a typical one-night stand. Just to be clear, my charge had nothing to do with filming a consent video. It was entirely based on an allegation that I non-consensually assaulted this person. Dang. This was shocking to me. It absolutely destroyed my mental health. And for months, I was so confused. What the f am I being charged with? We do know what the reasons were now, and we'll get into those later, but I was charged in February 2021, and these charges were then made public in October 2022. After the...
Haven't you said in the past that if girls coming over alone to hang out or something, that always means sex? Am I misremembering that take? That's a different take related to a different thing, and I don't know how you think that take relates to what I just said right now, but okay.
February 2021, and these charges were then made public in October 2022 after the accuser contacted my city's local newspaper to run a story about these allegations before that year's McMaster Hoko was to take place. During this time, I felt absolute agony. I stopped making comedy and prank videos because just, to put it simply, lost my sense of humor, and it's embarrassing to admit, but I felt helpless. Now I want to give you an overview on these things in society. Through legal counsel and many other stories that have been shared with me, I've learned that my case is not unique. False accusations are common.
Somebody said it was not a consent video. He's lying.
And absolutely devastating to the victims. For those that don't know, in Canada, there is no actual evidence required to charge and convict somebody in this type of crime.
Wait, what?
Actual evidence.
Yes, you can be charged with sexual assault in Canada without physical evidence. Here's what you need to know. The Crown can lay charges based on reasonable grounds, even without physical evidence. Testimony from the complainant is legally considered evidence of court, of course. Convictions can be made solely on credible witness testimony if it meets the beyond a reasonable doubt standard. Many Canadians falsely assume physical evidence required for charges and convictions. This is a dangerous exception.
Evidence required to charge, and for those that don't know, in Canada, there is no actual evidence required to charge and convict somebody in this type of crime. In most...
That statement is so egregiously incorrect. I would say that it would call the entire rest of his, at least legal conclusions of this video, into question, but okay.
assault cases, there isn't actually any concrete evidence. It ends up just being one person's word versus another. He said, she said situation. To put it simply, telling the truth is not enough. So as an accused person, the only strategy you have is to find lies, discrepancies, contradictions in the accuser's story. So imagine you or your loved one is being accused despite there being zero evidence. If you or your loved one's defense lawyer cannot question the credibility of the person making these accusations, it will most likely lead to a conviction, and there's nothing you can do about it. As much as
do you not have grounds to examine or cross-examine the person accusing you? In Canada, are you not allowed to confront your accuser?
this system and laws were put into place with good intentions to help real victims and real survivors, an unfortunate side effect is that they are highly abusable and exploitable. They often take years of time, hundreds of thousands of dollars, and the accused person loses their job, loses their reputation, and is publicly shamed, and potentially even ends up in jail for something they didn't do. But aside from that, from the defendant's standpoint, there are also laws that have been put into place to make it even more difficult to defend yourself. In a normal trial, you can get access to information such as records, messages, emails, etc. However, in assault cases, the police and prosecutors can, and in my case, they did, actively redact any and all information or evidence to prevent you from using it in your defense. So in my case, it was brought to our attention that there were thousands of communication records that had been redacted by the police. We later found out that the police not only redacted all of this data, but they actually emailed the accuser and said, "Is there anything specifically that you would like us to redact?" And then she replied saying, "Yes, I would like you to redact all of the emails with my therapist and all of the communications with her alleged boyfriend, and in particular, specific emails that were very, very telling about what actually happened that night." And I will get into them later on. But anyways, back to the evidence. At one point, I remember they gave us about 90 different pages, and around 80 of them were completely blacked out. I'm not a lawyer. I'm actually kind of an idiot. But from what I've been explained by legal counsel, this makes it incredibly hard to defend yourself at trial. For example, if there is evidence that we're bringing that contradicts their version of events, they can change their version of events before trial. So why is it like this now? Well, first of all, obviously,
So the issue is that, like, the first thing he said was just so wrong. You can have any conviction without physical evidence. Remember, physical evidence is, I think, almost always, or at the very least more often than not, that's circumstantial evidence. It doesn't necessarily tell you anything has happened. Direct evidence is like eyewitness testimony. It can be stronger, it can be weaker. It really just depends on the totality of the circumstances. Like, even rape kits are circumstantial evidence. There's DNA in you, there's marks in you. Like, it doesn't necessarily mean you were raped. It just shows that there were some circumstances that arose, and maybe you can argue a crime was committed based on those circumstances. But it's not like a person directly witnessing a crime. Him saying that you don't need any evidence was just wrong. That was just a total lie. What that earlier website said that he even showed was that you don't need physical evidence. Like, maybe you don't need a rape kit, which you wouldn't, right? 10 people could witness somebody murdering somebody, and you might be able to convict that person even without any physical evidence. I know for a murder, you're most likely going to have some, but he horrendously misquoted that. So I wouldn't rely on any of the legal interpretation he's giving you here for anything, because it just seems like he either has a very poor understanding or doesn't understand or is lying about it. Yeah.
Like this now? Well, first of all, obviously, it's intended to protect real survivors from privacy concerns as well as trials being delayed. But what it really is they essentially wanted to get more convictions. After the 2016 acquittal of John Gomeshi, which led to significant changes to Canadian law, frequently referred to as the Gomeshi rules. This was implemented via Bill C-51 and subsequent legislation, which are designed to make it easier to secure convictions by altering how evidence regarding a complainant's credibility is handled. These changes were meant to counteract how in the Gomeshi trial, the defense was able to use contradictory evidence like emails and photos to successfully challenge the credibility of witnesses and get an acquittal. In summary, because of Bill C-51 and the Gomeshi rules, if there is evidence that shows contradictions in the accuser's statements, it can be discarded. And even if it's not discarded and it is allowed at trial, it has to be given to them and approved, and that gives them the opportunity to prepare for it and potentially alter a story. This is what has been put into effect to get more convictions. The problem is it is potentially at the cost of innocent people going to jail and having their life ruined. Again, I want to preface, I'm not a lawyer, but that is my understanding of the law, and I'm open to being corrected. Now, right off the bat, from the statements of the accuser alone, we had many examples of inaccuracies, contradictions, and story changes. But once we found out that there was all of this actual evidence that had been intentionally redacted, we became very curious. After several years and over $100,000 just in pretrial application costs, we were able to get a significant portion of the redacted evidence, including emails, text messages, etc. After reviewing them, it was quite clear that there were multiple strong motives to fabricate these allegations. Now, if we go back to the encounter, remember that the accuser only actually had an issue with my attempt to film a consent video. This is what was so confusing to me, because I was there. She initiated sex with me afterwards, and we continued having sex. All of this material is available in the official trial transcripts, which you can go over in the description. But even though I deleted whatever was recorded, she had a massive concern on whether or not this video still existed and was worried that it would be circulated online. And we know this because it was mentioned multiple different times. For example, from the April 18th transcript. And what about if he actually took a video? If he did and that got out, that could ruin my entire life. That is from the email she sent her therapist the night of our date. From April 18th, this is at 2:22 p.m. on August the 7th, 2 days after August the 5th. Also, I'm going to the police, maybe not to press charges, but I want to tell them and report it and see if they could do anything about him possibly taking a video or picture of me. End quote. My lawyer asked, you sent this, right? She responds, yes. My lawyer, okay, so again, the primary purpose for going to the police that you are sure you want them to do something about is to see if he took pictures or videos of you. The accuser, yes. Lawyer, and in your mind, you would agree that that would entail them having to at least go to his house, talk to him. Accuser, yes. And taking his phone. Accuser, yes. Okay, and then making sure that there wasn't anything there that you had in a compromised picture or video, right? Accuser, yes. If you want to double check this, this is all in the testimony on April 18th. So when she contacted the police, her concern was to know for sure that the video was truly deleted. However, the only way that the police can search a phone is by obtaining a warrant, and a warrant can only be obtained if there was a crime. From the appeal, although this factual conclusion was not mandatory, given the evidence reaching it meant that when the accuser left Mr. Densmore's home, she believed he possessed a compromising video of her on his phone, which increased the probative value of evidence supporting a potential motive to fabricate. As Justice Krawchenko concluded, the accuser's most significant concern was that Mr. Densmore had images or videos of her on his phone. It was essential to consider whether the accuser made the sexual assault allegation partly or fully to prompt police to access his device, especially since the police apparently would not take action unless she made a formal complaint. In regards to her email to the police, she said, I'm unsure if I want to press charges at this time, but I'm deeply concerned as to if he has any photos or videos of me. Following back and forth communication with the police, the accuser eventually went in and gave an official statement nearly 2 months later. She then described a non-consensual encounter that, to be frank, did not happen. I'm going to try and say this as politely as possible. There are multiple points in the accuser's testimony which contradict her police statements and her testimony at trial. I want to share a few major discrepancies, and then you can decide for yourself. Now, as a warning, some of the information I'm about to share is graphic and potentially triggering, but I must go into these details so that you can see just a couple of the major...
He's doing a lot of sneaky edits to hide things. He keeps cutting to general statements. Like, again, you can read below. Yeah, I actually don't believe this guy at all. And actually, watching this is actually triggering the fuck out of me. Because now I'm wondering if people are going to accuse me in my manifesto of doing stuff like this. Like, he's reading... When somebody says you can read in a filing, like an affidavit or a declaration or a complaint, you can write whatever you want in there. It doesn't necessarily mean it's true. Like, there's a big difference between somebody said this in a deposition or somebody, attested to this in a declaration or somebody claimed this in a complaint. None of that has been like tested or probed by the other side, like theoretically, like Pixie could make a YouTube video and go 15 women accused him, and you can see that in the filing below where she claims that in the complaint, but that doesn't mean it actually happened. And he's showing a lot of like documents where like that one thing that looked like below that he was quoting from to talk about her motivation was this looks like a motion that his attorney filed. I don't even know. And I don't even know if this was ruled on or agreed upon by the... I'm not sure, because he's not saying what the filing is. He's just saying you can read it below. This court has repeatedly adopted similar provision holding trial judges must address any potential blah, blah, blah. Like, this reads like a thing. Somebody's saying it's his appeal. Yeah, so I don't know. Okay.
Nearly 2 months later. She then described a non-consensual encounter that, to be frank, did not happen. I'm going to try and say this as politely as possible. There are multiple points in the accuser's testimony which contradict her police statements and her testimony at trial. I want to share a few major discrepancies, and then you can decide for yourself. Now, as a warning...
Like, what is the point? What is he trying to do right now? I don't know. Is he just trying to save his YouTube channel or something? Or does he think this will help his appeal? Or I don't know.
Some of the information I'm about to share is graphic and potentially triggering, but I must go into these details so that you can see just a couple of the major discrepancies and inconsistencies in this person's testimony. I'm just comparing her version of events compared to her other versions of events and her own testimony. Let's proceed. The accuser testified that I aggressively removed her shirt and pulled down her dress. In testimony, she claimed...
Wait, let me use the restroom real quick.
No, you're not allowed.
What?
I'm not letting you. All right, he went. Fuck it. Yes or no? Are you pissing? I'm retarded. I'm a retard. I'm a retard. I'm retarded. Hey. Hey, reminder, guys, go to shrimple.as or destiny.gg/store to buy our anything else merch, man. It's very poggers. Very cool. Doesn't look stupid. Ah! Yeah, where's the Hasan sound? The shipping's $40 to Canada. Yeah, I know, but that is literally, I guess, apparently, I talked to our guy. That's the cheapest that they can fucking do it to Canada. Shipping's expensive, man. I'm sorry. Us Canadians, we could band together and we could do one big mass shipment together. We could do one big mass shipment. Distributed it. We could all go to the Toronto fucking fuck, what is it called? Like the basketball center where they play the Raptors, and we can all hand it out. Ship it to someone's house on the border and smuggle it over. Holy shit. We can get a Destiny GG fucking smuggling ring going, man. That's genius, dude. Sorry. Anyways, buy your Shrimple merch, okay?
What are you screaming about?
Smuggling rings. Problem?
No. Oh, I had, especially when we were getting into the technical shit on the deposition, I felt kind of bad. The court reporter lady stopped me for a second, and she was like, she said, "Sir, the fastest stenographer on record can do 330 words per minute, and we only have to be certified up to 250 for court reporting stuff, and you're speaking at about 400 words per minute. Can you please slow down?" Sorry.
That's so nice of her, though. She's like, please, please help me.
I imagine for the technical stuff, because there was an answer. There's so many technical questions. Joan will ask her, then she was like, "Can you explain what you mean by time codes here or whatever?" And I'm like, "Well,
I assume it slows you down, right?"
Well, no. No, I can speak a lot about it, but because it's technical stuff, you're probably not used to typing it. So when I'm saying things
that's what I meant. Yeah, her typing it. Yeah.
Oh yeah, probably. I guess yeah. But. Fake news. Hey, it'll be in the transcript. I think that was on the record, unless she waited till the thing got turned off to say it.
He started by removing my shirt and pulling down my dress so that my breasts were exposed. Then, in cross-examination, she further insisted, no, he didn't ask me to take it off. He just started to take it off. My lawyer asked again, "You're sure about that?" To which the accuser confirmed, yes. She made this allegation in testimony and then get off.
I don't remember specifically where, but yes, I was touching him. Okay, and he was also touching you. Yes, and at one point while he's touching you, right, he starts to massage your breast, right? Yes, and again, I'm going to stress to you that you're showing your interest in that, right? Yes, okay, and at that point, maybe not exactly that point, but shortly thereafter, okay, he asks you to take your t-shirt off. Do you agree with that? No, he didn't ask you to take it off. He just started to take it off. Are you allowed to lead the witness when it's cross or when it's direct? On cross-examination, you can lead the witness, but you can't on direct examination, right? I don't remember.
On cross,
my lawyer.
Yeah.
On cross, you can, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah.
Asked again, "You're sure about that?" To which the accuser confirmed, yes. She made this allegation in testimony and then doubled down on this in cross-examination with my lawyer. However, these new allegations she made in her testimony are totally different from her actual statement to police. To police, she said, "So we went to his room and we were just sitting on his bed, and he put on a show on Netflix, and then he put his arm around me, and then after a few minutes kissed me, which I was okay with, and then he told me take off my shirt, which I was comfortable with because I was wearing a dress underneath it." So in her original story, she claims that I politely requested her to take her shirt off, and she did it herself voluntarily and comfortably. However, at trial, she said, "He started by removing my shirt and pulling down my dress so that my breasts were exposed." Then in cross-examination, she further insisted, again, as part of this aggressive encounter she's trying to paint, "No, he didn't ask me to take it off. He just started to take it off." My lawyer confirmed, "Are you sure?" She confirmed, "Yes, that is how it happened." However, my lawyer then confronted her with her own original statement to police, and he reminded her that this is what she said. And then he asked her again what actually happened. She then confirmed her original story, which is that I asked her to take her shirt off, and she did so voluntarily. My lawyer further confirmed, asking, "Because you're the one that took your shirt off with his request, and that was your way of showing interest or consenting, right?" To which she responded, "Yes." This is a clear example of willingness to intentionally remove and omit participation and change details to suit the false narrative of an aggressive, non-consensual encounter, which, to put it simply, just never happened. Moving on. There were fabricated bruises. The accuser claims that I aggressively bit her breasts, causing bruising, swelling, and red marks for days after. On August 6th, less than 1 day after our date, the nurse examined her breasts and found 0 bruising, 0 swelling, and 0 red marks. This was totally fabricated. From the appeal, in her examination in chief, the accuser described an aggressive sexual assault. It began when Mr. Densmore removed her shirt and pulled down her dress, exposing her breasts. She testified that Mr. Densmore kissed and bit her breasts, which was quite painful, and that the biting left bruises and red marks that lingered for 2 to 3 days after their encounter. He then pushed her onto her back, got on top of her, and penetrated her digitally. Page 34. Though the events described above qualify as a violent sexual assault, Justice Krawchenko flatly rejected the accuser's account, noting how it conflicted with evidence from the nurse who examined the accuser's breasts and found no bite marks or bruising. He also noted a major inconsistency about digital penetration that was brought out in cross-examination. This is another clear example of...
So, I don't know. I have no idea why he's making this video, who he's making this for. But, like, to a layman, it sounds like, oh, wow, even the judge is saying this lady is full of shit on this. Like, damn, that's crazy. However, if the judge still found you guilty after all of this, then what the fuck was the rest of the evidence? How was your case so fucked that the judge is throwing out, you know, portions of this testimony that seem to impeach the witness's character, but he still found you guilty? What's going on here? I don't understand. Okay.
Fabricating an aggressive, non-consensual encounter, as the accusations of bruises, bite marks, and red swelling for days after were entirely fabricated and confirmed by the nurse. Not days after, but the next day.
Well, the jury found him guilty, not the judge, right? It sounds like he said a judge found him guilty, so they did like a, I don't know if you call it a bench trial in Canada. I thought I heard him say that, so maybe it was just a judge, but I'm not 100% sure.
August 6th. Next, in her police statement, she said that I got on top of her aggressively.
I linked the evidence in my logs. He lost on appeal is the most recent thing. Oh, and this was a month ago. Oh, he has a give send go. Maybe trying to raise money. Where is the, what was he actually convicted of? Life Restoration Fund. Jesus. Damn. He has a whole, he's got, I do manifestos. He's got a website. Fuck. I need to have, wait, you have that thing soundboarded, right?
Which one?
Fuck. That one.
I don't think so.
What?
Oh, the font? I don't do that because Hasan ruined it for me. I would only do it ironically now. Because Hasan presses it all the time and it makes me fucking cringe.
Okay.
You can DM Hasan for it though.
He was wrongfully convicted of sexual assault in July of 2024. Okay.
Next, in her police statement, she said that I got on top of her aggressively, and in her description to the Crown, she shared detailed allegations about this without any mention of her participation. In April 17th, cross-examination, however, she had...
Okay, quick.
A Hamilton YouTuber was sentenced to 3 years behind bars today for sexually assaulting a McMaster student back in 2020. Up until just 1 day ago, Jack Densmore was posting on one of his YouTube channels to hundreds of thousands of subscribers. Kelly Botello has more.
1 day ago, Jack Densmore was uploading his latest video to YouTube.
As long as you have 1 or 2 friends or people that believe in you, then that's all you actually need to accomplish the things that you want to.
Today, he was taken to jail after a judge sentenced him to 3 years behind bars for sexually assaulting a young woman in 2020.
Hey guys, welcome back to my channel. Today, I'm looking for a back-to-school girlfriend.
Densmore rose to internet fame with videos of him attempting to pick up women on university campuses, interviewing drunk people at Hess Village, and partying with students. More recently, his content has shifted to him giving men advice.
In this video, I'm going to teach you how to attract women.
What's up, boys? So everybody's been through a dry spell at some point. I'm going to tell you a story about how I overcame a dry spell I had in the past.
By refusing to take no for an answer. Just kidding. I don't know.
Listen, man, women are much more attracted to you than you are aware of.
In 2020, Densmore was on a first date with a McMaster University student when they became intimate. At first, it was consensual, until Densmore pulled out his phone to start recording. Densmore argued he was recording a consent video, while the woman said it was his attempt to make a sex video.
Wait a second. Either I wasn't paying attention much, or I misunderstood, or he totally lied. I thought that he made this like consent video like way ahead of time, before any sexual stuff was happening. But maybe the reporter could be wrong.
Densmore then had forced intercourse with the woman, sexually assaulting her.
You misunderstood. He did say it was during? Oh, okay. What is a consent video? Just a video you guys banging is a consent video? Your Honor? Okay. I don't know. Okay.
Her, the judge decided. The judge reiterated today that a sexual assault is a very serious act of violence, one that requires a penitentiary sentence, although he did take into consideration that this is Densmore's first offense.
Mr. Densmore maintains his innocence.
Wait, this was what? Oh, no, wait. Lawyer, sorry.
His family maintains his innocence. I maintain his innocence.
Densmore's lawyer, Mark Fay.
Is this normal? This is what lawyers dress up as in Canada?
I've never seen that. I don't know.
And
oh,
he
Lord,
says
look what
the
my lawyer's
conviction
wearing.
will be appealed.
The notice of appeal has already been filed with the Court of Appeal, and we are awaiting a decision about bail pending appeal.
Densmore is facing another charge of sexual assault in an unrelated case involving a different woman. That trial is pending.
Wait, what? Hold on.
About bail pending appeal.
Densmore is facing another charge of sexual assault in an unrelated case involving a different woman. That trial is pending.
Damn.
Kelly Botello, CHCH News.
Okay. All right.
He admitted that after a few minutes of kissing, she swung her legs over my body and straddled.
Regarding the second trial, the accusers dropped the charges, citing not wanting to go to trial. Okay.
Me before removing her shirt. Straddling as in...
What?
That was a joke about Pixie dropping the charges because she doesn't want to go to trial.
Jesus.
Mounting me, so sitting on top of my genital area, and grinding her groin area directly on mine while sitting upright on top of me. She also said, now, that she smiled and moaned and that I would remark I liked it or moan. Again, this shows that she was an active participant, contrary to all of her previous statements. This is from April 17th, 2024. Next, in a statement to police, she said that she didn't make a single noise or sound besides, ow. Then, in cross-examination, she admitted to making noises, moaning, and saying, I like it, during various stages of sexual activity to show her consent that she was an active participant. From the appeal, another inconsistency was the accuser's avowal that the vast majority of the encounter took place in near silence. In chief, she was a silent recipient of Mr. Densmore's advances. She testified that, other than providing her with specific directions, the only sound made by either party was Mr. Densmore calling her a slut.
Damn!
In closing submissions, trial counsel describes the accuser's initial depiction as an incomprehensible narrative of a silent movie. It also seemed to be incomprehensible to the accuser, who admitted on cross-examination on multiple occasions that they were both moaning and that she was breathing heavy and that she uttered the words, I like that. Next, we're going to start talking about some of the therapist statements. Now, I understand that therapy is something that is very personal, it's very private, and a lot of people watching this might be in therapy, so I'm not using this in any way to try to minimize therapy or discredit therapists in general, okay? Just want to start by saying that. There were many issues with the statements to the therapist, including inaccuracies given to the therapist by the accuser, which led to the therapist giving very strong opinions and recommendations, which ended up leading to reshaping what actually happened in the mind of the accuser, in addition to collusion. And if you don't know what collusion is, Google it, because it's very bad. The accuser was asked about some of these statements throughout the trial. In this particular one from April 18th, my lawyer, okay, so you're not very truthful with your therapist, are you? The accuser, no, I'm extremely truthful to her. My lawyer, extremely truthful, right? Accuser, yes. My lawyer, that's how you characterize what you're saying to her. The accuser, yes. Here in particular, she made a statement to her therapist where she inaccurately depicted our date and implied, very dangerously, that I tricked her into coming into my house. I debated whether to send this or not because maybe I'm just being dramatic or stupid or overthinking or reading into something that didn't happen. Or maybe it just brought this whole thing onto myself. But I went on a date tonight. We were supposed to go for a hike and then drinks. But when I showed up to his house, he said it was too late to go for a walk, so we started watching a movie. My lawyer asked, have I read that accurately? The accuser confirms, yes. My lawyer, and that's not what happened, is it? Accuser, not all the details, no. My lawyer, but that's what you told her happened, right? Accuser, yes. Pause. Inaccuracies like that are super important because they have a severe impact on the therapist's perception of events, which leads to response.
I'm so sorry. I don't understand what the point of this video is. These are all great arguments to make in front of a judge, but why is he making them? I don't understand what the point of this video is.
This is from the therapist that as a therapist's responses would give massive influence over the accuser. So the therapist receives this amongst other inaccurate statements continuing from April 18th. So these are your records that she's made about sessions that she's had with you. And the session date is Friday, August the 7th. We spent the session going over her experience and looking at potential stuck points where she blamed herself. In reviewing the evening, it is clear the accuser attempted to make good decisions and that he was clearly a predator, skilled in having her make small changes to their plans until she was in his apartment. Have I read that correctly? The accuser confirms, yes. The accuser claims to be extremely truthful to her therapist, giving a completely inaccurate statement about the date to her therapist with a very misleading implication. As a result, the therapist tells her, with authority, he was clearly a predator, skilled in having her make small changes to their plans until she was in his apartment. She then takes these various responses she gets from her therapist and sends them to her friends and family. Also from April 18th. Yeah, Dr. Therapist said that he seemed very calculated in the way he acted, like he had thought it out, and that I'm not the first. So now, she's giving false information to the therapist. The therapist is responding, and then she's taking what the therapist is responding and sending it to her friends using the authority of the therapist. This is one of the many messages that the accuser sent to her friends and family. You can see more in the May 31st closing arguments. Now, during testimony at trial, her statement changed. April 12th, you said the tour was approximately 15 minutes, nothing unusual. What happens after that? She answers, then he suggests that we go for a hike. Oh, And how did you then end up going for a hike? What happens after that? He suggested that we drive to a trail that was close by to his house. So I agreed to that, and we started driving there. So the accuser admitted that actually I suggested we go for a hike, which was the original plan, and then we left the house. Okay, so you described driving towards the escarpment. Accuser, Do you eventually stop somewhere? Accuser, no. He says that it's busy and that we shouldn't bother going on a hike because it's getting dark out. Going a bit down, then what happens? Accuser, so then he suggests going back to his house. Are you able to give us an estimate about how long you were trying to locate a hiking trail? Accuser, again, not long, maybe 15, 20 minutes. And so, did you agree with his suggestion to go back to his house? Accuser, I did. We then returned to the house after she agreed to return and watch Netflix and chill. But literally the same night as the date, August 5th, she then goes and tells a very different and inaccurate version the same night. So many implications, opinions, responses, and collusion and influences were made from these inaccurate statements. And what's super concerning about all this, aside from that, she never corrected her therapist by saying, actually, he did suggest going for a hike, and then we actually did leave the house and go to the hiking trail. And we only returned after she agreed to because it was getting dark. Another
thoughts on his defense so far? Well, but the problem is that what you're seeing is you're seeing a one-sided defense that somebody would use in court, but like we have no idea what the response would be to this because we're just getting his side of it. But I mean, like they must have presented all of this to the court and they'd still lost their case. They lost a criminal case too. This is like a high standard of conviction, ideally. So I don't know. That's why I'm not sure why I don't know what the point of this video is. I'm not sure.
thing she never acknowledged. The reason it was getting dark is why we came back was because she showed up over 30 minutes late to the date in the first place. So instead of being honest about this or clarifying it or correcting it at all, she then took the therapist's responses amongst others and then sent them to her friends and family members. Objectively speaking, this can be considered very problematic because she essentially gave an inaccurate statement to the therapist, which then elicits responses based on these false details. And then instead of correcting them, she uses them as authoritative proof that something happened to her that didn't actually happen. But all of this was under false pretenses from false information. And this was not cleared up and corrected until nearly 4 years later at trial in 2024. At that point, all these communications and the eventual false accusation had already happened. The damage had already been done because amongst all of the other inaccurate statements made to the therapist, this completely colored the therapist's perception of what actually happened, leading to her convincing the accuser, I was a skilled predator, I've done this to multiple people, amongst other things, such as she's not the first, as somebody that's never met me and knows absolutely nothing about me, to intentionally put out false information to someone and then take what they said in response and use that as an authoritative source to influence friends and family. And this is just a small taste. I highly recommend you go through the April 18th testimony. Everything's in there and it is shocking. Okay, moving on. Next, when giving her original statements to the police, she said that oral sex lasted 5 to 10 minutes, but also that the consent video incident happened about 1 minute into the oral sex, and then our brief conversation about it was approximately 1 minute long. So this timeline would imply that oral sex resumed afterwards to fill up the remaining 3 to 8 minutes. At trial on April 12th, she said that after the consent video, she immediately stood up and successfully put her clothes on and claimed that she tried to leave. But then, during cross-examination on April 17th, she acknowledged there could have been more time for oral sex, and it was possible that it continued. My lawyer, okay, but then you'll also agree with me that even after he put his phone away, that you continue to engage with him in oral sex. Accuser, I don't remember. Lawyer, okay, well, let's talk about timing here because you said the oral sex lasts between 5 and 10 minutes, right? Accuser, yes. And the incident with the phone happened about a minute or two into the oral sex, right? Accuser, yes. So therefore, there was more time for oral sex. Accuser, there could have been. Lawyer, okay, it's possible that it continued, right? Accuser, it's possible. I'm not even gonna say my version of events, okay? This is her version versus her own version. This completely contradicts her other version of events about getting up, putting her clothes on, and then trying to leave. From the appeal. In chief, April 12th, the accuser testified that once Mr. Densmore took out his phone, she stood up, starting to put her shirt on, looking for her purse. Remember the purse for later. On April 17th, when trial counsel asked the accuser whether she continued to engage with him in oral sex, After his phone was put away, she claimed that she did not remember, in addition to there could have been time. Upon further questioning on April 18th, the accuser conceded that it was possible that she performed additional fellatio following the phone incident. This is a massive contradiction because if oral sex continued, which is what actually happened, that would mean all of the things she said about getting up, putting her clothes on, and trying to leave was completely fabricated. Look at the transcripts. Moving on. There was further conflicting evidence in regards to her retrieving and putting her shirt on. This is from April 18th after my lawyer has been asking her about when we had sex. And then I asked where the bathroom was and left the room. Why would you need to ask for the washroom? He's already showed you where it was before you got to his room. Accuser, he did. I guess that was my way of telling him I needed to use the washroom. A little further down. So you'll agree with me that according to you, those are the first words spoken by you or him since you had that little exchange about the phone, correct? Accuser, I believe that he did say something when I was putting on my shirt. Remember that. I don't remember what it was, but I remember kind of awkwardly laughing. My lawyer, okay, so now you remember that, right? But you didn't remember it before. Accuser, I don't remember what he said. I remember not responding to him talking though. Lawyer, well, you did. You said you laughed. Accuser, yes. Lawyer, so that was a response, right? Accuser, okay, yes. So aside from the earlier statements about total silence, which we've gone over, the inaccuracy here is in her earlier version of events, she claimed to have stopped oral sex, stood up and already had put her shirt on. From April 12th, accuser, I'm still sitting down, but when he went to go put his phone down, he had kind of removed or stopped standing directly in front of me with his feet on both my sides. So I kind of had a way to stand up and create distance between us. So I did that. And then I started putting my shirt back on, looking for my purse. My lawyer, did you indeed put your clothes back on? Accuser, I did. But here on April 18th, aside from the different story about the oral continuing, there was also a major discrepancy that actually shows even more credibility towards the oral actually continuing, which is what actually happened. Because after penetrative sex had completed, she claimed, I believe that he did say.
Okay. Is it just him going through inconsistencies in her stuff for the next 25 minutes or anything else in this video? Or
something when I was putting on my shirt. But why would you put your shirt back on if it's already on? If you got up after oral, like you said in your original statements on April 12th, then your shirt would have already been on. Question, did you leave the bedroom? Accuser, no. He came up to me, started kissing me, put his fingers inside of me again, and then kind of quickly pushed me onto the bed so my stomach was on the bed, and then he lifted my dress up and put his penis in me. In this version, she had already put her shirt and clothes fully back on. There was no shirt removal, but then I came over and forced her on the bed and penetrated her. So on April 12th, the shirt is already on for the penetration. After getting dressed and trying to leave on April 18th, in addition to the oral continuing, the shirt was only put on after the penetrative sex, while awkwardly laughing about something I said. So if you were telling the truth about getting up and putting your shirt back on after oral, then the shirt would already be on.
What's
These
so funny
are just
about that,
a few
Moot?
of the inconsistencies between her statement to the police, her testimony, and her cross-examination. There were many, many more. If I included them all in this video, it would be several hours long.
Okay.
These inconsistencies, inaccuracies, whatever you'd like to call them, are not in comparison to my statements or testimony. All of these things are her word versus her own word. These are not even taking into consideration my testimony, where I disagree with basically everything she's claiming. Even being as polite as possible, there is a alarming pattern of changing stories, contradicting, and even fabricating physical evidence to depict an aggressive encounter that simply didn't happen. There are dozens of instances from this person that clearly lower their credibility, or to be blunt, outright disqualify their credibility. And to put it simply, that is what reasonable doubt is. What started as a concern about a potential video needed a description of a non-consensual, aggressive encounter in order to get a warrant to access my phone. And the accuser herself conceded during cross-examination that many points in her initial statement were not true. I stated this earlier, but it needs to be said again. The accuser was encouraged to go forward by her friends, family, and therapist. The issue, though, is that she told her therapist, as well as her friends and family, not what actually happened. Inaccurate information. And that became the narrative.
Is there like a video that shows like, I guess, what happened in court or what her side of the story was or whatever? I am curious. I mean, like, obviously his side is compelling, but it's his own stuff. Anybody? The judge gives his rationale for the guilty verdict. Ugh, are you really gonna fucking link a goddamn thing? By way of introduction, Mr. Densmore, the accused, stands charged with 1 count of sexual assault against blank, the complainant. The basic legal principles are such that the accused entered his trial presumed innocent. The burden of proof was and continued throughout the trial to be on the Crown to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. That evidentiary burden never shifted. The accused was not required to prove anything. In the charged offense of sexual assault, the Crown was required to prove each of the following essential elements beyond a reasonable doubt. So that he touched her directly or indirectly. I don't know what indirectly means, but okay. Maybe through clothes or something, I guess. That the touching by him was intentional. That the touching by Jack Densmore took place in circumstances of a sexual nature, and that consent was not present at the time the touching in question took place. Okay. Interesting. I would hope that their convictions on this aren't stupid, but like I wonder if like if you were touching somebody and they were cool with it and then eventually they were like, "Hey, please don't touch me anymore. I don't want that." And then you stopped after a second. Do you meet all of the elements of sexual assault in that 1 second? I don't know. I don't know. Probably, I would imagine not, or hope not, but who knows. The complainant and the accused both testified at trial. The accused was not required to testify, but he elected to do so. His testimony needed to be assessed. Like the testimony of any other witness, the court could accept all, part, or none of Mr. Densmore's evidence if the court believed that testimony of the accused that he did not commit the offense charge, blah, 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 blah. Before proceeding... Wait, hold on. Okay. Before proceeding to the analysis of the evidence, the defense raised the potential of collusion and argued that because the complainant had been in contact with family, friends, and specifically her therapist following the evening at Densmore's home, that she was influenced by them to such a degree, either consciously or unconsciously, that had colored or tainted her interpretation of the impugned events. The defense relied on supportive communications exchanged between the complainant and her immediate family and friends after the alleged assault that encouraged the reporting of the incident to police, and that tended to demonize the accused. Additionally, the defense relied upon communications from the complainant's therapist made prior to the reporting of the incident. With regard to this argument, what is advanced is not collusion, which has conspiratorial overtones, and which would bring into question the credibility of the complainant, but rather what was really suggested was an inadvertent tainting of the complainant's evidence affecting only its reliability. I find no merit in this argument. The nature and context of these communications was simply indicative of a supportive network of people that wanted to help the complainant in whatever manner they could. Family and friends provided comfort, and the therapist provided suggestions that had a therapeutic objective. The fact that the people with whom the complainant had contact with encouraged her to report the incident to police or made disparaging remarks about the accused without having been present at the incident or knowing him had no effect on the reliability of the complainant's evidence as related to the critical issues in this trial that revolved around the essential elements of the offense. The evidence. I now turn to the evidence. Okay, although there were some minor discrepancies in their respective recollections relating to the lead-up to the sexual contact, what emerged from the testimony of both complainant and accused was the following. At the time of the alleged offense, both the accused and complainant were adults. Mr. Densmore was a self-employed YouTube personality. Both parties did not know each other. In 2019, the complainant and Mr. Moore were both at the same university, blah, blah, blah. 1 year for the homecoming. During the COVID pandemic, parties were matched on each other using a dating app. Okay. Upon returning to his home, Mr. Densmore offered the complainant a drink, which she declined. Mr. Densmore then asked if the complainant wanted to go upstairs to his bedroom to watch television. She agreed. Once in his room, both parties sat beside each other on his bed and started to watch television. While in Mr. Densmore's bedroom, the parties engaged in sexual activity that was broken down into 4 distinct phases, starting with kissing, followed by touching over and under clothing, including the complainant's exposed breasts and digital penetration of her vagina, third being oral sex, and the fourth being unprotected sexual intercourse. The complainant left Mr. Densmore's home at approximately 9:46 p.m. Based upon the evidence of both the accused and the complainant, they would have been together in his bedroom for no longer than 36 minutes. Conflicting evidence. In describing their evening together, and specifically with regard to the 4 phases of sexual activities that occurred, the accused and complainant did provide details that differ, some minor, others more significant. I will only address the significant differences in their evidence and the implications of same. The accused testified that the complainant consented to all 4 phases of sexual activity through groaning, moaning, use of specific words, and her actions. The complainant disagreed. The complainant testified that while the first phase of kissing was consensual, on 2 occasions during the second phase of the sexual activity, she communicated through actions and words her disapproval and lack of consent. The first occasion was when the complainant was sitting on the accused. She testified that the accused bit her exposed breast, and she pushed him away and laid herself off him, signaling her lack of consent. The complainant testified the biting of her breast was painful and resulted in redness and swelling that persisted for several days after. That's a crazy statement to read. Holy shit, but okay. Real quick, what are the ages of the both of them for this? Fuck, was that listed above? I noticed that they were both adults. I don't know if both ages are listed. He was 26, she was a freshman. Okay. Okay. In the ASF, the sexual assault nurse who examined the complainant's breast the day following the alleged assault noted no injuries. The accused denied both the biting of the breasts and pushing away. In this conflicting evidence, I find that communication of disapproval or lack of consent did not occur in the manner or the intensity that the complainant described, and accept the evidence of the accused on this point as supported by the medical evidence. If somebody disapproves of a thing you do, I don't think I would ever describe that as like lack of consent. That just seems like a wild, wild way to describe that. Like if you're having sex with somebody or you're messing around with somebody and somebody like grabs the other person like a little bit too hard, because I mean it happens sometimes. Like I think that's a natural thing that like sometimes somebody touches you in a way you don't like or whatever. It's like, oh, I don't like that, or that hurts, or don't do that or whatever. To say that like the person was signaling a lack of consent, in my opinion, that's a wild statement, but okay. Whatever. But it seems like that wasn't determinative of any of this anyway. So the second incident of communicating disapproval was during digital penetration. When the complainant testified, she said, "Ow," to the accused. The accused denied hearing this communicated disapproval or withdrawal of consent as having occurred. In cross-examination, the complainant agreed that during the sexual phase of sexual activity that included the push and the utterance, "Ow," that she was kissing the complainant back. And when asked, okay, so that's a way you could have shown that you were still interested in what he was doing, right? It could have been. On this conflicting evidence, I also find the communication of disapproval or lack of consent did not occur in the manner the complainant described, and accept the evidence of the accused on this point. Okay. I wonder what's next? Okay. Notwithstanding my findings that these two incidents did not occur as stated by the complainant, I do accept the evidence of the complainant that during the second phase and leading up to the third phase of the encounter, the complainant was having some misgivings about how far things had gone and wanted to end the evening and leave. At phase 3, being oral sex, the accused maintained that this was completely consensual and that any issue that the complainant had regarding his videotaping of that activity, which I will address in more detail shortly, was resolved to the complainant's satisfaction. The complainant took a different position on this. I turn now to the videotaping incident. The accused testified that during oral sex, he picked up his cell phone and started filming the complainant. When the complainant saw this, the accused told her that he was making a consent video. The complainant denied that this was said. On this specific point, it is very odd that the accused would contemplate making a video to confirm consent after the start and during oral sex without first obtaining consent of the complainant to do so. I'm sorry, I either wasn't paying attention or what. This sounds like, this sounds retarded. If the accused was making this argument, this sounds like such a stupid fucking thing to say. It sounds like he picked up the phone to start recording her without asking her, and then she noticed, and he's like, actually, it's super common to have a consent video like this. Like, okay. His explanation and rationale for this was simply too incredible to believe. Yeah. When he says that, like, it's common for people to record things like this, when he was saying that, my understanding was, like, maybe before you actually have any sex, you would say this. Like, before anything happens, you would say, like, hey, here's a video, we're going to bang, and we're both cool with each other. Like, something like that. That just seems wild to me, but okay. I reject the evidence of the accused that he was making a consent video, whatever that really is, or that he told the complainant that he was trying to film one. This evidence seems to have been made up by the accused in order to justify and explain away the introduction of his cell phone at this point of his intimate encounter with the complainant. Deletion of the video. The accused testified that when the oral sex stopped and the complainant told him that she did not agree to be filmed, he showed her his phone. He then deleted the video in front of the complainant. He then went further to show her on another function on his phone. Now he's deleting the deleted video, thus making the initial deletion a permanent deletion. The complainant's testimony regarding the phone differed. She testified that she was caught by surprise when she looked at during oral sex and saw the accused videotaping her. She clearly communicated to the accused that she did not agree to be taped. In response to that, the accused simply put the phone down. Contrary to what the accused stated regarding the deletion of the video, the complainant was emphatic in her cross-examination and remained unshaken that she did not witness any deletion of any videos. She did not even see the phone screen. The complainant was not even sure if the accused had taken a photo or a video of her. With regards to this area of conflicting evidence related to the deletion of the video, the complainant was credible, and I reject the evidence of the accused as unworthy of belief. This conclusion is also supported by the evidence elicited from the complainant in cross-examination about her most significant concern after leaving Mr. Densmore's home, being the existence of an intimate video of her and the potential impact of this on her in the future. If she had witnessed the double deletion that Mr. Densmore testified to, she would not have had these concerns. In short, having considered all the evidence on the issue of the video, I reject the testimony of the accused as unworthy of belief. The evidence of the complainant on this point was logical and believable. In her testimony in chief, what does that mean? In court? Is that what that means? The complainant stated that after the video incident, she got up and wanted to leave. In cross-examination and based upon the time estimates the complainant had given on how long the oral sex lasted, being 5 to 10 minutes, and the time frame when the video was made, approximately 2 minutes, defense counsel suggested to the complainant that after the phone was put down, there were a few minutes left and that she continued to perform oral sex, to which she responded it was possible. This was raised a second time in cross-exam when she clarified her evidence in stating that while it could have been possible, she did not remember doing that. Nothing turned on whether the complainant engaged or did not engage her for the oral sex after the phone was put down. These answers given on cross-exam did not diminish or adversely affect the credibility of the complainant. It simply highlighted that the time estimates she had given were not particularly reliable. In summary, and in regard to the conflicting evidence, I conclude that the complainant started to have subjective misgivings about her sexual activity with the accused before the oral sex occurred. These initial misgivings crystallized both in the form of a subjective withdrawal of consent during the course of oral sex, and when they communicated in words to the accused when he tried to film the complainant, and she said that that was not okay. At this moment, it ought to have been clear to the accused that he had overstepped. The final significant conflicting evidence came regarding the fourth phase of the sexual activity, first relating to the preparation for the unprotected sexual intercourse, and then with the consent of the execution of the same. The accused testified in chief that after the oral sex ended, he told the complainant to stand up, asked her to turn around, reached around her, and penetrated her digitally and removed her underwear. He testified that the complainant did not assist him in the removal of her underwear. He pulled them down to her knees where they fell to the floor. Additionally, the accused testified that he, with the assistance of the complainant, pulled her entire dress off and it too fell on the floor. The complainant's evidence was that when she got up from the floor after the oral sex, she pulled up her dress straps and covered her breasts and pulled down her dress and turned to the bed to retrieve her shirt that she had removed earlier. No words were exchanged between the complainant and accused. The accused continued to kiss her. She did not kiss him back. He turned her around and bent her face down on the bed. He pulled her dress up and pulled down her underwear. He entered her without asking and without a condom and ultimately ejaculated on her back. She testified that she remained passive throughout this fourth phase of the sexual activity. With regard to the conflicting accounts of how the complainant came to be positioned for intercourse and the way her dress was removed, I reject the testimony of the accused on these points. I accept the testimony of the complainant as being logical. She already had serious misgivings. After the video incident, she rose, started her dress up, at which point the accused continued to kiss her, touch her, and moved her on the bed. And removed her underwear. The complainant did not assist the accused. Turning now to the conflicting evidence on the issue of consent and to the execution of unprotected sexual intercourse, the complainant's evidence was that there was no consent to this activity. She was passive, and although she knew it was happening to her, it felt like she was not, or it felt like it was not. She felt like she had left her body. Mr. Densmore testified that the complainant communicated her consent and approval by asking him to spank her, encouraging her, blah, blah, blah. The complainant was not cross-examined on these allegations or on these alleged words of direction or encouragement that she was said to have uttered, which supported the narrative of the accused. I know that the accused testified to these alleged utterances in a manner that was flip and appeared to be made up on the spot. He's painted a confusing picture in his evidence relating to pursuing intercourse. What was he actually convicted of? So is this like a full-on fucking rape? So it's 4 essential elements to sexual assault. Damn. That's crazy. As a matter of law, I feel like that's insane to me. So it sounds like what happened was they were hooking up, and then this guy tried to take his phone out to record a fucking video that he didn't ask her about or take pictures or something. She said no, and then at that point she's like understandably irritated. But then it sounds like she kind of went along with the rest of the hookup. He banged her, and then eventually she leaves, understandably still irritated about the video. But we're claiming because, as a matter of law, because she was kind of passive and irritated after he took out his phone to record, that them fucking was him basically raping her. That's crazy to me, in my opinion. Damn. 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 Okay. So you disagree with the ruling? I don't know what the law is in Canada. If that's how the law is as applied in Canada is, and I mean, technically, I guess it's a good ruling, then I would disagree with the law. But I don't know how it's ordinarily applied with the, I don't know how it's ordinarily applied in these cases. Jeez. If she didn't consent to the video, doesn't that mean she didn't really consent to the interaction from that point? No, I feel like the word consent gets abused like crazy. I think that's retarded. She was definitely irritated from that point, but like, I wouldn't say that like they no longer, I wouldn't say automatically that they no longer consented to the encounter. Like, I'm trying to think, like, if you are, like, if you're having sex with somebody or you're hooking up with somebody and then they do something that's like annoying or off-putting and you're like, eh, and then you kind of like go along with the rest of it. Like, does that count as rape? Damn. If you actually want to do the consent video meme, then why would you ever continue that encounter as the man? If she doesn't consent to the video, don't you fuck yourself at this point? I mean, he should have stopped. I mean, it's, especially if she was irritated. But, wow, Rip and Tara, thank you for the $100 donation.
$100! What did he say?
He said for my YouTube subscription.
Only 100?
Shut up. Well.
Oh, what do you want me to say?
Jesus. Hold on, just as a real quick thing, because I see a message in YouTube chat. She could have walked out. Y'all incels have zero clue what it's like to be a vulnerable woman in that situation. It could get dangerous quick. I am super sympathetic to women that say things like that. You should be a tradcon if you have that perspective, though, and you should not be having casual sex. You're a danger to yourself and everybody around you. And you're just, if you feel like you are never comfortable asserting that you're not either enjoying a situation or you feel like you want to leave a situation or whatever, if you ever find that you feel like you're not capable of doing that, you don't trust the person you're with to do that, you should not be having casual sex with that person. You really shouldn't be having casual sex at all. Wait for relationships or some other environment. Because that's crazy to me. But damn, I can't believe that counts as rape. Rip. Well, Rip ran into this dude. Apparently his appeal got denied. Somebody said already. So.
Oh, to jail you go. Where is Buddy do the do?
I don't know what the fuck that means. What did you just say?
Where is Buddy do the do? It's an emote.
Buddy do the do?
Yes. It'll be added soon.
If she was putting her clothes back on, doesn't that show withdrawal of consent? I mean, like, it could also just show kind of like a lack of, like, you're kind of like ready, you're over it or whatever. I just don't know if I would say that like, it pushes it into rape territory.
She's a man eater.
It's literally, he said, she said no. He claimed they both together took off her dress. No. Yeah, I wonder if his earlier testimony, though, fucked him on, like, this retarded thing about, like, the consent video. GameStop preparing for offer for eBay. Wall Street Journal. Damn. Don't know, don't care. Well, actually, eBay is still used by people, no?
Mm-hmm. Dan uses it. Wait, did Dan leave?
Yeah.
Holy shit.
Damn, this guy wrote a whole ass article replying to Hank. He mad. So basically because he was retarded and tried to record it, didn't read the room after, and she starfished the rest of it, he's getting locked up for 3 years. Yeah, but I mean, that would be the most generous reading to him, right? The most generous reading on her side was she was so annoyed that she no longer wanted to have sex, she got up to leave, and then as she's getting dressed, he basically starts to manhandle her and then puts her on the bed and fucks her and then whatever. But it's hard to know in between there. What exactly should he do in that situation? I mean, if somebody seems to be disinterested or disengaged from sex, especially if it's not like a long-term partner or something, I mean, you should probably fuck off. It would be my suggestion. Surely his lawyers fucked him. That consent video defense is terrible. Maybe if he would have admitted to that, though, maybe it would have been implicating him in another crime. I have no idea. Why did this guy do a bench trial? I have no idea what the norm is for Canada shit. I just don't know. Maybe it's normal for that. Somebody linked this video earlier.
Hey, what's up?
The most dangerous pickup artist on YouTube, Jack Denmo. Oh no.
3 hours?
And 40 minutes. Fuck that.
Fuck that shit.
Most awful dating advice.
So finally, Jack has a dedicated...
I really wonder on that consent video thing was such a stupid thing. I wonder how much that fucked him in the eyes of the judge. What a retarded fucking argument. I can't believe somebody would ever try. Well, I thought that... I can't imagine how fucking stupid. It's so dumb.
to dating advice channel, which is thankfully not doing too well, but I'm still shocked it's on YouTube. But crazy, right? Who'd have thought a convicted rapist would give bad dating advice? These have to be some of the worst thumbnails I've ever seen on YouTube, and they're also some of the most poorly made videos I've ever seen on YouTube.
Those are pretty
they
shit
are
thumbnails.
both lazy, ugly, boring, and repetitive. I think I said both. They're all of the above, you know what I'm trying to say. So much of the stuff in these videos is the same content he's been putting out for years. There's nothing really new or interesting other than the fact that he's now using these incredibly hideous graphics to help him. And he also intersperses all of these videos with sexually provocative photos of women, which is annoying as hell because he has spent his entire career berating these women for taking photos like this, but he's more than willing to use them in his videos and exploit them when he thinks he can earn money from them. It's gross. I am going to blur these images though because YouTube. There's a lot of photos of bums and half-bare breasts, so yeah.
I did the math. Are you willing to spend 4.5 hours to get a girlfriend? I think it's pretty obvious. Yeah, that's a really good deal. Really quick, let me remind you why you're here. Your primary goals are to get dates, sex, a long-term relationship, or a friend with benefits. You want results without wasting time. You need to gain experience and skill. That way, this is easy and you can do it over and over again if you'd like to. Go on a fucking ride to the beach. How great would that be, man? You and your boys there too? She has a friend. Her friend's okay, but her boyfriend's cool. So now, like, you hang out with the boyfriend and the girls, they just like talk to each other. So you and the homie can just have a beer, you know? How many times have you went out with a friend and then your girlfriend and his girlfriend talk to each other? Finally, I don't have to deal with it. Oh, fuck, she's annoying sometimes. How cool would that be? To go to the Swiss Alps, you and your baddie, you guys snowboard all day and you show her how to do it because most girls don't know how to snowboard, which is cute, you know? I like that about them. If a girl knows how to snowboard already, it's like, okay, who showed you that? It's like, you know, when you hook up with a girl and she's just really good at sucking your knob, you're like, who taught you how to do that, you know? Anyways, I like girls that don't know how to do stuff, so I can show them how. Okay, look at this chart, guys. This is one of my best charts. I know I say that every video, but
this guy's a bit of a retard.
Okay. Also, you need to approach 50 women total. So in your entire life, you might have approached maybe like, I don't know, 5 girls, maybe 0, maybe 2, I don't know. And I have a lot of videos like this in my course. So if you actually want to see me do this step by step, like this
we got a
video's
course.
amazing, this one's great, this one's super
They
funny,
always have a course,
this one's
man.
classic, she's with a friend, she's not in the picture, but she's back there. If you want to watch me do it and learn that way, just buy my program.
He really is just making poor, low-quality, low-effort content. I mean, some of them uses paint, of all things. Paint. And he genuinely believes that this is good, high-quality content. I think he's actually delusional, I swear. He really does just keep saying the most basic stuff and thinking he's so smart for it, and then he just repeats that same thing over and over for 25 minutes and then makes the same video 7 times. It's low-effort slop.
You have power over your mind, not outside events. Realize this, and you will find strength. Think about that. What does that mean?
He's
you have
making
power
bad
over your mind,
content.
but you do not have power over outside events.
True.
So if it's raining and there's a thunderstorm and weather is just going crazy outside your window,
You can't control that.
You don't have control over that.
True.
That is out of your control. But what you do have control of,
He's
is
kinda
your mind.
cooking.
How do you react to that weather? Do not get upset at rejection or take it personally, because we cannot choose our external circumstances or outcomes. We can.
Okay, I don't care about this.
Yeah, I know who's got control of the weather though.
Whoa!
And is a little.
A
little bit more responsive. Okay. Tim Miller, on the other hand, is at least like a demon of the internet. So he sees the way the winds are blowing. Okay. So I guess he went on this podcast with Hutch, Pisco, the soy pill.
He's so performative. I can't believe he's so performative. He's like trying to pretend like he doesn't know who these people are. Like he's not in one tweets about Pisco or Hutch or Soy Pill, like trying to instigate fights between us. Oh my God, he's such a fucking loser. Oh my God.
Who I don't think I've ever seen until this day. I've only seen like the.
Oh my God, he's such a fucking, like a spineless, cowardly fuck. He's such a pussy. Holy shit, he's so fragile.
The drawn image of him, and this is like a liberal back and forth, right? This is like the prime liberal fuck Hasan headquarters. Pisco is not a fuck Hasan guy.
Okay.
I think Soy Pill might be. I don't know, but as you guys know, Hutch is there. This
Wait,
is
hold
like
on.
the prime.
Hold on.
Liberal fuck Hasan headquarters. Pisco is not a fuck Hasan guy. I think Soy Pill might.
So he knows Pisco's position on Hasan, but he had to read it early. Like it's Hutch, Pisco, the soy like
pill.
This is the primary hate Hasan podcast, by the way. Pisco's cool with us though. It's like, how do you even know this? But you're like faking, like I don't know who these people are. Oh my God.
I don't know, but as you guys know, Hutch has famously said. Hutch has famously said he would rather vote for Jeffrey Epstein.
Oh my God.
Instead of me.
Yeah, so we've got a ton of discourse in our spaces in recent.
So this is new. This is Tim Miller thinking about like the fuck Hasan discourse and what that has created recently, I assume.
Kind of weeks. Some of it has related to Hasan, but it's more been about like a bigger conversation about the future of the Democratic Party. You're obviously like a Republican defector, and so I'm curious to know what you think should be the playbook for Democrats in the short term to sort of maximize electoral wins, and also like what you personally want to see, and do those things overlap?
Yeah, can I just say on just Hasan briefly? When I engaged in that discourse very early, which in retrospect was maybe a mistake, because how the hell did I know that it's all everybody wanted to talk about for weeks? But one of the points I made when I first engaged with it is that like the establishment Republicans, or excuse me, the establishment Democrats, I talk about a Freudian slip, the establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive cell phone, like putting out a memo that's like people.
This is him trying to drive a wedge. Yes, of course. He has to watch it. He's got to support the pro-Hasan element. It's basically, I hate that it took me so long to realize this. We just watch every single accusation that like Justical and that crowd and everybody have always made towards me. And then I guess Hasan has echoed a lot of these too. And then know that that's their plan. That's what they do, right? So the accusation was always that I was trying to isolate people and reward people for being loyalists and punish people for being dissenters and all this shit. This is what they're doing. So the goal for Hasan watching this is to watch this, support Pisco 100%. And I guess Tim Miller, if he was told, Hasan absolutely was informed before time what this clip was. Oh yeah, it's not even the podcast, it's on that Queen in Yellow's Twitter. So he knows this is a Hasan-friendly Twitter account. And so it's to provide critical support for his allies and then to tear down or attack the people that he perceives as being against him. Yeah.
Do you think Hasan would watch the source material?
No, never. He doesn't do that.
Yeah, I know.
I don't know if he ever does that.
It's a tweet.
Yeah.
The establishment Democrats who were going after him were like stepping on a big rake. Like this was a massive cell phone that like putting out a memo that's like people shouldn't talk to Hasan is going to absolutely backfire on them. And the base or like the active kind of Democratic voter does not want that. And there's some category of people that do, but if anything, it will end up empowering him more to like as an anti-establishment figure who's fighting them, because that's what people are looking for right now. Look at Graham Platner and Janet Mills, and that's exactly what's happened. And it was really dumb of the third way to do it, just as a strategic matter.
Yeah. It was. And that's precisely the reason why I welcomed it. I said they're united in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred.
He didn't welcome it. He was crying like a little baby bitch when people would attack him. Why do you guys focus on me? You guys need to be focused on the Republicans. Don't attack me. You guys need to attack the Republicans. But okay.
FDR. Tim Miller at least understood. It was. And that's precisely the reason why I welcomed it. I said they're united in their hatred of me, and I welcome their hatred. FDR. Tim Miller at least understood that. He also understood that one of the key problems with the National Democratic Party that led to their demise against the incompetent, tyrannical fascist Donald Trump,
lost an election, won an election, lost an election. Demise of the Democratic Party, by the way.
Second time around, was their inability to address the popular sentiment that was growing at the time, that was the just sentiment, that was the moral sentiment, that was the moral center of the party, or at least the base of support within the party, and now the entire nation, which was Israel, okay? Holding Israel accountable, stopping Israel's genocide.
Finally.
The refusal to recognize that was what led to their refusal to recognize is that
this is the Crimea River guy.
What led to the electoral defeat. Now, Tim has also recognized that I have credibility in this space. I never shied away from offering my perspective. I got endlessly yelled at for it in many instances by, people that are either on this panel or people that
Are friends with people on the panel.
agree with people on this panel.
He's talking about the I'm people, by the way, but okay.
That's
right?
you?
Yeah. Cute.
But the reality was I was correct. And therefore now I have that legitimacy in this space because I've been an advocate in this space for many, many years. Those very same Democrats do not have that legitimacy. They do not have that credibility in this space. So for them to consistently attack me, for them to consistently turn around and attack me and say, oh, Hasan is wrong, and you shouldn't listen to him, he's a dangerous radical. Most people don't look at that and go, okay, I guess Hasan is wrong. We're going to move on. We're going to find a different anti-Israel voice. Most people look at that and go, oh, here they go again, being fucking pro-Israel.
Just most people don't know who Hasan is, even in the Democratic Party. That's most people's perspectives.
And in many respects, that is the case. Israel first is the determining reason for why they consider me to be a dangerous radical.
Yes.
True.
Okay?
Israel is he martyring himself?
Like the Sarah Longwells of the world, or all these other people that have written endless articles, are worried about the Democratic Party having to take a close look at what the people are demanding, what the base is demanding, what the role I play in being a megaphone for this base. Okay?
Okay.
So it doesn't work.
My thinking, and I feel like I have good credibility on this because what I'm about to suggest the Democrats do goes against what my personal political preference would be. If I could wave a magic wand to make somebody president, I would want Jared Polis or somebody like that who has no.
Oh, Jared Polis. God damn, you have a magic wand. You're gonna put Jared Polis in there? Jesus Christ.
Viability as a national figure. But I think that the Democrats need to put forth a candidate.
He said, I want a Redditor president. God damn.
I guess we're doing this in the 2028 context, but even in statewide candidates and federal level, who has some distance from the Clinton, Biden, Harris triumvirate. And they need some distance from them, and it needs to be comprehensible and understandable to people, to dum-dums, what the difference is. And I think probably it is a little bit more economic populism. What that exactly looks like, I think, is up to the person, but mostly it is that they need to offer a critique of the Democratic Party establishment for being too cozy with corporate interests and saying that they're going to fight it at some level. Some of those proposals will be very stupid, but there's some that are good, and I think that the framing is more important than the actual problem.
I like that. Tim has finally arrived at just fake it. Tim has arrived at just fake being a populist, please. Just lie and say you're going to do this, because it's very clear that that's what the public wants. It's very clear where the public appetite is right now. And it's true, and they definitely see it. And I will use as a jump-off point to talk about Liz Smith, who is working with the Mallory McMorrow campaign against Abdullah Syed, what she's been doing. The establishment of the Democratic Party is so unbelievably unpopular that Mallory McMorrow privately went to Chuck Schumer and had a closed-door meeting. We don't know what that conversation looked like, but Mallory McMorrow has been openly saying Chuck Schumer has to go. He has to be replaced. And yet Chuck Schumer, recognizing that Haley Stevens, the other apex stooge in this race, has no real viability and no real popularity, has quietly lent support to Mallory McMorrow. And that's part of the reason why I think you're seeing a lot more Democratic senators and the DSCC, the funding arm of the Democratic Senate, work alongside Mallory McMorrow now, while Mallory McMorrow and Liz Smith, by the media demon behind Mallory McMorrow's campaign, basically lie about Abdul El-Sayed's position. I don't know why they're doing a full court press on this, because as I said here, this is the funniest thing to lie about. But Liz Smith says, breaking, political reports that neither Haley for Michigan, Haley Stevens, nor Abdul El-Sayed will join Mallory McMorrow in opposing Schumer for leader. Even more progressive candidates like El-Sayed are struggling with how to answer the Schumer question. Last April, as McMorrow insisted Democrats should pick a leader besides Schumer, El-Sayed said, anybody who tells you that they're going to unilaterally oppose one potential candidate without knowing who the alternative is either unnuanced or unsophisticated. So I want to know who is available, who's actively seeking the leadership. I'll make a decision from there. In recent days, El-Sayed has floated Senator Chris Van Hollen of Maryland as a potential leader. So has El-Sayed's thinking evolved since last year, or does he stand by saying Schumer doesn't necessarily need to go? A spokesperson wouldn't quite say. Abdul deeply believes that Washington should let Michigan voters decide on this primary rather than putting their thumb on the scale. It's not about who opposes Schumer, it's about who Schumer opposes. Now, the reason why they said that is because Chuck Schumer opposes Abdul El-Sayed. El-Sayed has also said he wants Van Hollen. He wants Chuck Schumer replaced with Van Hollen. So he's already made his position be very well known. Chuck Schumer, on the other hand, has lent a lot of support to Haley Stevens in the beginning, and then has said he would be comfortable, quietly though, because he recognized how unpopular he is, quietly has revealed, this was also reported in Politico, that he'd be fine with Mallory McMorrow as well.
Okay.
All right, ladies and gentlemen.
What is this? Oh my God!
Waiting.
This is our last Hasan slot for the day.
Another one.
He made a video an hour ago answering our questions.
So please like the video. YouTube has implemented a new algorithm where it will actually push the videos out based on how many likes each video gets. Because I upload 5 videos a day, I know it probably gets quite exhausting, and your pointer finger is probably, you know, it's probably down to the bone at this point from watching every one of my videos. I believe I'm onto something here. I'm about to show you a specific set of clips in a specific order. I'm going to start off with an Asmongold clip, but I believe Hasan and Valkyrae have broken up. Right now, you might say, how is that possible? How do you know this? I believe you will understand this once you watch these 7 clips in order to understand what's truly going on. We need to start at the beginning of Asmongold once again theory crafting things that I've already said, only he's slightly off. And that's why Asmongold needs to wait for his ghostwriter, me, to say things before he theorizes. See, Asmongold's an egotist, as am I. But I'm far more of a narcissist than Asmongold, and that's why I have the edge on him. So Asmongold reveals the true reason of Hasan's pragmatic crash out.
I love how first it started with gamers and now just incels and...
Yeah, dude, you got me. I was actually fucking attacking every gamer on the...
No, you were thinking about me. That's really the reality, is that you crashed out and you were just really thinking about me.
Now, I want to give Asmongold a point. Hasan is always thinking about Asmongold, just as Hasan is always thinking about me. But there's one other person he was thinking about during all this that Asmongold has not noticed, but I noticed everything. And the next set of clips after this I'm going to show you is truly disturbing.
Because I talked about it, and you probably saw something that I said, or you were thinking about something that I said.
And it's true because Hasan, in his crash out, did mention Dr. Pepper, and that made Hasan come in his pants, as he often does when he thinks about Asmongold.
And you're just trying to describe me, and so very clearly, you know, you're throwing out a lot of these words.
Yep.
Planet, like, man, this is low budget bullshit. I don't even want to fucking entertain it. There are things that
I've seen
you actually enjoy, right? If you're a lonely gamer who has never been around a woman and will never have sex with a woman, why do you care?
That's not true. Asmongold has had sex. He's had much sex with my mother, and she loved it. So I can confirm that Asmongold is not a virgin.
Like, why? You see what I'm saying? This is obviously about me.
He's talking about lonely, incel,
Okay, never mind. I'm bored. All right, we're watching this.
What, you can't go through his shit? It's pretty cringe, I'll be honest.
Yeah, I can't help it. He's cringe.
Yeah, we can watch 60 minutes.
60 minutes overtime.
You can put it on 2 speed.
Mr. President, thank you for doing this. I'm glad you are safe. I am glad that everyone is
Thank you, God Emperor Trump, for being safe. Thank you.
safe. How are you doing?
I'm doing well. It was quite an evening. It was a very difficult thing to watch, frankly, but doing very well.
Wow.
Mr. President, do you know if you were the target of the gunman?
I don't know. It sounded to me, I read a manifesto. He's radicalized. He was a Christian, a believer, and then he became an anti-Christian. And he had a lot of change. He's been going through a lot based on what he wrote. His brother complained about him, and I think reported him to the police. And his sister likewise complained about him. His family was very concerned. He was probably a pretty sick guy.
I want to get to all of those details and also walk through what happened last night. But first, this appears to be the 3rd attempted assassination on your life. The first
kind of crazy.
in
What's
Butler,
going on with that,
the
Trump?
second, of course, on the golf course in Florida. Why do you think so many people may be trying to kill you?
So I've said it, and I've said it.
That's a crazy question.
That's a crazy question. Sheesh.
in Florida. Why do you think so many people may be trying to kill you?
So I've said it, and I've said it numerous times, and I've actually, because of the position I'm in, I've done quite a bit of research into the word assassination, terrible word, and they go after consequential presidents. They go after presidents that do things. If you look at what I've done, we've turned this country around. We've taken a country that was actually a dead country. It was dying.
Now it's
very
the
rapidly,
hottest
and
country on
It's the hottest country anywhere in the world. We had a skirmish, a war, whatever you want to call it, with Venezuela. We won that very decisively, and we now have a great relationship with Venezuela. It's been a very profitable relationship, and we're in Iran right now. Other presidents should have done it, but they never chose to do it. They should have. They made a terrible mistake by not doing it. It's tougher now than it would have been 10 years ago or even 5 years ago, because they had thousands and thousands of missiles and everything else. If we didn't do the B-2 bomber attack, that alone was a big deal. The killing of Soleimani, which I did in my first term, was a big deal. But when you're consequential, when you do things, a lot of things, and things that work out very well for
You
our
get
country,
haters.
Abraham Lincoln was assassinated. McKinley was assassinated. McKinley made the country very rich. People don't realize that. And Teddy Roosevelt.
Did you see
went
the
out and spent
HD video of
money
the guy
that was
running?
made by McKinley.
Yeah, I did.
But he was very consequential, actually. But he was assassinated. So
You mentioned, Mr. President, consequential, and your policies are also controversial. Is that part of it?
Well, I don't think that way. I don't think in terms of what they are. I just think of what they are for the country. For instance, I inherited the worst border we've ever had in the history of our country, where 25 million people came in. 25 million people, at least.
At least.
And many of them were from hardcore criminals.
Oh,
and
wait. I thought the last number was 30 million. Are we going down again? It's 25 million came in at least. Okay.
Were drug dealers.
Yeah, but
and
zero
they
came
were
in
from
under him.
True.
prisons. They emptied out prisons into our country. They emptied out mental institutions, insane asylums into our country. And I don't know if that's controversial to say we have to move those people out, but we have. But it is from the standpoint, you're doing something, and you're doing something that's good. Things like men playing in women's sports, I'm against that. Things like transgender for everyone, I'm against that. There's so many things that I'm against. I don't think they're controversial. I think the other side is controversial, but I do a lot of things and I get things done. And, we're respected now as a country all over the world. And some people love that, but some people probably don't.
Mr. President, I'm sure you've now had the opportunity to see some of the pictures of what happened last night, and I want to walk through that.
Sure.
It was just around 8:30 p.m. You were sitting there next to the First Lady. The entertainer named Oz Perlman is talking to you. He's known as the Mentalist. When did you know something was wrong?
Right around that point. In fact, you can see the expression on the First Lady's face. And your president of the evening, chairman or president or both, who was doing a great job, by the way.
Jennings,
your
he just
associate,
named.
yeah, she was a terrific person. And she was, she had this big smile. I mean, they were, what they were talking about? They were asking the name of Caroline's child that he didn't know, I guess.
Your press secretary is expecting, and he was trying to guess the baby's name.
That's right. And that was the question. That was what and he was actually able to get it. I'm not sure I'm a believer in this, but he was able to get it. And the First Lady and your associate were amazed. You could see and that
shock
was,
on their faces.
It wasn't the shock about something outside. But right after that, we heard a big bang, and it was either a gunshot or it was a tray of dishes, which happens a lot in ballrooms. And I was hoping it was a tray, but it wasn't.
You mentioned the First Lady. Her face, she looked very alarmed. Was she scared?
Well, I don't want to say, and people don't like having it said that they were scared, but certainly, I mean, who wouldn't be when you have a situation like that? By that time, I think she realized ahead of time that was more of a bullet
I don't
than
want
it
to
was
say.
a tray.
She was.
And
Pussy.
she was...
That's what he's saying. Damn.
I looked at her face just a little while ago before I came. I saw the scene. They played it for me in pretty good close-up. And she looked very upset about what just took place, yeah. Mm-hmm. Why not?
You see the security moving quickly,
Right.
within seconds, grabbing the vice president by his coat, lifting him up, bringing him out. Then the counter-assault comes in. Took 10 seconds for them to flank you, Mr. President, and then 20 seconds to get you out. It looked chaotic. At one point, you were down. What was happening?
Well, what happened is it was a little bit me. I wanted to see what was happening, and I wasn't making it that easy for him. I wanted to see what was going on. And by that time, we started to realize maybe it was a bad problem, different kind of a problem, bad one, and different than what would be normal noise from a ballroom, which you hear all the time. And I was surrounded by great people, and I probably made them act a little bit more slowly. I said, wait a minute, let me see, wait a minute. So, I'm telling guys.
Just at that moment where it looks like you go sort of down with the surgery, you were telling them to wait.
Well, I know what happened is then I started walking with them. I started walking, and they said, please go down on the floor. So I went down, and First Lady went down also, but we were asked to go down by the agents as I was walking. In other words,
They wanted you almost to crawl
I was
out.
standing up, pretty much. I was standing up, and then turned around the opposite direction, and started pretty much walking out, pretty tall, a little bent over because I'm not looking to be standing too tall. And but I was walking out. It was pretty about halfway there, and they said, "Please go down to the floor. Please go down to the floor." So I dropped to the floor. So did the First Lady.
What was your thought at that moment? What did the First Lady say?
Well, my thought was, I've been through this before a couple of times.
Really?
And, she has not
tripped.
to this extent. She handled it great. I mean, she's very strong, smart. She got it. She knew what was happening. She listened. I did too, by the way.
Because this was the first time
when
she
they
was...
said, when they said drop down, that meant trouble. And obviously, I'm the president, and I listened to what they said. Please drop down, sir. Please drop down. So I was walking halfway, and then I dropped down at the final because we had a little ways to go where you're exposed to the ballroom surroundings. And then I got up, and we went to a hold room for a while, and I tried to get them to continue the event, if possible.
You wanted to go back in?
I did. I really did, because I don't like to have a criminal or a sick person or somebody, whoever he is, you'll figure it out. I mean, I think we're already figuring out he's a man with a lot of problems. But you don't want to have somebody like this, essentially attacking our Constitution, attacking our country,
Not our Constitution.
changing events that are, it's an important event. It was a very
A night
important-
celebrating the First Amendment and the freedom of the press.
That's right, exactly.
Yeah.
And
That
this
we
was
know
a big, this
Trump
was a
cares
record
about so
setter.
much.
This was a very big, the dinner had some problems for the last 9 years, and I didn't help them. And this time I went, and I felt really good being there. There was a great camaraderie.
He went,
I
the
wasn't
dinner
sure
got
what to
shot
respond.
up.
It was,
I mean,
a lot of press, a lot of media. And when I walked in, I got a very nice applause. I wasn't sure. I said, told my wife, I said, I may walk in, and they may give me a hard time, or I may walk in, let's see what happens. And I walked in and got very nice. I think they were happy to see me there, actually. And I can tell you, there's
So happy.
the biggest impact that I saw in the entire evening was, and I say this being somebody that's had a lot of, let's say we've argued a little bit to get things that I want done. I fight for a border, and they fight for an open border, and we have a lot of differences.
You've got some tough
There
words
was
for the press in the
tremendous-
back.
There was tremendous. By this time the event had taken place, people were starting to feel safe. There was tremendous camaraderie. I mean, I saw Democrats, I saw senators, I saw congressmen and women. I saw people that weren't necessarily on my side from the other party. Mostly, pretty much the Republicans are on my side, so I'm not that surprised. And they were going, way to go. There was spirit in that room. I mean, it was like the whole country was together. It was pretty amazing. It made a big impression. It was very nice to see.
Do you think this will change your relationship with the press?
Well, look, for whatever reason, we disagree on a lot of subjects. We talk about crime. I'm very strong on crime. It seems like the press isn't. It's not so much the press, it's the press plus the Democrats, because they're almost one and the same. It's like the craziest thing.
right.
I have the strongest border we've ever had in the country, where, as you know, it said 0 people for 9 months came into our country through our southern border. We have a very tough border. Before me, 25 million people came in. I mean, whether it's 20 or 25 or 30, but they say 25 million people came in. 0 people. We have people coming in legally.
Can I ask you something?
But,
You said
but
something.
the other side doesn't like that. There are things that I like that I think are very standard. I want women to be able to play women. I don't want men in women's sports. And for whatever reason, the other side likes men in women's sports. So when you say get along,
But that's the other side.
I
That's
don't
not
think
the
I could
press.
ever. No, but I don't think I could ever change my feelings on.
that would
certain
actually be
policies.
fun
I
to
want
watch, though.
Strong border.
What?
Like an NBA versus WNBA game.
Why would it be funny to watch?
Because the NBA guys are very good.
Wouldn't it just be like a 150-0 blowout?
No.
Okay.
You just play the video.
They want open borders. There's such a difference.
Can I ask you, Mr.
I
President?
will say this, though. After the event, meaning it looked like things were good. We knew he was caught. I was given the information immediately. There was a camaraderie that you just have not seen in a while. It's very nice to see.
The President, you, Mr. President, the Vice President, the Speaker of the House, the Secretary of State, Secretary of Hegseth, almost the entire line of presidential succession was in that ballroom. Who was the designated survivor?
Well, first of all, I have to say, it's not a safe ballroom.
Is there a designated survivor? Is that a thing? Like the
Yes.
person that really? Wouldn't it? Why would
Yeah,
it not always
anytime-
be like the president?
Because the president has to attend the event. So anytime there's like an actual, like, when they do both parties of Congress and the Supreme Court, they all meet for like the State of the Union. There's one person in Trump's cabinet who doesn't attend and is like the quote unquote dedicated survivor in case like something crazy went down.
Based. Okay.
I'm building a safe ballroom. And one of the reasons I'm building it is exactly what happened last night. We're building a room right there. If you walk out and move 20 yards to the left, you'll be right at the entrance to the ballroom. And the ballroom is being built on the safest piece of property in this country, probably one of the safest pieces of land in the world. We have.
But that's owned. That's the White House. The White House Correspondents' Center can't use White House property.
It's able to be used by certainly the White House. It says the White House Correspondents. Well, that's the White House Press. I'm sure that it's available. It's up to the president, but that would be made available. And this has bulletproof glass. This has, this is the highest level of security. Also, very importantly, I could have built suites on top. I could have done a lot of things. And I said, no, this has to be pure. This has to be where people stay off property. And they go through one very impactful, very strong entrance, one very powerful entrance. There's no games with this. This is the best, highest. This has all sorts of security equipment at levels that you could never have in a regular ballroom. And we're ahead of schedule. We're right on budget, ahead of schedule. I wish it could be even sooner, but we're months ahead of schedule. But it doesn't open until 28. So, that means you have another season and a half to go.
Right.
But this is exactly why the military, and this is exactly why Secret Service and all law enforcement want it, because you have maybe 1,000 hotel rooms above the ballroom we were in last night. And I'm not knocking it. I'm just saying in terms of maximum security, it's not the best thing. You can do it, but you can have problems like this. They have an elevator that comes down from the rooms. It's very close to the ballroom, which makes sense. So we're doing something that's going to have a tremendous impact on solving this problem.
In that video, you can see the gunman running through the metal detectors, and he fired off 1 or 2 rounds.
His speed was rather incredible. Actually, he was like a blur.
How did he get that close with the place swarming with security?
He was
I will
fast.
say, I say it.
He was on a different floor,
I'm a big
by
fan
the
of
way.
the people of law enforcement. And, you know, some of these people, they may be crazy, but they're not stupid, and they figure things out. He ran 45 yards, they say, and he just went to it, and then, boom, he popped through it. A thing like that could happen. I would say this, having the equipment on the outside of the building maybe is better than having it on the inside of the building. Sometimes that's tough. Sometimes it's horrendous weather. Sometimes it's pouring, it's raining. It's lots of things happen. But maybe
That's why they need the
last night was actually
ballroom.
quite nice. The weather was beautiful. So maybe something like that has to take place. I can only say that from the moment they realized that he was, I mean, he ran like, I think the NFL should sign him up. He was fast. When you look at it on tape, it's almost like a blur. Right. But it was amazing because as soon as they saw that, you could see them drawing their guns. They were so professional, aimed their guns, and then they took them down immediately. The doors were sealed, the room was sealed.
Wait, did we get a thing? How did they take him down? Did he trip, or was that just?
We haven't seen it yet.
Okay, because I feel like I've heard people on Twitter or seen people say that he got tripped or whatever, but I don't know. Is there like any police report, or was that in the indictment or anything? Or
The ballroom itself, where the people were, and they really, I think they did a great job.
I was in the room, not far from you, Mr. President, could hear what sounded like gunshots or commotion.
Right.
People nearby could smell the gunpowder. Everybody hit the floor.
There is no
There were
shot.
a number
oh, they could smell the gunpowder, Mootin. It was a lot of gunpowder.
of people who were very, very scared.
Yeah.
How worried were you that there were going to be injuries?
I wasn't worried. I
I don't
understand
give a
life.
fuck.
We live in a crazy world. You can
He sounds
really
like the Joker.
enhance your chances of having a perfect situation, but sometimes things will happen. I did want to see what was happening because I'm the president. In one way, I guess I should be hiding. In another way, I want to see if I can be helpful. But I did watch because I could see what was going on at the door. I also saw a lot of very strong, physically strong, really attractive law enforcement people come through those doors. And frankly, it made me
Why
feel
is
very
he
safe.
gooning on
very,
this?
very safe. There's nobody going to get by them. And this was at the very back of the ballroom, looking at the back of the ballroom. Big
The
room.
counter-assault team that
Yeah,
comes
yeah,
in.
they were very impressive. I think they were very impressive. I think the whole operation was very impressive. The only thing you could say is maybe they could move that counterpoint out deeper. In other words, move it to the outside of the building.
Let's talk about that. Mr. President, I wonder how much has the Secret Service and the FBI briefed you about this suspect, Cole Thomas Allen? Have you read what a senior U.S. official is describing to us as a manifesto?
Yeah.
Did you know that he emailed it to family members? Not
We found all of that
before,
out this morning.
right before the attack.
Yeah, we found that out this morning. And the family members were concerned. I think the brother called up the police. I think the sister may have called the police.
Oh, did you
The
see that
parents
video
were
that was
rather
linked in
devastated.
chat of this lady?
No, she sounds retarded. I don't know what
Oh,
possible
she-
different
yeah.
take I could have on it other than her being a retard.
Stated he lived with the parents. I saw the parents last night on television opening the door. I assume that was his parents. Look, you have sick people, and you have to mitigate the risk. But some of these sick people, it's amazing. They're very sick, but they're also, in some cases, very, very smart. He went to great school. I can tell you the person in Butler, I don't know if you ever looked at his academic credentials, he had almost 1,600 on his college boards. 1,600. Nobody has. I mean, it's the upper 99.9 percentile or something.
Not as good as me.
Crazy person, but a smart crazy person. I think the law enforcement did a great job last night.
Let me ask you.
I guess if they didn't, I wouldn't be here. But I think they really did a great job. Now, can you make adjustments? I mean, we're also learning. Can you make adjustments? I think the only adjustment would be you move your security equipment further away. But it was about 50 yards away. 50 yards is a lot of yards. Now, when a guy's running at that speed,
a lot of
he was
yards.
a very fast person. And he got him by a little bit by surprise, but that didn't matter because he was totally subdued very shortly after he passed that one point.
The so-called manifesto is a stunning thing to read, Mr. President. He appears to reference a motive in it. He writes this quote, "Administration officials, they are targets." And he also wrote this, "I'm no longer willing to permit a pedophile, rapist, and traitor to coat my hands with his crimes." What's your reaction
Well,
to
I
that?
was waiting for you to
He
read
looked
that
at the
because I knew
camera.
you would, because you're horrible people, horrible people. Yeah, he did write that. I'm not a rapist. I didn't rape anybody.
Oh,
I'm not a
you think he was
pedophile.
referring to you?
Excuse me. I'm not a pedophile. You read that crap from some sick person. I got associated with all stuff that has nothing to do with me. I was totally exonerated. Your friends on the other side of the plate are the ones that were involved with, let's say, Epstein or other things. But I said to myself, I'll do this interview and they'll probably, I read the manifesto, as a sick person, but you should be ashamed of yourself reading that because I'm not any of those things.
Mr. President,
and I
these
was
are the
never,
gunman's words.
excuse me. You shouldn't be reading that on 60 Minutes. You're a disgrace. But go ahead, let's finish the interview.
The other thing that he wrote in
You're disgraceful.
the other thing in the manifesto that I think is worth looking at in terms of determining his motive is he had been staying at the hotel since Friday. He checked in, he said he had cased the place, and he wrote, "What the hell is the Secret Service doing?" And he wrote this quote, "I expected security cameras at every bend, bugged hotel rooms, armed agents every 10 feet, metal detectors out the wazoo. What I got is nothing." He wrote, like, this level of incompetence is insane. Sir, you have already had two.
Well, he was pretty incompetent too because he got caught, and he got caught pretty easily. So I'd say he was pretty incompetent too. You know, I could take any event.
These guys, it's not real, bro.
Having to do with security or anything else, I can always find fault, no matter what. I can take a baseball team that won the game 18-0 and say they should have played better. Those guys did a good job last night. They did a really good job. Now, do they make adjustments? They do. They learn. They make adjustments. We're living in a different world with the internet than we had years ago. But even years ago, it was very dangerous. I mean, just ask Honest Abe Lincoln. Pretty dangerous. And but we are living a very, you know, the internet, I think maybe more than anything else, it's radicalized some people. It's made people mentally sick.
True.
It's also a great thing. It's a phenomenal thing.
It's kind of how Trump got elected.
With a leader in AI, it's a great thing, but you'll always find problems. But it's a different age. It's a very different time.
I mentioned that because, again, as his motive, you brought this up, he had social media accounts that had anti-Trump and anti-Christian rhetoric.
Why don't you read all the anti-Trump? Why don't you read it? You just did, so why don't you read it?
Well, he had a lot of anti-Christian rhetoric. He was part of a group.
Jesus Christ! I feel like it's like a movie where the bad guys got like captured some fucking like minor character hater, and he's like, "Why don't you read what you wrote about me here?" It's like, "Oh, I didn't mean any of that, Tony. Why don't you go ahead and read it? Read what you said here. What did you say about my dick right here? What did you? You said I was a fucking piece of shit. What did you call me here? You said I was a retard. Am I a retard?"
Called the Wide Awakes. He had attended a No Kings protest in California.
No Kings, yeah.
What did security tell you about what
See,
may have been
the
his
part-
motives?
the reason you have-
He had attended a No Kings protest in California.
No Kings, yeah.
What did security tell you about what
See,
may have been his
the
motives?
reason you have people like that is you have people doing no kings. I'm not a king. What I am, if I was a king, I wouldn't be dealing with you. No, I'm not a king. I get it. I don't laugh. I see these no kings, which are funded just like the Southern Law was funded. You saw all that. Southern Law is financing the KKK and lots of other radical, terrible groups.
We saw that.
And
See, it
then they
doesn't
go around
matter
and they say,
anymore. You
we've
just
gotta
get
stop
the talking points
KKK,
out.
and yet they give
It's
them
over.
hundreds of thousands and even millions of dollars.
They were
It's a total scam run by the Democrats. It shows you that, like Charlottesville was all funded by the Southern Law. That was what Southern
the whole
Law did
thing.
too. And it was done to make me look bad, and it turned out to be a total fake. It
The whole
basically
thing.
was a rigged election. This was a part of the rigging of the election.
Yep.
And that's what you really should be doing. I mean, I hope one of your 60-minute episodes, which really hasn't changed very much from the last few years, I'm surprised, but one of those episodes should be on Southern Law and the fact that they spent millions and millions of dollars on absolute far right and just bad groups. And then they'd use those groups and they'd say, these are Republican groups and we're coming to your rescue. And they're the ones that have funded it and they're the ones that keep them going. Pretty sad. Do you think it's pretty sad, Nora?
The allegations and the indictment.
They're not
laid
just
out by-
allegations.
was an indictment
These
laid
are
out by the-
facts, okay? These are facts. I mean, they have checks to the Ku Klux Klan and many others.
Yeah,
and
it's
then they
over,
say how
lady.
bad they are
It's
and
over.
blaming the Republican Party and Republicans. These are not just allegations, but go ahead.
Well, as you know, sir, you've been accused of things and we're able to go to a court of law and adjudicate them. So
Yeah,
allegations and indictments.
after 5 years, that's true. It takes you about 5 years.
I do want to talk about that.
Well, I've
University-
also won a lot of money from fake news media, where they write falsely about me, and not that
And
I
by one, he means they settled after he was the president of the United States, and they kind of had to. But okay.
want to sue people because I don't, but I bring lawsuits against the fake news. I brought lawsuits against your network.
He hates
and you paid me
doing it.
$38 million because you did something that was so horrible with Kamala. You put an answer down that wasn't responsive to the question because her real answer was so bad, it was election threatening. And
So
you
what
paid me a
happened
lot
with
of
this?
money.
Was this just retardation that they did this, or
for what?
Did they actually splice up two different clips and like give a different answer?
No, this was bullshit. There was a longer answer that she gave to a question, and I think they edited out like the first part of it. Like you could argue. No, actually, I'm sorry, you couldn't. People said that the first answer she gave was bad, and the second one was significantly better, but both of them sounded pretty similar-ish to me. Maybe the second one was like maybe sort of slightly better, barely. And Trump accused them of like editing the whole interview for her. But the thing is that one, I mean, they released the full unedited thing because so many Trumples were so ass pain. But then two, I think they've done the same thing with Trump like multiple times, where they've like tried to edit it to clean up the language a little bit. It was just a huge fucking nothing burger.
Tried to pull one off. It was
common.
terrible. It was a terrible thing that you did. And you know, when you say, "Can we all get along?" You can, but when people do things like that, or how about the BBC, where the BBC has me actually AI? They have me saying a horrible statement. I said, "I never said that." It turned out they gave me a little AI treatment, where they have my lips speaking words of hate, tremendous.
I've never heard this claim before. The BBC thing was that they took two different statements from his Jan 6 speech, and then they put them one after the other. I've never heard this AI claim before, so I don't know if this is referring to that same thing and he's misunderstanding it, or if he's just fucking lying. But okay.
That I never said. They don't know what to do. They've admitted they're wrong. They just don't know what to do. They actually have me making a major statement, and it wasn't me. It was my face. It was my lips. My lips were perfectly in sync with the words. I said, I can't believe it. I can't believe it. So
I hear you, Mr. President.
So then when you say, can you get along? I can get along with anybody, but if people are going to cheat, if people are going to be fake, you sort of don't want to get along.
On that, what do you say to people who are encouraging political violence or even cheering it on?
Well, I think the ones that are doing
Just as a heads up for my the media model, the thing that I keep talking about, right? So they're being complicit in this because Trump is getting to repeat these talking points. And remember, you get to claim how much you get to claim. Like these exact same clips can now show up on all your media algorithms. Like Trump says this on 60 Minutes. None of it gets any pushback. It all seems legitimate. It all plays into this narrative of why people believe it's true. Like if you're a Trumpel and you see him say it here, you don't see any pushback. You see him say it all over Fox News, there's no pushback. He goes on podcasts, there's no pushback. Other people say it, there's no pushback. Like it seems like it's probably true. So there's zero pushback. He's completely, totally fucking lying about almost every statement he's made has been a fucking lie. 25 million illegal immigrants is not true. The statements that he just made about some AI edit, I've never heard that before. That's not true. The Kamala Harris thing is not true. It's just lie after lie after lie after lie, lie after lie. And they're all laundered and legitimized on these programs.
Yeah, and she doesn't fight back.
No,
for some
on
reason.
anything.
I don't know why. That's why I was saying it was slop.
Yeah.
much more far left than far right. Much more. When you see
quoting the Southern Poverty Law Center indictments in a way, they're just indictments. Yep. Saying
And
that
she
he
just
won
moved
his court
past it.
cases. I don't know if he won a single court case. I'm pretty sure all of them were settled after he became president.
Well, I think the ones that are doing that are much more far left than far right. Much more. When you see, again, Southern law, when you see some of the statements that are made that are so, even when you say no kings, that's encouraging. You're saying one of the things this guy said in his manifesto, which you didn't read, you should have, is that he attended a no kings rally.
Like, she literally said that. She said that to him. Does he forget that? Did he forget that? She literally said that.
This guy said in his manifesto, which you didn't read, you should have, is that he attended a no kings rally, along with not too many people. And probably it had an impact. You know, they get up and they say whatever they want. No, I'm against that. I think it's terrible.
Also at the dinner last night was your secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr. His sister, Carrie Kennedy, was there. They've both witnessed their father and their uncle be assassinated.
That's right.
Erica Kirk was there. The House Majority Leader, Steve Scalise, was there. Political violence has touched so many people in that room. Is there something that you as president can do? What can be done to change the trajectory?
Well, okay. We call this, by the way, kind of a layup question. Very easy layup question. Like, oh, is there something? Well, I'm glad you asked. There is actually. I would like to make a statement where I disavow political violence across the entire United States, and nobody should be engaged in it. Easy, easy, easy layup question.
Let's see how he does it.
Is there something that you as president can do? What can be done to change the trajectory?
Well, you know, you go back 20 years, 40 years, 100 years, 200 years, 500 years. It's always been there. People are assassinated, people are injured, people are hurt. And I'm not sure that there's any more now than there was. I do think that the hate.
Oh, so we've always just lived in a time period where there have just been infinite assassinations and everything. Oh, okay. Gotcha. Thank you for that, President Trump.
Hate speech of the Democrats, much more so, is very dangerous. I really think it's very dangerous for the country. I think the fact that I've accomplished so much, I've made our country great again. I mean, this country was dead. Our country was dead.
Dead.
A year and
It's
a half
a
ago,
dead country.
Joe Biden had no idea what he was doing.
And now it's the
I don't think it was
hottest.
him either. I think it was the people that surround him in the Oval Office at the beautiful Resolute desk. I don't think he made our country great again. I mean, this country was dead. Our country was dead. A year and a half ago, sleepy Joe Biden had no idea what he was doing. I don't think it was him either. I think it was the people that surround him in the Oval Office at the beautiful Resolute desk. I don't think he knew what he was doing. He didn't sign anything. He used the auto pen to sign 90% of the things.
They dropped all that auto pen shit, by the way.
I think that they they really created a tremendous amount of anger and hate. Our country was dead, and now we have the hottest country anywhere in the world. No, not even close.
Last night,
as an example, investments in our country for 4 years, less than $1 trillion.
Now they're at, are we over 20 trillion yet? Or is it going to say, is it 15 or 18? I wonder if we're over 20 trillion yet.
Under Biden. In 11 months, $18 trillion
18.
under Trump.
Okay, we're still 18.
Now, most people are happy about that, but some people are really angry about
Whatever
it. You know
that
why?
means.
Because it means we should be around for a long time, and they don't want that to happen.
Last night you had very much a tone of unity when you were in the White House press briefing room.
Keeps moving on with
I
the
think
interview.
So. I think I really felt very calm. I feel very calm, and I feel very calm right now, other than a couple of your questions, which are meant to antagonize and totally inappropriate. But I feel very calm.
Okay.
I thought last night was a very important thing to do, and people have said I did it well. Not an easy thing to do. You know, you leave a scene like that, and then you're supposed to let our country and even the world know that it's going to be okay.
And what about when we're talking about the division in this country, the political violence? Now many of your cabinet secretaries live on military bases because of the potential threats against them.
Well, they choose to. I'm not sure that...
That's just so fucking weird. Has that ever been the case in any U.S. history, even when we're at war? Has that ever been the case? I'm sorry, that's just such a weird thing.
They need to. They also have nice places, you know. Democrats did the same thing.
Did
Some
they?
of the housing on the military bases is very nice. I'm not sure they do it necessarily for violence, but probably it's not the worst thing in the world. Look, we are consequential. This is a consequential presidency. I have a great cabinet. And they do things that are very good, but some people, if they're good for us, they're not good for other people. Like, as an example, Iran, they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. They will not have. They're not going to blow up the world. They're crazy. They're not going to blow up the world. And therefore, they're not happy. And when they're not happy, people do things that are violent. Now, I'm not tracing anything back to them, but certainly if they had a shot, they'd probably take it. So when you're a consequential president or if you have a consequential administration, things happen that wouldn't happen if you're Sleepy Joe Biden. Everyone was happy with Biden. The world was happy. You know why they were happy?
How do you message that the stock market going to the moon is not great for the lower classes? I feel like it's easy for Trump to claim a win when numbers go up. It just goes back to the media model thing. And I can demonstrate this very easily because when the stock market goes down, they have all the correct talking points about how the stock market doesn't matter. It's not relevant to anybody. Most people don't know stocks. But when the stock market goes up, it's the most important indicator of economic success. And now it's the most important thing ever. Now it's super amazing. Like it's literally it'll just be whatever narrative they need to sell all the time. Everybody knows the talking points. It just depends on what side of the train tracks they're on at any particular point in time.
Because they were taking advantage of us because they treated the United States like we were stupid people, and they made a lot of money, but they don't do that anymore.
Last night was going to be your first attendance at the White House Correspondents' Dinner.
That's right.
As president.
I was looking forward to making a speech.
You were so ass-pained about how it went before, remember? Remember how you were so ass-pained?
And I stayed. It was very interesting because I said, I can't make that speech. I was going to do a pretty
Tell me.
rip-roaring speech. Oh, I won't go into the total details, but no, I was going to hit people really hard with humor. In other words, really hard with humor.
Thanks for clarifying. We thought you were going to start killing people or punching them. Thank you.
That was good. When this happened,
I wouldn't put it past
and
them.
I wanted it to go forward because I just didn't want it canceled by a crazy person. Our country's too good for that. Our country's too important for that and too powerful for that. I didn't want that to happen. But I said to him, and I thought it would go up. I was expecting until the last moment when the military came and Secret Service and law enforcement.
Why did they say you couldn't go back when you were saying I want to go back?
Because we had a very sealed room. It was very airtight. Once the doors opened and the Secret Service, military, others came in, the police came in, the law enforcement, they came in, a lot of them. We had a lot of law enforcement. And it was a wall. But the doors were open. It was breached by them.
Mm-hmm.
If somebody happened to slip in, and when they said that, I said, you're right. But I did want to go. But it would have been a much different speech. I would have had to just get up and say, I love you all.
Mm-hmm.
And there was love in the room. It was amazing. There was love in the room.
And why do you think that is? Why do you think that the tone
People
changed?
came together. Democrats that truly can't stand me were saying, sir, could I just shake your hand? I mean, I'm leaving, and I'm seeing people, high-level people. And they're saying, sir, great job.
God.
Sir, could I, one of them, I don't want, you probably have it on tape someplace. One of them said, could I hug you? A big politician on the other side. There was love. It just all came together. It was very amazing to see. It was a very beautiful thing. In a non-beautiful moment, really, but it was a very beautiful thing that was happening.
Mm-hmm. I hesitate to ask you about this, but as you know, these conspiracy theories out there on the left and the right, that the event was staged or that it didn't happen.
What, last night didn't happen?
That it was because it was your first time there or that Butler didn't happen. These conspiracy theories that are gaining traction on the internet.
October 7th didn't happen, and World War II didn't happen, and the Holocaust didn't happen, and many things didn't happen. Yeah, no, I don't know. I think they're more sick than they are con people, but there's a lot of con in it too. I haven't heard that last night didn't happen. Usually it takes a little bit longer.
Yeah.
Usually they wait about 2 or 3 months to start saying that.
I think that, and forgive me, I don't paddle in that stuff or certainly look at it because I was there. But the idea, I'm wondering where this is coming
That'd be
from.
a tough one, I think.
This is coming
That'd be
from.
tough. I think it would be a tough sell.
Yeah. Secret Service now is currently meeting, as they always do, to discuss your security footprint. The King is coming here, King of England.
I think it's great. He'll be very safe, yeah.
Yeah. And
You know,
your
the White
events be able
House
to go forward. You're no concerns about security going forward.
The White House grounds are really safe.
Mhm.
This area of not very many acres, it's really safe. And he'll be staying here now. I believe he's going to a couple of other locations because he's here for a few days. And he's a great guy. They called and they are so looking forward to being here.
Mhm.
We spoke this morning.
So the King is fine. He's still coming. Your events are still going forward.
He's a good person.
There's no indication from the Secret Service or the FBI that there's an additional threat to you or other administration officials?
No. This was a lone wolf, in my opinion. Now, we may find out something else. This was a sick lone wolf. He's a sicko. And
why would you even speculate on this when you have no? He's just, I don't even know what this is fucking cringe.
very disturbed person. You could see it with his journey through life. I mean, he was a Christian. He was a member of the Christian club at his college, Caltech, which is a good college. I'm sure they're very embarrassed by this because, it's a great college. So that means he's pretty smart to be in. You got to get pretty good marks, got to get pretty good board scores. It's a hard school to get into. So he's a smart guy, but he's a sick guy. Yeah, that's the problem. I mean, it would be a lot easier if they weren't smart. Some of them are very smart. And they go around and all they want to do is kill people. They're sick, and they have to be put away.
I understand today is the First Lady's birthday. Is that right?
Today's her birthday, yes. Happy birthday. Happy birthday, Melania. Today's her birthday.
How does that? How do you deal with that after what happened last night?
Yeah, by the time we get back here, it's like around 12 o'clock. And I said, happy birthday, darling.
Mm-hmm. And you were back here in the White House, I understand, in 5 minutes.
Back here, it's like around 12 o'clock. And I said, happy birthday, darling.
Mm-hmm. And you were back here in the White House, I understand.
What was that nickname or what was that? Happy birthday, Donna? Or what's he saying?
Darling.
Darling, gotcha.
Yeah, by the time we get back here, it's like around 12 o'clock. And I said, happy birthday, darling.
Darling.
And you were back here in the White House, I understand, in 5 minutes.
Well, they move fast, yeah.
Yeah, they move fast.
I mean, look, it's a pretty quick drive. It's not very far away. But think of it, the security of having this really perfect facility built at the highest security levels on the grounds, where you're not taking, I'm talking about any president. By the way, other presidents will use the ballroom a lot more than me. I'm going to have 4 or 5 months left, but other presidents will be having the that tremendous asset is going to be so great. But outside of that, it's dangerous. You need tremendous, that you could never build. You can't have thousands of rooms on top of a ballroom and have security, real security. Now, with that being said, I hope they do this event again, and I hope they do it again soon. And
You are committed to doing this event with the White House Correspondents' Dinner. It's about freedom of the press.
I want them because I don't want to see it be canceled. I don't want to have a crazy person. I think it's really bad for a crazy person to be able to cancel something like this.
Oh, yeah.
I remember with a certain event that took place, I don't even like mentioning it, where they had sports games going on. And it was a big decision. Do we cancel the games or do we not? And when you cancel, you're sort of playing right into the hands of these nut jobs, and they're really sick people. I don't want to have an event like that. It was a great event. That was an event, so I refused to do it the first 4 years because I felt the press treated me very unfairly. I had a right not to do it. I didn't do it, and the thing died. It was dying. And even though the press treats me pretty badly, it's hard to treat me. Look, I won the election. People were fighting me. Everybody, not everybody. I have some. There are great people in the press too, like a name, but I don't want to embarrass your show. We have some great people in the press and very fair people, and people that are just on my side. But for the most part, it's a very liberal or very progressive. Let's use the word liberal press. But I was really happy to see the. I don't know how long it will last. The relationship, the friendship, the spirit. After a very bad event took place. Now, the event turned out to be much less bad because nobody was killed, nobody was hurt. The Secret Service agent, I spoke to him, he had a bulletproof vest on. Unbelievable.
He's okay.
Oh, he's 100%. Yeah, no, he was 100%. He didn't want to go to the hospital. He really didn't. They asked him to go. He didn't want to go. He said, I don't need to go to the hospital. But he went because they asked him to go. I would have said to tell him not to go. If he doesn't want to go, what do you force him to go for? Because then the press would say, oh, he was badly hurt. No, he didn't want to go to the hospital, and they forced him to go. And I'm not saying they're wrong, but I would have said
you have to go probably for a whole bunch of liability reasons, especially, and you would want them to go to get checked out too. Like imagine he doesn't go and he dies like 3 days later from some shit. His family or anybody else is gonna be like, oh, he had injuries and he wasn't treated and cleared by you. Always, I'm sure for every single police officer and every single thing like that, every minor interaction, you probably have to go to the hospital and get checked out. I'm sure you must have to.
If he doesn't want to go, don't make him go.
Well, I know the White House Correspondents Association very much appreciates you going last night and honoring a commitment to do it
I
again.
hope we're going to do it again. Nora, tell him to get it going, and we should do it within 30 days, and they'll have even more security, and they'll have bigger perimeter security. It'll be fine, but tell him to do it again. We can't let something be, it's not that I want to go. I'm very busy. I don't need that. I think it's very important that they do it again.
Well, thank you. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, I mean, what do you want me to say?
No way.
That's what I want you to say. Somebody said Asmongold is attacking our boy Josiah.
Or actually, well, she might actually run again. It's just that she's not going to win. That's it. I love when you react to your own videos. What's the best content? I did not see this coming because you didn't know. So this is a guy. I found this to be really, really funny. So this guy, Graham Platner, this is the newest progressive candidate. This is like a cosplayer, right? They're trying to pick out, a white, like an average white guy that looks masculine that they can put out there and see like, look, guys, we're not just a party of BPD women. We actually have men that are Democrats as well. And so with the Nazi
Nazis
tattoo,
too.
I peeped some Twitter liberals in my timeline hint or say something that they outright won't vote for Platner over Collins. To which I remind you all, vote blue no matter who cuts both ways. If leftists should vote for moderate nominees, moderates should vote for leftist ones. Bruh, why would black or Jewish people support a guy with the Nazi tattoo? That seems counterintuitive. So this guy, just so you guys can understand this, this guy literally has a Nazi tattoo. He literally, this is not a good thing to have, by the way. Not a good thing to have, because he said he didn't know it was a Nazi tattoo, and then he got it removed after being told. Tattoo scandal aside, there's no corroborating evidence that he's a Nazi. He's going to be the Democratic nominee. Any Democratic nominee is better than Suzanne Collins. The seat is necessary for Democrats to take the majority. If Democrats don't retake the majority, Trump will get more Supreme Court nominees, and it may be game over for Democrats for a generation. Gentlemen, that's a great sell, isn't it? Wow. And so anyway, actual Nazi tattoo, and this is the guy, right? So he has no problem calling Greg Bovino an actual Nazi, but then he's defending a person who has a legitimate Nazi tattoo. Wow. How can you be this stupid?
Wow.
They're not stupid. See, you think that they're stupid because you're assuming that you are
It's not
putting your
intentional.
value system on them, and then you're saying like, well, why are they being accountable to their own value system? It's because they don't hate Nazis, they want to be Nazis. They don't hate authority, they want to be the authority. They don't hate the police, they want to be the police. They don't hate fascism, they want to be the fascists. They don't hate racism, they want to be the racists. They don't hate police brutality, they want to use the police to brutalize the people that they don't like. That's what it is. That's what it's about. It's a power play. And as soon as people realize this, everything else makes perfect sense. There are no standards, there are no boundaries, there are no rules. It is simply a power accumulation goal. And if something works in that goal and it will help accumulate power, then that's exactly what they will do. The left claim to hate racism, yet they're responsible for all the Asian hate in the US. And also, I'd say the majority of the Jewish hate, too. I think that, yeah, there's right-wing people that are like that, too. But I think that it really originated from progressives. And I think that it originated from progressives in the same way that the hate for white people did. And also Asian people. They see Jewish Americans that have great socioeconomic factors, obviously, like they're doing very well as a socioeconomic group. And they say, well, they can't, that has to be because of some sort of bad acting. That's the reason why. And that's why Democrats can...
Okay.
Is Trump's
a vouch meme? Do I care about this?
Is Trump's MAGA coalition cracking? A report from rural Ohio. I just want to see them suffer.
Me too, man.
I just want to see them suffer. I just want to see them suffer. I just want good news for once.
I love Ohio. We'll never let you down. I swear, I promise.
4 days. They're all heading off to vote. 900 miles.
Just like genuinely evil vibes from all of this. Like,
he hates
what was
them.
the planet Baron Harkonnen control? Remember the cheeseburger, hamburger, Big Mac, Whopper? You know what I'm talking about, right? You know that?
There you go. That's much better.
Red Sox might need a backup catcher. And one giant question. Is Donald Trump's mega coalition cracking? Entering Ohio, the Mahoning Valley. Gritty, blue-collar, union, reliably Democratic for decades. No more. People like this, places like this, are part of how Trump has changed America. Ohio changed from a competitive purple state to a Trump red state because of the magic of his coalition.
Almost entirely off of racism and anti-immigrant sentiment. Like, not for a single legitimate economic reason. Not like as bad as the Democrats are. The choice between the Democrats and the Republicans for every possible self-interested reason, it's not even a question for Ohioans. You know, it's just not.
But as we head into the midterms, the jobs he promised are not here. The revival in American manufacturing he promised is not here. Chris Anderson is the Mahoning County Democratic chairman. His midterm bet? Enough Trump voters will be part of electing Ohio's first Democratic governor in 15 years, and part of flipping a critical Senate seat from red to blue. They got conned by a con man. You're the Democrats, so you're supposed to say that. What do you see that tells you that things are different?
Well, I mean, drive around Mahoning County. For 8 years, there were Trump signs on every corner. There were flags.
Adding on to this little snippet that I got, it was from the recent New York Times deep dive into the opinions of the Trogs. Right here, these individuals. From Ella, 51, white Republican portfolio manager. When he said he would try to fix immigration, I was behind it, but then the way he did it, it's just not the way I agree with. What turned out to be different? How ICE was treating people, this was not the way to do it. And then from Jose, Latino, independent. I thought he'd learned his lesson and was going to prove to everyone he learned from his mistakes and was going to turn the country around and was going to be a stellar president. But it's turned out to be a horror movie. I was so wrong.
I fell for it again.
He's literally...
Don't ever, if you're ever like politically, I don't want to say politically savvy, but if you literally read or do anything ever online about politics, do not, anytime you see something that says like average voter comment, don't ever read those because you will want to die, okay? Average voters just say some of the wildest, craziest, most retarded shit you've ever seen literally in your entire life.
Just doing the shit he said he was going to do. To repeat, I think, what Drew was saying here, as I've always said, Trump is what people want him to be. Trump is a charismatic character and the only one in what is otherwise a charisma void. No one else in politics at his level is able to capture attention the way he is. So
I saw one thing earlier. There was a poll on people who feel like, how much percent do you feel like the president is the reason for the gas prices? I think it was like Obama had like 60%, Biden had like 65% or something. Trump's at 72% fucking percent. Independents blame him at like level 89%. I think Dems were 95%.
Republicans are at, like, 25?
No, they're at 55,
Oh,
which
okay,
is a pretty
okay.
crazy number.
It is
So
still
yeah, I mean,
retarded, but yeah.
it's waking up. Yeah.
Gravitate to him, not for any specific reason, not for pragmatic reasons, not even out of self-interest, but because he is the loudest. And the Democrats can't compete on noise, you know? Morons, every last one. Yeah. He's a void they pour their beliefs into. Yeah, they're attracted to his narcissism. Yeah, I don't know. It really is a problem that can only be solved with better safeguards on education and media, and by having a Democratic Party that's not made up of technocrats. You need Democrats who love politics for the love of the game. You know, you need. We're fighting over the most powerful positions on earth here. We need people who like winning over the public, not people who treat it like an obligation they have to get through.
Go to a grocery store without seeing those red MAGA hats. I challenge you to find one.
It's true, these are hard to find now. Maybe a clue, but hardly enough to answer the is MAGA cracking question. This is Local 1112 United Auto Workers, Lordstown, Ohio. Round 0 in the local debate about trusting Trump. General Motors made cars here for 5 decades, thousands of good union jobs, but the Lordstown plant closed in 2019, despite a first-term Trump promise it would stay open. Foxconn built this new factory on the GM site, but its workforce is non-union, and the factory is mostly idle now as the company decides what's next. Nearby, another new factory sold as Lordstown's new hope, Altium Cells, a joint EV battery venture between General...
It's so fucking stupid and so irrational that the president would even be specifically promising that specific factories stay open. Do you know how small the employment numbers are for these factories in relation to, Jesus, I don't know, the number of baristas in America? Like, just an incredibly tiny portion. It's the same reason like in Pennsylvania, they're always talking about the fracking workers. Then you look up how many workers are actually in fracking in Pennsylvania, and it's like nobody. Like coal in West Virginia. They're just emotionally attached, or people have been manipulated, propagandized into being emotionally attached to the narrative that
West
their
Virginia
state relies on this.
Bro, the whole state.
Any state in the United States with the right
shit
investment
down.
should shift into the service-based tech economy that we have more or less gravitated into. Like there's nothing preventing West Virginia from being like, you know, Virginia. As in, their economy shifts, and they're able to stay relatively robust because the jobs that are available shift with the time.
But you're trash there.
You could do that.
Motors and South Korea's LG Electronics. How many guys are working in that factory now?
Right now, all the production is shut down. 1,460 of us, I think there were. We're all laid off in January 5th, officially.
And you don't know until when?
Don't know till when.
Bob Swagger leads the campaign committee at Local 1112. Everyone here remembers when Trump told them not to sell their homes, and later when he said new jobs would replace the GM jobs. The union endorsed Kamala Harris, but a big chunk of its voters voted Trump. And then the UAW endorsed Trump's tariffs.
They were hopeful that they were going to bring more jobs back to the United States.
Has that happened?
Not that I'm aware of.
Manufacturing employment is up a bit of late, but down 80,000 jobs overall since Trump.
Iowa's just blue now. Yeah, but it's not reliable because these people are motivated largely by grief or spite and racial animus. So the moment they get pitched another retarded fucking political project by a racist Republican, they're going to jump on it, you know? You need to...
Problem?
I don't think that's true for the average voter here. I think Vox me a little unhinged, but, you know, I get it.
You need to structurally fix the incentive.
Supplemental memorandum in your support for your MSJ. It's out now. I'm not going to care.
Oh, we probably added a few things based on Pixie's...
It's pretty short, yeah.
Deposition.
It's like 1 page. This is what I would turn in for paper in high school.
Good.
It's 2 pages.
April 27th, Bonald took plaintiff's deposition. At her deposition, she confirmed she was still not aware of any evidence that she had not previously submitted to the court. Demonstrating that Bonald transmitted the video to any third party after the effective date of the court statute. Plaintiff's admission that she has no new evidence to support her claim of subject matter jurisdiction shows that nothing has changed since the hearing on plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction nearly a year ago. At that hearing, the court inquired whether plaintiff had seen any evidence that Bonald transmitted the video to anyone after October 22nd. Plaintiff responded, I have not. Discovery is now closed. Plaintiff has failed to demonstrate that the court has subject matter jurisdiction of the case. Bonald never transmitted. Okay, nice. I guess. We'll see what their SMJ filing is. Oh boy.
We'll see if they file.
They
have to.
Oh, they probably won't. They won't file theirs, but they should file responses to ours, I think. But
system here.
Return to the White House. American auto manufacturing down 25,000 jobs in Trump's second term. Do you believe in 2026 the Democrats can actually win statewide for the Senate and win statewide for governor in Ohio?
Yes.
Mark Scalia, seizing Kosovo, Iraq, and Afghanistan, was drawn to the Tea Party and then Trump after leaving the Army.
I let myself, I don't want to say get radicalized or anything, but I was very right-wing.
Skanesny had a change of heart in 2020, calls himself an independent, and is backing Democrats this year because he now views Trump and MAGA as dangerous to democracy.
You were part of the fucking Tea Party, dude. You were radicalized.
I've talked to a lot of people whose views are changing, even in my own family. So I am hopeful that that is starting to fracture.
Yet Skanesny concedes many Trump supporter friends will not budge.
In Ohio.
It's a lot harder. It's a lot harder than I thought.
Most of Ohio is rural, and rural America is Trump country. But rural also means you drive a lot. High gas prices hurt. Farms dot the rolling hills of Albany in southeast Ohio.
I think a lot of Europeans genuinely don't understand.
High gas prices hurt.
With regard to gas prices, that a lot of Americans, like rural Americans, drive on this specific road a road that looks just like this one for multiple hours every day. They might be 20 or 30 minutes away from any place they can buy anything from. Let alone if you want like a proper grocery trip, you know, not just like picking something up from like a shitty, you know, general store. Or like a hospital. It could be hours.
Hours.
I don't
Farms out the rolling hills of Albany and Southeast.
It depends on what you consider rural. I feel like I've argued with Chad about this before, and whatever they said it was retarded and wrong, but some people...
I don't think the average person drives like 20 minutes to go to the, like, to see more civilization.
No, average person, nobody. I thought he said average rural person, but then it just depends on what you
if he
consider.
said average rural, then yeah, I agree. Okay.
It just depends on what you consider rural, though, yeah?
East Ohio. This one is unique.
The chickens are your supervisors?
Yeah. 400 or so sheep on 100 grassy acres. Lambing season. These sheep are pregnant. 200 to 250 more little lambs. Do any day.
If you see this, you're in rural.
Bill Krusling doesn't need much diesel or any fertilizer, so he's shielded from the Iran war cost spikes hitting many other farmers. He does okay, but is saddled by huge medical debts. His biggest complaints about Washington are corruption and deficit spending.
Trump promised to change the healthcare system, and he
Not
hasn't.
deficit
He promised to
spending.
reduce the debt, and he hasn't.
Well, it takes time. He had 4 years, but
you can't vote. I'm sorry. Sir, get back to the sheep. You have a literal, like, before the birth of Christ job, and I think that you should have before the birth of Christ political rights.
Okay, I gotta take that. I'm stealing that one.
That's a good one.
You have a before the birth of Christ job. That's a good one. Okay.
just new to Washington. I don't blame Trump. I blame the Congress.
Yeah.
Where am I riding?
Right here.
Bad boy
Take the
ours.
dog seat? Yeah, she's coming no matter what.
Krusling says no politician understands this life, and he's mad at both parties for not solving problems. But he will vote Republican in November because he's conservative and because he loves Trump, for the very reason so many people can't stand Trump.
Again, there's nothing here. There's nothing here. You disenfranchise, you move on. You disenfranchise, you move on.
He seems to like fights now. Oh, he loves a fight. He loves a fight. And that's great. So I voted for him. This world's got way too many pearl clutchers. It's like,
guarantee you this guy is the most sensitive man alive. There are probably like a million things his hypothetical daughter could do to give him like an actual heart attack.
Probably.
Well, people give me a break.
Back on the road, heading south. Portsmouth.
Vegas Snowflake Live, he hears in the living room, the children are watching. Is that Bill Nye? Is that Bill Nye on my, not under my roof?
Is in Scioto County, along the Ohio River across from Kentucky. Trump won 74% here last time. Del King was already wavering on Trump. The Iran war, the last straw. King opened his Portsmouth gym 16 years ago after returning home from 2 tours in Iraq.
It's crazy because that's like, it's 20 years ago.
His office is full of military mementos, and showing it to a visitor stirs emotion.
Like, it's weird. I don't know, 20 years and then we're dealing with Iran.
This reminds me of the time I stood around at a base for 2 years, did nothing. This reminds me of the time me and the boys filled up a sock with soap and beat a guy because he was kind of fucking giving us eyes in the showers. This was the time me and the boys stood outside guarding a room while an A&A officer raped a 10-year-old boy. And we all pretended not to hear what was going on behind the wall. Oh, good times, good times.
So it's like, what the is... it's a unique timing thing. Guys are trying to navigate their own healing journey, and now it's like, okay, it's scratching that scab again.
King voted for Trump in 2016, again in 2024, but he's voting for Democrats in 2026 because he believes the country needs to send Trump.
We'll see about that one.
Yeah,
we'll see about that one. Well, I don't know about that. There's always an excuse when it comes time to vote. Always.
A midterm message.
I am pro-military, and we have a strong need to protect this country. I know there are threats, and I know there are enemies that want to see the downfall of this country. But you can't be flippant about war. You cannot.
Can we send them to Iran? I think it's time for another tour of duty. I think somebody hasn't walked over enough IEDs.
Jesus.
Conversations with friends here and fellow veterans across the country.
Has Ryan Grimm always been the schizo brain? He's now suspecting the establishment Dems having flipped Platner. Yes, Ryan Grimm is crazy. Yes, he always has been. Yes.
Convince him big change is coming.
The shine's kind of coming off the...
This is why I can't run for office, because I refuse to step in line with the fucking cult of American veterancy. The idea that I should take seriously this misty-eyed retard waxing poetic about military service and how you have to vote for a retarded fascist 4 times in a row because it's the only way to defend America against...
I would, dude. The special emergency services and veterans, that would be one of the biggest things. I could never. Actually, and basically all of these like niche job things, like coal plant workers and shit like that, I would never
you
be able to.
You don't want to visit them?
No, I just would never want to appeal to them. I would never want to appeal to them. Oh my God. I wouldn't be able to do it.
Be like, listen here, coal workers. I'm shutting you fucking down, retards. Go get a new job. Learn to code.
It's enemies, like, I don't know, goat herders in Afghanistan.
The Trump presidency really kind of see through the true core of who he is versus what he campaigned on.
what he is and what he campaigned on are the exact same things, by the way. Those are the same. They haven't changed. But
what other issues besides the war do Democrats think could help them in Ohio?
Well, Anderson, as you saw at the top of the piece, and here's the map from 2024. Look, Donald Trump won 81 of 88 counties, 81 of 88 in Ohio. So be skeptical about the Democratic chances. But the war in Iran may be taking some people like Dale King away. The manufacturing jobs the president promised, there are some, but there's no big renaissance like he promised. But you see the 81 of 88. This is the map Democrats think gives them hope, Anderson.
88, suspicious. No wonder Ohio's like that. It's true, though. The Republicans are sleepwalking into oblivion, you know?
I feel personally attacked firemen for 10 years. I should specify, when I say emergency services, what I really mean is I would never get along with cops. For firemen, we would definitely get along because I would just have to promise like tax breaks to small business owners, and every single fireman basically runs a second job while they're sitting around all day at the station doing fuck all. So they would like me. Yeah, they'd like me. They'd like me.
I'm gonna keep letting you guys do fuck all. They'll be like, all right.
Lindsey James up 3 points on Joe Mitchell in Iowa's 2nd congressional district. Trump plus 10, 2024. We're going to be winning seats they never thought could go Democrat. The Democrats are going to have to dust off all the fucking Sonnenrods and swastikas in their, 30-year running Republican congressional offices. Somebody link this. What is it? Oh, yeah, Republicans. This is how Republicans talk in these areas. They have no plan for fixing the economy. I've seen this clip, but it's something else. Senator.
President.
Senator.
Today I want to talk about a little bit of the headlines you're going to see throughout the day. We've seen about 1,000 metallurgical coal mining jobs that have already been lost this year. But for those of you who are unaware, we lost over 4,000 steam coal jobs in my district and in Senate District 1, which would be the Senator from Ohio and Brooks District, just over this weekend.
I love the narrative of Republicans in West Virginia appealing to their voters by saying, but don't worry, once Republicans are in charge of West Virginia, then things will turn around.
We all put it on our
once we're behind the wheel.
All of the campaign on being pro-coal. I'm going to give you all an opportunity to stand up and fight for these jobs this week, because you'll see my agenda today is very coal-heavy. And everybody knows I've touted myself as an all-to-blow energy, coal, oil, and gas. But my brothers and sisters in that coal industry, their jobs are under attack. War on coal still exist. And it's time that we fight back against it. We have bureaucrats in our state government right now that shut these coal mines down. And I'm going to fight like hell to reopen them. And I'm going to do whatever it takes to do that. And I encourage each and every one of you to stand with me to do that, because these jobs are important. As we sit here and we pass tax cuts, as we want to cut spending and things like that, we need these coal jobs to make that happen.
Fucking retard.
Our state depends on the severance tax collection to make that happen. And more importantly, those 4,000 West Virginia...
They really can't imagine any future just rehashing the past. Well, this guy is like Trump. He fucking hates his voters. I can read it in his voice. He doesn't believe a single thing that he says. He knows that he's speaking to an audience of like 70 IQ, coal lung-dusted individuals. He's just saying shit. He knows. He doesn't care about the future or the past. He's just there. He enjoys the corporate kickbacks that he gets, from the coal industry. They're in that job. How are there any taxes left in the USA? Yeah, pretty soon. Like they're going to narrow the margin of the taxable demographics further and further until the only people getting taxed are like 18 to 35 renting young professionals. It's going to be it. It's like if you've made between $50,000 and $100,000 in the past year, you don't own a home, you don't have children. These are the only people who are going to be taxed. You will single-handedly fund the entire nation and Israel, obviously. To be fair, what does West Virginia have aside from coal, though? People. We have a service economy. Literally. Also,
is he from
West Virginia? Is genuinely like one of the most beautiful places in the world. West Virginia could be like Colorado. It literally could. Like you could make West Virginia a modern, metropolitan, urbane, small, dense little towns nestled between the mountains that wealthy people from the East Coast drive into.
No, he's from the poor part of,
like legend.
Beverly Hills.
Yeah, always. It's always like that. Remember?
I remember.
Legendary nature hikes. You could do that, but they insist on just dying in the coal mines. They love it. They love it. Like Trump said, they love the coal mines. They want to die.
They yearn for them.
That's all they want.
Damn, this Vosh guy is beast.
They yearn for the coal mines.
My dust, my coal dust.
Is Vosh on Twitch or only on YouTube?
I think he's unbanned from Twitch.
He's unbanned from Twitch, but he was too scared to ever go back. No confrontation. Fortress Arc.
Or maybe... Well, I guess he doesn't do any collaborations, huh?
Who? Vosh? No, that's what the Fortress Arc is.
Then I don't understand not streaming there, I guess.
We do collabs.
What? Did you just say?
We do collabs. But I sounded
I thought it was like something... Widoku. Like
we
Sudoku.
do collabs, damn it.
Sudoku Labs. Okay.
Okay, good job, guys.
Thank you. That means a lot.
You understand that, okay, do you consider Kyle Kulinski a Hasan tier Marxist Leninist fucking anti-American revolutionary?
No.
So why the fuck, and by the way, this is why I think Kyle's kind of, God, I'm trying to keep myself from terms of service. Is kind of an R slur.
Whoa.
Is because he took Hasan Piker's fucking Chinese position. You should seriously just watch the Hasan derangement.
Okay, send me the clips. Send me the clips.
He took his position on China, and Hasan Piker might as well have taken his fucking hand, jammed it up fucking Kyle Kalinski's ass, gotten his fucking hand up to his mouth, and fucking done this with Kyle Kalinski's mouth. That's what happened. And that's what happens when you do apologia for Hasan Piker and his ilk, is you end up puppeteering some of his dumbest fucking takes. And so, yeah, you're like, oh,
is that what Ezra did?
To worry about.
Is that what
There's
Ezra did?
To see
is that
here.
what Tim Miller did? Do you feel the same way about Ezra and Tim Miller?
He's not even a part of the coalition. And then you got fucking Kyle Kalinski, one of the biggest progressives on the fucking internet, fucking meat puppeting Hasan in reference to geopolitical analysis.
So
fuck out of here.
So a couple things. First, do you feel the same way about Ezra Klein and Tim Miller, who were like,
yeah, Ezra Klein and Tim Miller are useful fucking idiots. I was so goddamn
and John Favreau.
Mad. And hold on. This is what really pisses me off. Okay, Ezra Klein, love the beard, love the abundance liberalism, love the cool, calm, collected, technocratic conversation about fucking technocratic policy. Who's the other guy that you brought up? Tim Miller.
Yeah.
Tim Miller. Love the gay conservatarian, never Trump Republican fucking bullshit. Love all that. We have to have the moral clarity as Republicans in order to stand up to the Trump administration. Blah 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 blah. Who gives a fuck about Hasan Piker? There's there's the war in Iran and the tariffs. They're fucking us over. Who gives a shit about some podcast, bro? Okay, that's fine. But I literally think that they have the intellectual equivalent of HIV. Okay, they do not have an immune response to a virus that is going to infect them and kill them. And that is what, did you read the Hasan Piker is not the enemy op-ed?
Yes, I read the whole thing. I thought it was very reasonable.
Of course he did,
Relatively
obviously.
speaking, saying that...
We knew that. He didn't
what did he say?
We
He
knew
said
that.
like, we have this huge tradition of freedom of speech and, freedom of conscience and blah, 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 blah. There was nothing objectionable in reference to that.
Yeah, there was nothing objectionable in the article. Agreed.
Whoever titled that article, Hasan Piker is not your enemy, I'll just go terms of service. Fuck it. I wish I could fucking take this pen and shove it up their fucking
Jesus.
That person can fuck themselves. They got me to rage bait click on the article, so good for them for that thing. But if you do not think that Hasan Piker is an ideological enemy of the United States, you're a fucking dipshit. And you have the ideological equivalent of HIV. You do not have an immune system when it comes to leftism. Damn. You do not have the ability to understand it or defend yourself against it. So fuck them. And fuck you a little bit.
What do I do?
You're fucking sweeping.
What am I sweeping for? How am I sweeping? Tell me how I'm sweeping.
What's the problem, bro? Can't we all just smoke a J and hang out and be friends? No.
I didn't fucking say that.
Smoke a J and hang out and be friends, Pisco. We can't.
No, the point I'm driving is a very simple one. It's a very simple one, Connor, and you should be able to grasp it. Firmly grasp it. This is the point I'm making.
Yeah, the way you firmly grasp
Stop. Let me finish. I let you finish. I let you finish.
Yeah,
I let you finish. So the point I'm making is the following. As for the two parties available to us, I think it's an uncontroversial opinion to say that the right-wing conservative Republican Party is descending faster into a state of where it's intolerable, as it currently is, than the Democratic Party. And my question, regardless of everything you're going to say about Hasan Piker, some of which I think is fear-mongering in the sense of like Marxist-Leninism taking root in the Democratic Party ideologically, but even going beyond that, it's like, all right, even if that were a problem, it's not nearly the same problem as what's in the Republican Party and what's likely to come. And so what is the utility in calling yourself a Republican? And the last thing I'll say, I'll let you respond. The game that I play a little bit is with myself in that sometimes I feel like you're channeling Curtis Yarvin. Sometimes I feel like you're channeling...
What?
I play with myself too.
Good one.
Nick Fuentes. And sometimes I feel like you're channeling, someone like Liz Cheney. And I don't know who I'm talking to on any given day. And so sometimes I think it's better to describe you as a Democrat, and sometimes I think it's better to describe you as a Republican. But at least as you have announced today, in terms of you think that Platner should be supported.
Is he talking about Connor? Connor is considered a conservative at least, right?
Or that's an endorsement. You've endorsed Graham Platner. It just doesn't seem useful to call you a Republican.
I want you to be... God, I got flashbanged by this thing. It's like, curse your sudden but inevitable betrayal. I'm trying to prepare you for that moment, okay? Because what's going to happen is my appeals to Democratic electoral victory is not a endorsement of Democratic ideology, okay? And we could actually get into the brass tacks if you want to.
Sure.
So, yeah. Okay. Can we go deep? Are you okay with going deep real quick?
Sure. You're used to phrase... You have to, like... At least with the grape
There's
stuff.
a lot of sexual. There's a lot of sexual tension in the room.
Okay, go for
Want to go deep? Hey, I want to go deep, but you let me finish. So who's making sexual comments?
Just get to it.
Now?
Just get to it.
Okay,
motherfucker.
Well, then if you say just get to it, I'm trying to be concise. No, fuck that. I'm going to make you be concise.
Okay.
Why do you think we use a political binary between left and right? What does left mean to you?
Left is a vague sense to me, an economic sense of being further from free markets and more in favor of social control of economic inputs. That's kind of my view on it.
I think that's
But the thing is,
historical, but
you know, no. If you go to like the French Revolution, you get something else, right? So I just, as the term is used, I understand it to vaguely gesture at more regulatory and or social ownership of the economy and it's as an economic label, but it can be used in many different ways, also politically, to vaguely gesture at like politics in a given context.
Okay, I'll ask another question that I think we'll probably get where we need to go quickly. If you had a social institution that was centuries or millennia years old and its proponents argued that it served some kind of necessary social function, but then there was an injustice that it perpetuated upon the proletarian masses, and the proletarian masses had a suggestion that would, basically create a more just society, do you have, like, what is your instinct? Do you side with the proletarian masses in order to effectuate a greater justice?
Can you dumb that fucking down, what he just said there?
Hold on. Viewed that it serves some kind of necessary social function. Okay, I'll ask another question that I think we'll probably get where we need to go quickly. If you had a social institution that was centuries or millennia years old and its proponents argued that it served some kind of necessary social function, but then there was an injustice that it perpetuated upon the proletarian masses, and the proletarian masses had a suggestion that would, basically create a more just society, do you have, like, what is your...
He's talking about that a Marxist will say, so under Marx, the idea is that for a socialist mode of production to happen, first you need to have a capitalist mode of production first, because the capitalists have to come in and invest in everything and build up the infrastructure, and then from there there's a revolution, and then the proletariat seizes the capital, and then it's redistributed ownership to the masses, all that bullshit, right? So he's saying that there is a socially necessary function, I'm thinking, for capitalism here, or he's saying that some would say there was a socially necessary function for capitalism, but at some point the proletariat is going to suggest, hey, we should change the method of production here so that it's not just an owner class and a worker class or whatever, is what he's saying a socialist would say, I guess. Yeah.
Okay. Instinct. Do you side with the proletarian masses in order to effectuate a greater justice, or do you defer to the centuries-old social institution?
It's a very tough question to answer, Connor. I think the answer I have to give you is going to be boring. It's like, it depends, I guess. It depends on what the institution is that we're preserving.
The point that I'm trying to get at, sorry, I'll try to be concise, is that if we are actually to articulate like the root philosophies of the Democratic Party in the left wing as a whole and the Republican Party in the right wing as a whole, it's a preference between the populace and
or never mind, maybe he was making a more general statement. I think Connor's just saying, do you reflexively defend traditions or you take them down to help people? Okay, maybe he was saying more, I'm sorry, he was saying that as a more general sense and asking me to go on that. Sorry, my bad.
Left wing as a whole and the Republican Party and the right wing as a whole, it's a preference between the populace and institutions and technocratic elites.
Oh, I don't agree with that.
On the left side is an orientation towards the population, and on the right side is a orientation towards technocratic elites and institutions.
I don't think that's what people use. Yeah, I have an objection in both in terms of semantics and in terms of how it plays out in the United States today. So in terms of semantics, I don't think that people, when they say left or right, are referring to populism versus institutions. I just don't think that's how the term is used. And then beyond the semantic point, I think today you can arguably see right-wingers as more anti-establishment or anti-institutionalist. Like, look at everything that they did with Doge and destroying like checks and balances in the government.
It wasn't that way a decade ago, though, was it?
Then I think it was more mixed for sure. Then I think it's not clear to me that
it wasn't that way fucking 20 years ago, was it? Or 30 years ago?
I think there was a more bipartisan consensus. I think there was a more bipartisan consensus along certain institutions for decades and decades and decades. And the real differences were, shades of gray within like an ideological comfort range. Now it feels like the institutionalist populist line is a more dividing line, but I don't think people use the term left or right to describe that line.
Yes, sorry. That is that's a perfectly fine analysis. However, and I'm sorry that we're going deep, but I'll try to make it easy for you to let me finish. So, the populist versus institutionalism, I agree with you that within the past decade, that has not been the thing. But part of the reason why traditional Republicans, especially neoconservatives, especially never-Trump Republicans, have been so shocked and horrified by the Trump movement is that he has used, quote-unquote, tools of the left in order to gain broad popularity. Okay? The Republican mythos a decade ago and 2 decades ago was that, yes, we are electing technocratic elites. We're electing Mitt Romney, who's a titan of industry. We're electing John McCain, who had a silver spoon up his ass. We're electing the Bush dynasty, which had a silver spoon up their ass because they're oil billionaires. But you know what they're going to do despite that, them being technocratic elites and institutionalists? They're going to craft the society so good that the populace is not going to give a fuck because they're going to be drowning in cash and drowning in wealth and prosperity. That was the mythos and the promise.
I think it's kind of an anachronistic analysis, to be honest with you, but sure, I'm following.
I really don't think it is at all. Okay. But anyways, the point is that Donald Trump instead inverted the relationship and he said, no, I work for you. I work for the people. The fucking institutionalist technocratic elites have corrupted both sides. And we're going to go into Washington, D.C. and drain the swamp and we're going to fuck the institutionalists in the ass and I'm going to create a economic utopia. And so what's interesting about that is effectively you have an appeal to populism, which is typically, historically, a left-wing appeal, but then you have it in a cult of personality and almost like a new monarchy, which is like a right-wing appeal. So you have like this hybridization of like fascist populism. So anyways, the whole point that we're getting here where you're like, Connor, I can't tell where you're at on the political compass. It's because the political compass has been fucking spun in a circle. That's why.
Okay, I think it's fair that the traditional lines of left...
Okay, why do I want to listen to this?
I don't know why you're watching this, man.
Well, I don't know. Somebody linked it for...
You want me to ban him?
True.
I'll get him.
Permaban them. Docs. Just kidding. Video game. Oh no.
First of all, there's certainly a lot of truth to the idea that left-wing teachers are indoctrinating kids into a viewpoint on the world that does cross paths into, what causes the symptom that is Jew hatred. I think that's for sure true. Honestly, I think that the bigger danger when I look at young people right now is social media. Social media is a cesspool. I mean, if you spent any time on X at all over the course of the last couple of years, it is unusable.
Aww.
Truly unusable. I mean, just a vile stream of trash.
Wow.
And I think that was true of TikTok as well. I mean, what do we do? I mean, I think that, you only do what you can, meaning that I don't control the algorithms. Hopefully somebody who's more responsible now will help control the algorithms. I'm glad that TikTok was taken away from China. I'm not sure how much algorithmic control is given to the new owners. That's sort of the big question. I think that, Elon should obviously boot the bots from his algorithm, because I think a lot of this is foreign bot driven, frankly. And I think the algorithm creates extraordinary virality. Yes, there's money being used, 100%. The extraordinary virality is being driven for unknown accounts. You can see it in your recommendations. I remember at one point I actually reached out to Elon's people directly about this. So
cried.
Yes,
My
I
Twitter
agree with
feed
you
is
that
bullying
young
me.
people are being faced with a plethora of bad information.
If you're at a restaurant and you're reading the dessert menu, what is a dessert on there that will get you to order it? Like, what's your favorite dessert there?
Flambe stuff is good.
Okay.
I guess, is it, what's the thing where you have it's like a solid, but there's like a crisp layer on top of sugar?
Like a creme brulee?
Yeah, creme brulee is good, I guess.
That's what I was going to say. That one's really fucking good.
No cake, anything. Never cake. Very rarely
But
ice cream.
I like pie. Yeah.
Pie can be
But
alright.
pie is like I don't know, you got to be at a weird place for that. Tiramisu? Always. True.
What's that again?
Ladyfingers plus like cream.
I don't know what ladyfingers are. I don't know what.
I don't know how to explain fucking tiramisu to you.
Tiramisu. Let me look at a picture. Oh.
Coffee.
Coffee. The dessert coffee? Ooh, you're one of those people.
No, I'm saying that tiramisu is coffee-y.
Coffee-y?
Yeah, there's like espresso on top, I think. Or the ladyfingers are dipped in espresso. That's what it is.
Gross.
You would hate it. You hate any good food. So.
That's not what your mom said. Oh.
Ooh. Oh, did you die again? Is he mad at you? Save
Who?
scum? Oh,
No.
it sounded like you were save scumming.
No, I would never save scum. I'm buying stuff. Like a good little shopper.
All right, how many fucking cats you got?
I don't know, bro. I think I need to kill 2 more bosses, and then I'm done with this fucking game.
God.
God. Shut up. I hate you.
What's your plan after the lawsuits MSJ'd out?
Well, just lots of wonderful politics, right?
Okay. You gotta write your manifesto and then politics, yeah?
Yeah. That should
Just
be
link.
like a day or 2. No, that's not true. It'll be less than
That'll
a week.
be
for that.
like a
Less
week
than
or two,
Less than a
right?
week. Less than a week. Chill.
Would you deny there are
Oh God, this guy.
people out there that are fearful that Trump is fascist?
Well, I mean, I believe Donald Trump is a fascist. I have no
Well, there you
problems
go.
with saying
There
that.
you go.
And I think
I'll
that
rest my
Donald
case.
Trump.
Rest my
governs-
case.
I mean, you
You're
can
an
rest your
idiot.
case all you want, but Donald Trump governs as a fascist, and I think it's not wrong to say that when Trump abuses the power of the federal government to go after
That
people
makes
that
you
he doesn't like.
a murderer.
I mean, moments
All right,
before
what
we
is
started
fascism?
Fascism to me in this instance would be abusing the federal government to go after your political opponents.
That's
and try to
fascism,
strengthen your
abusing
power.
the federal
Yeah,
government?
I think you might be equating
That's not
fascism with
fascism.
Nazism. Okay, give me your definition of fascism. Then.
Fascism was invented by Giovanni Gentile in Italy, describing where the head is conjoined with the body.
Okay.
State. It also derives from actualism, this psychological. It is difficult to define, but that's one reason why it shouldn't be thrown around so loosely.
Well,
It means
I
something
think to
very
me it's-
specific. You're right. Can I just, if I could just
Yes,
finish?
go ahead.
You're right that there is a big difference between Nazism and fascism. The Nazis took fascism and turned it into something very different. So when we're talking about fascism today, many people that throw it around, what they're actually describing, what they think they're describing, is actually Nazism. But I don't think you know what fascism is, yet you claim that Trump is a fascist.
Just as a heads up, all these political terms are like, what is it? Is the name like terms of art? They don't have hard and fast rules for any of them. Like if I ask you what a Republican is or what a Democrat is 100 years from now, what is that going to mean? Or if I ask you like, what counts as liberalism versus socialism, there's going to be a lot of fuzziness at the edges. And then fascism,
They like move with the time, right?
kind of, yeah, but also like fascism was like fucking 10 years of existence, and there were like fucking a few countries, a handful that were even considered fascist. And it's just like the fighting over like some exacto hardcore definition is a little retarded, I think.
I don't think that's right, and I think you're maybe a little bit.
So what is fascism?
So to me, it would be one
He's doing the Andrew Wilson school of debate here.
Political party trying to create a one-party state and then abusing its power to do so. And I'm sure you could poke holes in that all that you want, but I think that's a common definition of fascism that people accept. And if you look at what a fascist dictator would do in countries, it would be somewhat similar to what Donald Trump
Tell him
does.
that's part of the problem.
If the modern-day Republican Party doesn't want to be called fascist, they can stop doing fascist things like going after their political opponents. Look, they're abusing the power of the FCC right now to try to get Jimmy Kimmel taken off the air because of a joke he made a couple days ago that Donald Trump doesn't like. They indicted James Comey again earlier today.
That's not fascist, bro.
It is. That's an abuse of power, and that's how I see it.
You can call it an abuse of power, but that's not fascism.
I mean, you could feel however you want about it, Warren, but that's how I view it.
Okay.
He's 16.
What a Josiah link. DOJ indicts James Comey again.
Indicts.
Good one.
I think that's fair. If there's another thing that characterizes the Republican Party over the past decade, it's the politics of retribution. And we have seen that on display in a pretty significant way over the past several weeks, most especially the indictment earlier this week of James Bryan Comey Jr. And I'll read from count 1 of the indictment. James Bryan Comey Jr. did knowingly and willfully make a threat to take the life of and to inflict bodily harm upon the President of the United States in that he publicly posted a photograph on the internet social media site Instagram, which depicted seashells arranged in a pattern making out, quote, 8647.
Disgusting
unquote,
of Comey to do that.
which a reasonable recipient who is familiar with the circumstances
What
would
do you think
interpret
he's
as a
going to
serious...
soy out
Who?
about Trump saying how he's going to end a civilization tonight? The same way?
Who?
This guy.
I don't know. I don't know what the political persuasion of these people are, so.
Oh, well, I don't know. It sounded like he's going on a fucking rant that this is terrible. But we'll see.
Wait, wasn't the terrible thing the indictment?
I thought that he was about to go on a rant about how what Comey actually did was terrible, so that's why I said what I said. If he doesn't, then I'm wrong.
Yeah, we'll see.
I missed
expression of an intent to do harm to the President of the United States. Sarah, is this a serious case?
Oh, serious case? Like a legal case? No. It is the opposite of a serious legal case. You know that for a few reasons. One, there's binding Supreme Court precedent in a case called Watts about a guy joining the military and making a quote-unquote threat against Lyndon Baines Johnson. And the Supreme Court basically said, no, it's going to be the same policy basically as our incitement case law. There has to be imminence. There has to be like the actual practical ability to do the thing you're saying. Like you can spout off and say all sorts of things, and it is still protected by the First Amendment. Now, by the way, these are the same arguments I was making with all the incitement stuff about Donald Trump on January 6th. So, if you're listening out there and are like, yeah, totally, this wasn't a real threat, then guess what? The same person who's telling you that also thought that the idea that Donald Trump could be charged with incitement for January 6th was also not fitting in any sort of Supreme Court precedent. But anyway,
I don't understand what she's saying, but anyway, so she's a big Jack Smith supporter because Jack Smith also didn't charge Donald Trump with incitement. That wasn't part of the January 6th charging document, often largely, I believe, for the same reason that she's giving here. I'm sure she's aware of that, and she's just talking to other people that wanted a more insane indictment, and she's not actually mentioning the one that was actually issued by the DOJ, maybe, possibly, hopefully.
First Amendment for me and not for thee. It's not a serious legal case. You also know it because the prosecutor that they have on the case became a federal prosecutor on Monday. Truly, he was sworn in on Monday. He had previously been a special assistant United States attorney, meaning that he was not, a full-blown AUSA. He was doing Social Security cases. And this is not to make fun of this guy or say he's a bad lawyer or anything like that. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is if the administration thought this were a case that they actually wanted to win, that they thought was important, that they thought was serious, they have like thousands of other people to pick from who are the best of the best. They have been there for a long time. They have enormous experience with, criminal jury trials, things like that. But that's not who they pick.
Would those people have taken this case? Would they? No. Wouldn't you have had a bunch of resignations from people saying, "I'm not bringing this"?
Yeah.
Then fine, you make them resign.
No. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't. That's not a criticism. My point is like, I assume that's the case, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
I mean, we've seen that in the case against John Brennan, right?
Yeah.
You would like more than 3 days to prepare your case before you file the indictment. I don't know.
Okay,
I'm not a
like
lawyer.
a day and a half.
But
So that's not what this case is about. They're not trying to get a conviction. The point is the press release. We've seen this over and over again. That was the case with the Southern Poverty Law Center. That's the case with the law firms. That's the case with the universities. These are press release indictments. Of course, that does enormous damage, both culturally and politically. It does chill speech and people's activities and thinking twice about criticizing their government. I hate that. Whether a law firm will take on a client, that should not be a political choice. And by the way, I'm not Pollyannish. Law firms were thinking about that long before this, but this has put it into stark contrast. It also means it hurts, and maybe this isn't a good way, or at least we can talk about the trade-offs. When the Department of Justice files an indictment and you have a 98% chance of being convicted, you plead out because DOJ doesn't bring cases that they lose. And so it made the system quite efficient in that sense. If you now believe that DOJ has a, 60, 70% chance of winning, you're going to push that case to a jury trial a lot more often. Our federal system right now could not actually do that many jury trials. We don't have the resources for that. And so I think it will be very interesting moving forward. Now, this is a point that I made before. I'm borrowing from Lindsay Chervinsky's book on John Adams. Joan and I are co-presidents of the Lindsay Chervinsky fan club, stalkers. And her point was that nothing George Washington did mattered until John Adams did it a second time. That you have to have repeated something for it to be a norm in American politics. Now, that, of course, were good norms that were being repeated by John Adams. Here, I don't think a lot of what Donald Trump's doing at the Department of Justice, of course it matters, but bear with me. I don't think it matters a lot until the next administration repeats it. If they repeat it, it is a norm in American politics, and the Department of Justice and the rule of law and all the things that we're talking about are badly damaged or cease to exist in a meaningfully American way as we have practiced them. If, however, the next administration comes in and does the opposite, and actually does the opposite, not just says they're doing the opposite like the Biden administration did after the first Trump administration, but actually through word and deed...
Wait, just say these are Republicans, right? Are they never Trumpers or conservatives that hate Trump, I'm guessing?
...uses to repeat what Donald Trump has done, then I think this will just be a sad chapter that we can close the book on. I don't think we are already at some point of catastrophe.
Megan, do you think that's likely that the next administration will come into this? I mean, we just talked about how we're in this sort of push and pull populist moment in politics. I would love to be reasonably optimistic about the likelihood that will happen. I'm not.
Look, this is a hard question.
They're never Trump or conservatives.
And I think a lot of it is going to come down to, do the Democrats let Trump leave? And do they just say he's not going to be president again? It is not worth going after him. They did not do that in 2020. Look, to be clear, I understand the emotional reasons that they did not do that. I was extremely upset on January 6th. I wanted him impeached, removed from office, prosecuted, and barred from ever running again, right? This is not like, I'm not saying that Donald Trump's just a normal guy and they just poor Donald Trump. That said, I think, Sarah, you might have made the point to me that it did actually clog up. It became a problem for the DC crime rate because so many AUSAs were assigned to prosecuting January 6th protesters. And while I do think that the most serious should have been prosecuted, there was probably a line where you could say, you shouldn't have wandered into the Capitol, but you didn't destroy anything. You didn't hurt anyone.
Wandered in.
And you weren't part of the,
It's at least a trade-off, right? You're going to spend all these resources to go after the person you just described instead of the guy who just brought a gun into a 7-Eleven down the block.
Right.
I'm sorry, how many of those did they fail to prosecute? And how many of the J6ers were successfully prosecuted? The J6er one, actually, there might not be as many because I think there was a Supreme Court decision or two that ended up causing a lot to get overturned, so.
But I think the case against Donald Trump, while I am morally clear on what Donald Trump did, I think it was always going to be harder to prove that what he did was legally illegal. And that made it maybe not a great idea to go after him. I think some of the other cases, same thing. And some of the cases were just spurious. Right, the New York cases in particular, they were just prosecutors who went out and literally declared that what they were going to do was find anything.
These are all bullshit Republican talking points, but okay.
Anything they could prosecute him on, or in the case of Letitia James, who's the New York State AG, it wasn't a prosecution, it was a civil case, but same difference. And then they did. And here's the thing, the number of progressive law professors and lawyers and so forth that I saw defending these absolutely outrageous, I've got an expired misdemeanor. But here, through the magic of funny words, I have turned this into 31 felonies. The number of people who defended that, they're like, it's a hard call. You think it's not a hard call. I'm sorry. If the situation had been reversed and this were Joe Biden, 0% of you would be arguing that maybe we should prosecute it.
I'm sorry, the situation was reversed and there was a special counsel for fucking classified documents that they turned over the second they had them. And there was a whole ass 200-page HER report that was released on it. And Hunter Biden was investigated for 72 fucking years. So I don't understand what you're saying there, but okay.
No, there's probably one weirdo out there who would, but everyone else was just engaging in motivated reasoning. And it was phenomenally destructive. And so I think the grift in the Trump administration is incredible. And yet I think that the wise thing to do is going to be for the Democratic establishment, such as it is, to form a consensus that, nope, we're done. You can prosecute the lower level people if you catch them doing corrupt things. We're going to let the Trump family go. Not because they deserve it or they're above the law, but because it's like a red cape with a bull. The Democratic Party is not going to be able to prevent itself unless it just takes a hard line from cutting a lot of corners, making some sleazy decisions in order to get him because they want him so bad. And I understand, guys. I get it. You're justified. He's a terrible president. He has violated all sorts of norms. He has degraded his office.
Terrible president, violated norms, and degraded the office. The softest language possible.
He's going to be 82. He's not going to be able to run again. And it is better to let this walk than to establish any kind of legal precedent of like, oh, well, we just bent the ledge. It's just a little bit. You'll hardly notice. It's just like a little dent. It's right above the fender. You really have to look hard to see it. No. Because if you do that, as I agree with Sarah, then it's a norm.
Will you cut down all the trees to get to the devil himself?
Yep. No, I would not. No, sir.
So, I on January 6th, I'm with everybody else. It was a horrendous thing. The problem was, I don't necessarily think Megan disagrees with me, but she said it would be difficult to do a legal case about January 6th against Donald Trump. And no offense to Sarah, but who gives a rat's ass about the legal case? It was impeachable. I defend Mitch McConnell on 1,000 different things because I think a lot of criticisms of Mitch McConnell are stupid. But the massive mistake
thing was retarded.
The grave error of his life was having it set up to remove, to convict in the Senate Donald Trump, and he chickened out. He chickened out for partisan reasons. I bet you if he gave him truth serum now, he would regret it.
Yep.
He didn't think it mattered. He thought that Donald Trump was politically dead, so why take the political cost of any of your guys?
I think this is actually a really good example of why Democrats should forbear. Because what you do is once the process has taken over.
But the Republicans forbeared, and now Trump came back again, and they got their whole political establishment got fucking upended by MAGA. Unless she thinks that's a good thing, I guess, for them, or that most of the Republican lawmakers would think that's a good thing.
Start convincing yourself, like, oh, I can just do this little thing, right? Mitch McConnell had a very clear obligation to the U.S. Constitution, and he abdicated it in order for political advantage. And don't do it. Just don't go there.
So that's the precedent that's already been broken, right? I mean, to the Stravinsky point about it's not a norm until it's repeated. For all intents and purposes, impeachment is a dead letter in a constitutional order at this point. It's just really hard to do, which is why I am not a big amend the Constitution guy. We got to do something about the pardon power, because if you can't impeach and remove a president, and you can't plausibly threaten to impeach and remove a president, we're screwed. Because that abuse of pardon power was one of the things that James Madison explicitly said was impeachable. And one of the things that lawyers, again, no offense to Sarah, that the TV pundit lawyer class has so ruined the conversation about Sarah's holding up a book.
This is page 332 of this New York Times bestseller of proposed amendments. Number 3, make it easier to convict public officials on articles of impeachment to rebalance the separation of powers between Congress and the executive, and what follows is actual language to do so. So take up the cause, Jonah.
But my point is that the way we talk about impeachment is we talk about it as if it was a criminal trial.
Yeah.
And it's not a criminal trial. It's a political trial. It's explicitly a political trial. You can't be sent to prison by a removal from office in an impeachment Senate hearing, right? It is merely whether or not you should be fired. And then there's a question about what the law can do with you after you've been kicked out. We've completely ruined people's understanding of that. No one's above the law, blah, blah, blah. The law has nothing to do with it. And without the threat of impeachment, all sorts of things that check a president are out the window. And Biden abused the pardon power. Congress, like whatever you think about the Clinton impeachment, the fact that we had 2 more impeachments for Trump, we're probably going to have a 3rd, and that they become performative political show trial things rather than actual serious questions about the constitutional order, that is already messing up the system in enormous ways. And it is going to be, I think, a norm that makes the next Democratic president exceed the boundaries that he's supposed to work within in terms of the presidency in all sorts of ways that are hard to predict in a straight line, but they're coming.
Norm.
Oh, and one last thing. 86 does just, I just gotta be clear, 86 does not mean murder.
Yeah, so we're going to get there. Give me a second. Let me just make an observation and then
we'll get there,
sort of a bit pushback. I mean, surely there is a gap between the next administration. I think all of us are assuming it's going to be a Democratic administration, by the way, that we're talking to right now, will come in and sort of do what Trump has done, which could make these things, to your point, Sarah, your John Adams point, norms. And I think we're correct in warning against that. But surely there's a huge gap between coming in and doing the kinds of things that Donald Trump has done
and just holding him accountable.
These retributive, just taking these retributive justice measures or attempting these retributive justice measures and actually prosecuting people for real crimes. Yeah. And Megan, I take your point about sort of, you don't want to dwell in the past. You're going to kick up more dust. People are going to be increasingly angry. But isn't it also important for the sake of the rule of law to actually prosecute people for actual crimes in the way that if you could prove that they've committed them?
That's the New York case against Donald Trump, right? Like they said, there's an actual crime.
Opposite of that.
But they thought it was. Right? People convince themselves that if they can find something in a criminal statute, in the federal code or whatever, that therefore there's an actual crime and that this needs to be done to uphold the rule of law.
Yeah, no, but I'm making basically the opposite point. I accept your description, Megan's description. It's the same description I have given in the past about the New York case. It was bogus. It shouldn't have happened. All of the various ways it was stretched and unseemly. I buy it all. What I'm talking about are sort of actual crimes, real crimes that are prosecutable that you can do this. So that's sort of point number one.
But haven't Democrats proven that they're not able to tell the difference when it comes to the high emotion of Donald Trump and the people who work for Donald Trump? Because again, they not only brought that case, they got convictions convictions in that case.
And everyone used it in their campaigns. 31 felonies.
So should they not? They should not actually, if there are real crimes that serious people can identify, they should just avoid doing it because of appearances that it'll look like the New York case in the past?
You're going to have to give me an example of a, quote, real crime.
Well, I mean, look, I think there are a lot of, so first of all, I think there will be many to choose from, unfortunately, I think, given what we've seen over the course of the first 2 years of the Trump administration. But, you know, I would point to somebody like a Jon Ossoff, who's running for re-election in Georgia, relatively moderate Democrat, for why this is unlikely to happen, why what Megan laid out is unlikely to happen. I mean, Ossoff is running on prosecuting the Trump administration on crimes.
King.
And he's doing this in a purple state as a relatively moderate guy who knows he needs to win independents and Republicans. And he's making the promise. You know, if you're frustrated by the corruption that you're seeing and splashed on the front pages of newspapers every day of the Trump administration, you should know that when we Democrats are elected to Congress, when I have another term, we are going to go after them and hold them accountable for the crimes that they are committing right now. He's running on this. So I think the likelihood that they're going to not actually take this step is very slim.
I see this as two bundles of sticks. One bundle of sticks is you can get the real crimes, but you're also going to get the not real crimes. And like, you have to take those together, or everyone gets away with it. And if I have to pick between those two, I'm picking everyone gets away with it because of the norm problem, because I'm unwilling to tolerate the prosecutions for press releases and punishment stick in that other bundle of sticks. And I know, Steve, you want to just like take out...
Just as a heads up, so you know how Republicans think. Prosecutions for headlines equal New York indictment. They got 34 convictions in court against the president. Headline grabbing investigations are things like the Mueller report, which got, I don't know how many convictions, plus like 12 indictments, plus later an entire Russian media manipulation scheme, plus made its money back because of the property that was seized by Manafort. Okay, that's a fake Russiagate investigation, right? These are the bullshit investigations, and those are comparable to Donald Trump's DOJ that sometimes can't even get an indictment because they don't even have a real prosecutor selected, like Halligan, over and over again. Like, it's the comparisons are so fucking crazy to me.
Real crime stick from that bundle, but I don't think you can.
There's
so
not
if
just
you
one
have
real
to
crime
pick,
stick. I think there's going to be a lot of real crime sticks.
if you have to pick between the two bundles of sticks, they come together. Which bundle are you willing to pick? Because I think that's the realistic choice that you're facing.
Yeah, I think a Democratic president is going to have to make it extremely clear that we're not doing this, that no one's doing this, that if you do this, I will make your life unpleasant. I will support primary challengers. Do not do this to every like down ticket, AG, DA. And that's the only way it's going to work, because otherwise you're going to get the fake crimes.
Can a Democratic presidential candidate get elected on that? Hey, I'm running.
No.
I'm running, and I'm not going to go after
No,
Donald
you don't
Trump.
run on
I
it.
think
It's when you win.
You
don't lie
talk
to the
about it.
voters.
What's the line for the
and then
They'll like us when we win, said Josh Lyman. Or maybe Toby.
But also, the voters, I don't actually think the voters are hungry to see Trump prosecuted.
Nope.
I think like 4 Democratic primary voters are. And everyone else just wants to get on with their life and close that chapter.
And have their gas be less expensive and their groceries less expensive and have some health care that they were promised.
Fuck them.
Yeah. Would they also like Trump to be prosecuted? Maybe, but they'd like all those other things first.
I'm not sure. Yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not sure I buy that. So speaking of, this is sort of the perfect setup for our wonderful Not Worth Your Time. Speaking of norms and 86, Joni, you strenuously objected to the definition of 86 that the court is using, or the grand jury is using, in going after James Comey, where it's taken as a given that 86 means we are going to kill the president. That is the basic assumption underlying count one from this grand jury. 86 does not mean that. Do you have ideas about what 86 means and where it comes from? Because
This is so stupid.
So this is our Not Worth Your Time? Like, what does 86
so
mean?
we're sort of like collapsing into a Not Worth Your Time. So yes, 86, give me your definition before we get to the formal Not Worth Your Time, and then I will introduce the Not Worth Your Time.
Okay, because I feel like you're setting us up for some sort of little kid joke about...
It's not a joke.
886 because 789. Anyway, okay, so 86, I grew up understanding meant you were cut off at a bar, or you were not to be served anymore. And one of the reasons why I know this is not because I was cut off at bars when I was a 10-year-old or whatever like that, but I grew up watching Get Smart. And Maxwell Smart and in Get Smart was Agent 86. And that was the joke, right? I mean, that was what Mel Brooks and was it Buck Henry? That was a funny name. Instead of 007, it's Agent 86, right? And if that meant elite assassin, it would have come through more in the show, I feel. And so, like, I know people, I never really worked in the food and beverage industry, but I know people who did. And they're like, people would say, oh, yeah, we had to 86 them. I mean, that's the way I've always heard the term. And Comey, you know, what does the actual text of the thing say? He says, interesting shells, right? Like,
and the shell's spelled out on the beach 8647.
Right. And like, even if that was the person who put the shells down meant to murder Trump, Comey can just be like, even if he thought it meant murder Trump, saying interesting shells is not saying go murder Trump. It's like, you could have posted a picture of someone having put up graffiti saying murder.
Oh my God. I just had a brain blast.
Okay. Keep in mind, you're almost getting monetized, probably.
I know why I know what the additional evidence is that the Trump admin has that makes them feel like they can indict this fucking case.
Which is?
Hold on, give chat 1 second. I don't want to see if anybody mind melded with me on this. I'm about to say the most retarded fucking thing in the universe. Never mind. No one's mind melded me on this. I think that this would be so dumb. But I wonder if their theory is that when Comey posted this picture on Instagram, he made it sound as though he happened to stumble upon this arrangement of shells made by somebody else, but we have text message evidence that of him communicating with somebody saying that he arranged it himself, and that's why we're charging this particular crime. That would be so unbelievably fucking retarded. But I wonder if they have him like in a text message like admitting to arranging the shells, and like that's why we're charging this one. But that would just be crazy.
Trump. And you say interesting graffiti, right? That's still not calling for Trump to be murdered. So anyway, I think it's just incredibly stupid.
By the way, you can say, I agree with this graffiti. You can, I mean, you can say all sorts of things, and we're still not even close to the criminal line of what's not protected by the First Amendment. BT dubs.
Let's just say James Comey is extraordinarily annoying. It was such a stupid post, unworthy of like a preteen jab, foolish to do in every respect. So I think, and I'm not objective about this, I think the term 86, and probably you've heard this or read this, especially Jonah and Megan, since you are native New Yorkers, comes from Chumley's in the West Village, which was a bar that was opened by an anti-prohibition activist named Lee Chumley, who used it as a speakeasy. And the bar had doors on two different streets, two different sides. One of those doors was 86 Bedford Street. And the story goes, and it's been reported by the New Yorker, it's in this book that I do not have, but really want to have, about the history of bars in New York City, great bars in New York City, by a woman named Jeff Klein. The Chumley's story goes as follows. Hang on, I've got to move this.
A woman named Jeff Klein.
A woman named Jeff Klein wrote this.
A boy named Sue.
Okay.
This book, it like covers a lot of my old hangouts when I lived in New York City. So I'm
all the places you got 86 from.
Interested, yeah. So here is how it's described in the New Yorker, famous for its fact checking. The rich history of Chumley's precedes its latest iteration. Its latest iteration, it is now a steakhouse. Opened during Prohibition in 1922 by the activist Lee Chumley, the bar was a reliable place to get a stiff drink for writers including Ernest Hemingway, F. Scott Fitzgerald, Willa Cather, and Dylan Thomas. It even has its own contribution to the lexicon as the birthplace of the term 86th, derived from the back door at 86 Bedford Street, through which patrons were advised to skedaddle when the police were en route. So what they would do is they would get a tip from either a sympathetic cop who knew that there was a potential bust, or from somebody else, and they would then allow the police in through one door, shoo the patrons out another door, throw sawdust, and I think bleach was the old story. I think that's the origin of the term 86. So my question, dear panelists, Chumley's was my favorite, one of my two favorite hangouts for the year that I lived in New York City. I had a friend, Dave Chase, was a buddy of mine from college, from undergrad, lived right around the corner. We spent a lot of time and a fair amount of money at Chumley's, which at that point, this is late 90s, early aughts, had become a firefighter hangout. And it was a great classic New York City bar. And we got to the point where people knew us when, occasionally when we walked in, a bartender might recognize us when we pulled up to the bar. Did you all have a place, either a restaurant or a bar, where you were a regular, where people knew what your order was, whether it was a drink, whether it was food, some place, maybe not quite to the level of Norms, speaking of Norms, like Norm on Cheers, where everybody called your name when you walked in?
This is like a Dan story.
He's getting to it. Hold on.
You know what?
You were
the payoff.
Yeah.
Okay, the payoff matters.
Regular, and if you did, what was it and what did you get? And I'll start with you, Megan.
My regular place was Koch's Deli it was actually in Philadelphia. And my regular order was a roast beef on rye with butter and salt and pepper. I love that sandwich so much. The roast beef was really good. It was so lean and rare. It got to the point where like I would walk in the door and there would be a line. There was almost always a line. And by the time I got to the counter, he would just hand me the sandwich that he'd been making as the other, it was so good. And the knish that I would get with it. Those were the days, man.
Sarah, did you ever have such a place?
When I was 4 years old, my mother would walk me from preschool.
Okay, maybe this is just like a short story sharing segment.
over to the soda shop. This is in downtown Richmond, Texas,
The
which had a population of about
soda shop.
2,000 people. It has the like noon horn, you know, and this is where Santa Anna marched to be defeated at San Jacinto, which is many, many miles away, but you know, you got to get there somehow. And I would walk in, sit down on the stool, which was difficult for a 4-year-old to get up on, and I would say, "I'll have my usual." And one day I turned to my mother and said, "What's a usual?"
That's freaking
my usual
epic.
was a grilled cheese.
Beautiful. Jonah, did you have such a place?
Where not where anyone would call out my name or anything. 2 places. One, growing up in New York City in the 1980s, before the drinking age went to 21, it was 18 or 19, whatever. And so starting about 9th or 10th grade, we would go to this bar with fake IDs up by Columbia. Megan might know it, Cannons. And
I feel like Alec Guinness. That's a name I haven't heard in a long time.
so that was our big hangout. And then it became a thing where for 15, 20 years after college, me and my friends from high school would meet there on the night before Thanksgiving and make bad decisions. And then in the 1990s in Washington, D.C., some of you may recall the Toledo Lounge in Adams Morgan, which was created by
Whoa,
Stephanie
they're sharing
Abijay,
their lives, bro.
who I dated for about 30 seconds, but was a good friend of mine, and her sister
booming
Mary,
out here.
and they grew up in bars in Toledo.
You're just a
And
hater,
at one point,
bro.
Stephanie, I tried to help her get a book contract, wanted to write a memoir called My Life Behind Bars, and it was barbers. And the Toledo Lounge was definitely my hangout throughout much of the 1990s. And there, if I walked in, they would yell Jonah, because I usually knew the bartender, whoever was working there, and the wait staff and that kind of thing. And other poor decisions were made there.
So that's very funny. Because
Steve
the
and
Toledo
Dan
Lounge
are
was also
booming
my
out. They're like, I love this.
Problem? Okay. After I kill this Hitler boss, I just have one more boss to kill, and then I'm done with this game, right? I think somebody said that. What was our hangout spot? At Yo Mama's house.
Mama's.
Bitch. We still don't know the no shoes dream. Did Dan never actually finish that story?
I did.
Oh, see, you lied.
Who doesn't know the end of it? I'm happy to retell it.
Oh Jesus Christ! Look what you did.
I mean, if you don't want the story again, I won't give it. That's fine.
I think you should. I think we want to hear it.
Go ahead, tell it.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, you actually want it?
Yep.
No, I'm going off of memory here because it's been a while. it's been years. Okay, so you're asking me to recollect a dream from years ago.
Yeah.
But I can do it.
Okay.
All right. It was a cold night back in my hometown, and for some reason, I was outside, late fall, early winter. For some strange reason, I didn't have shoes on. I made a point to notice this. Seconds later, I'm inside of a movie theater. I felt that this was strange, but I didn't quite understand what was going on. However, I wasn't that interested in the movie, and I was using my phone instead. Now, after a little bit of using my phone while the movie was playing, I look up at the movie theater, at the screen, and I realize, what the fuck? Why is my phone casting to the whole fucking audience and no one's fucking said anything the whole time? I can't believe it. It's crazy. It's this, kind of like the feeling you get like being, I don't know, like going to class in your underwear or something like that in a dream, one of those types of things, or being in the back seat driving and you're like, whoa, why am I back here? And no one's in the front seat. So one of those feelings. Okay. But then I was like, whatever. So I uncast my phone, I think. And then here's the crazy part. I wake up from the dream, but guess what? I wasn't actually waking up from the dream. I was waking up from the dream inside of my dream. And I was like, oh, wow, that was a fucking crazy dream. I can't believe that happened. But I was still fucking sleeping. That's all I can remember. And then there was some more that happened with the dream.
Oh, Jesus Christ. That's crazy.
I felt that was surreal. I don't think I've ever had myself wake up from a dream inside of a dream. Or at least to my thinking that I was waking up from a dream inside of a dream. What about the shoes? There was nothing more with the shoes, I don't think.
Oh, you're fighting Hitler.
Yeah, the second to last boss. Hopefully. Well, damn.
Thanks, Dan.
I mean, listen, I thought it was interesting.
Yeah, we did too. We disagreed with you.
I did, yeah.
Yeah?
What do you want me to say?
Oh, we got some Reddit drama slop? Hold on.
Really?
This legitimately makes me skin crawl. How do you split rent with your girlfriend? Okay. Although I've dated, I haven't lived with a woman since my divorce. Recently, my girlfriend and I have been talking about her moving in when her lease is up in a couple of months. Right now, she's paying almost $3,000 a month for rent, utilities, and insurance. I suggested she pays me $1,000 a month, and she got offended, accusing me of trying to make money off of her. The thing is that $1,000 doesn't even cover my property tax, much less anything else. She's offering to split utilities, which comes out to about $500 a month. For context, she's currently living in a 2-bedroom apartment and about an hour from her work. My house has 5 bedrooms and one of the best neighborhoods in the city and about 50 minutes from her work. I can easily afford her to live here rent-free, but that doesn't seem right to me. Ooh.
I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't think I would charge someone rent.
There's a right answer to this, and there's a... Do I ever want to be in a relationship?
It's a rent
answer?
question, and I wasn't paying attention. Hold on. Okay. Although I've dated, I haven't lived with a woman since my divorce. Recently, my girlfriend and I have been talking about her moving in when her lease is up in a couple months. Right now, she's paying $3,000 a month for rent, utilities, and insurance. I suggest she pays me $1,000 a month, and she got offended, accusing me of trying to make money off of her. The thing is, this $1,000 doesn't even cover my property tax, much less anything else. She's offering to split utilities, which comes out to $500 a month. For context, she's currently living in a 2-bedroom apartment about an hour from her work.
Hold on, Dan. I got to read it now.
Wait, what? You guys didn't... Wait, what are you guys doing? What?
I was joking.
You were joking?
Okay. Oh. I think... I mean, if they're going to be moving in together in a serious relationship, I would expect that they are going to be splitting expenses. And I think this is a blessing in disguise that this is rearing its head at now before things get more serious, so that he can understand the type of woman that he's working with right now. So
I think he's being a bit of a curmudgeon here, and this is just not worth the juice is not worth the squeeze here. I don't know why we're fighting over the fucking $1,000. He can obviously afford it. It's his girlfriend. I don't know if they're going to be serious and they're going to live together forever. They're probably going to combine their finances. I think this is retarded.
Damn.
Wait, we have very different takes.
Steve, let's see the right take.
True. I like how you phrase that. It is the right take when I give it.
Yeah, right as in conservative. Because you're Republican. Nazi.
Are you okay?
I'm fine. Go ahead.
So I think the boring answer is I think it super depends on the living situation of like the living and income situation. I'm sorry. It depends on the income situation of both these people. Like, if they're making similar-ish money, I think this is a really hard sell for the boyfriend. If he makes more than her, then there's just no way. It's just going to be fucked. That'll never be, like, all of her friends are going to hate him. There's always going to be resentment. But could you imagine if you busted your ass, you got a house, and now you're kind of like, you know, maybe you make a $40,000 a year, whatever. You don't like the best job, but you know, you make a little bit of money. And then you get a girlfriend who is like making, let's say she makes way more. She makes like 80, 90, 100,000 a year or some shit. And then she comes to live with you and she gets to live with you for free.
I also agree. Yeah.
I would feel like,
I was being misogynistic and assuming the man makes more. I'll be honest.
Sure.
I baked that in.
Yeah. That would be, I feel like that would significantly change how a lot of people would view the,
agree with that.
Yeah.
If he makes more, he shouldn't charge her rent, but I could understand splitting like food costs / utilities. I think that is easy. But if she makes more, charge her ass.
Property tax are utilities, essentially.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Uh-oh.
I mean, what do you mean? It's a fixed
Here he
cost.
comes, man.
You have to pay every year. Well, why is it different?
Yeah,
Tell
well,
me why
she
it's
is
fucking
getting
different.
more money. He's making money on the land of fucking appreciating under him. He'll be
Oh,
okay.
really? Objection. Facts not cited in evidence. How do you know the house is not going down in value, Mr. Miller?
Because an hour away, everything's $3,000.
So? You think that... Look at iDubbbz's place in Seattle. He lost like $300K on that. And he put
That's because
$100K
iDubbbz
in.
is retarded.
No, his house went down in value.
Well, he could have waited.
But his house was going down in value. You were just saying it could go up.
Sure, houses will always go up. Just gotta wait.
Really? Always go up, Mootin?
Yes. Well, with inflation, Dan, as you were saying, remember when
houses do not always go up in value.
No. When the new guy gets there, Dan, housing prices are going to skyrocket because they're going to bring down the interest rates. Triple as actually.
Listen, if you bought a house in Flint, let's say a few moons ago, I think you would not be saying the prices of housing is going to always be going up. You'd be saying, I wish I did not buy this house in Flint.
Okay, now, Dan might get this. Okay? But maybe not. What do you think is the actual answer for how you solve this? What is the actual answer, assuming you're in control of all the circumstances from the start?
What's the money situation for both of them?
Let's say they make the same amount of money.
What's the cost to operate the house currently? We know her cost
an
is
ordinary
3K plus
fucking
expenses.
assume every expense is ordinary.
Well, I don't know.
If you're posting
No,
on
no,
Reddit
you know
about
what?
your it's over.
Yeah.
It's GG.
Also,
This is
hold
done.
on. No,
I'm
it doesn't
sorry.
matter, Dan. We're not mind melded. We're not mind melded. The actual answer.
This relationship's
Well, I
already
thought you were going to have a more
It doesn't matter.
detailed
No, but the
thing.
details actually don't matter at all. That's why I'm saying we're not mind melded.
Yeah, I already said the details didn't matter. If you're trying to go with some fucking clout demon like this, and you even suggest like, hey, you know, this place costs $4,000 a month. You want to do it 1K, and she loses her shit, be like, all right, fuck off, bitch.
Jesus. The actual answer is you never would ever tell a partner that you have your house paid off. Just don't say anything about it. They're not gonna. And then you're like, I don't know. What does your house cost? Oh, I don't know. $3,000, $4,000 a month is probably or whatever. And then you collect half, and then boom, they don't even know.
Yeah, that's smart. I think that is the issue. Is she knows it's paid off?
Exactly.
So she feels
she
entitled.
knows it's paid off.
Yep.
She's like, woo! You're saying a free place to stay? A free place? Triple S? Big mistake.
5-bedroom near my work.
I'm sorry, where does it say that
mistake.
the house is paid off?
What do you mean? That's the whole point. I'm assuming the house is paid off. No?
Oh, objection. Facts not in evidence again.
I would assume
What?
it's paid off because he doesn't bring up how much rent he's paying and instead talks about property taxes.
Wait, if the house isn't
That's
paid
another
off,
thing.
then what the fuck is the point of any of this? Then of course he's going to be able to charge her
She's
half
gonna
or
pay
whatever.
half of the easily.
Well, no. The what? Just because he doesn't say I have a mortgage payment, this means it? I would say very few people have their house paid off.
The thing is that $1,000 doesn't even cover my property tax, much less anything else.
Anything else? Meaning what? Mortgage payment, electricity, water, upkeep?
I think this house is paid off.
Stun
It's
locked.
absolutely
Stun
paid off,
locked.
of course.
I don't even know
You
what
guys
to tell him.
You guys are desperate. You're clinging for air. Grasping.
Dan's over here. He's already thinking like, I
I'm
wouldn't tell
messaging this
anyone my
guy
house
right
is
now
paid
on
off.
Reddit.
Dan's about to give this guy some landlord advice. So what you're going to do is you're going to go and find a new girlfriend who's willing to pay you more rent.
True. And do the bidding process. Why not?
But what I would say is, regardless of him even owning the house or not owning the house, the cost of owning the house is probably more, I'm guessing, since it's a 5-bedroom, more than the $3,000 a month of the rent that she's at between property taxes and other expenses and upkeep. No?
What did Dan just say? I didn't hear. Sorry.
Okay.
He fucked me too. You fucked you.
One of my
He
cats-
fucked me.
Wait, who fucked who?
Dan fucked me because he mumbled like an old man, so I didn't understand what he was saying.
Listen, I'm just saying, I would estimate that right
Okay.
now, both of them, let's say, are spending $3,000 a month each, separately.
Okay, sure, we can grant that.
I mean, I think the cost of a upkeep of a 5-bedroom house, what do you think it is, Moot? I mean, I'm guessing it's at least
Are you including mortgage or no?
No, you're fine. No mortgage. He owns it outright in this case.
Okay, just the cost of a 5-bedroom house
for upkeep.
A month?
No, a year.
I would say like
a month. Yeah.
year. Oh, okay, a month.
Doesn't
I would
matter.
say I don't know. It can't be more than $1,000 a month. Would be my guess.
But that would be the property tax. Would be $1,000.
I don't think
a
this
month.
guy is paying $1,000 a month in property tax
for a 5-bedroom in the best neighborhood in the city.
I mean, then what is he worried about?
Wow. That's all I got to say. It's just wow, guys.
I don't know. I don't know. Like, how he has this house and if he's paying a mortgage could almost be irrelevant because the house is in his name, so he owns it regardless of the mortgage. So I could even discount that. So either he owns the house somehow, either he bought it when he was younger, or he got it gifted to him in a will, or his parents gave it to him. It doesn't matter. Regardless, it's his house. He owns the house 100%. However, the cost of operating the house, we have property tax, we have lawn care, upkeep of the house.
Lawn care.
Lawn care.
Hold on.
That's how you know the landlord's reaching. They got lawn care.
Cleaning fees.
Depending on where it is, there could be snow removal.
God.
Yep, snow removal. You're right. Yeah. What else we got?
I'm sorry. What do you think are some of the
gutter cleaning?
What do you think some of the biggest expenses are for owning?
Gotta clean the rake, or you gotta rake the yard.
Yeah. True.
I mean, I actually have houses, and I know what the biggest line items are.
Gotta clean the windows.
And
pools.
Landscaping and snow removal are one of the biggest ones.
You do
after
that yourself.
Property tax. Are you fucking with me right now? You do
own
that
the house.
yourself?
Yes, if you own the house, that's usually what you do, or you have your child do it while they're in their slave years.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Well, okay. Y'all crazy. Y'all crazy.
Can you really say that?
Yeah, how many homes do I own? I mean, 0. That's true.
Oh,
you're right. Dan wins again.
I mean, listen. I'm just saying, she balked at 1K. She balked.
No, she's balking because she feels like the guy is just like making money off her, like a landlord. That's why she's balking.
It's a feeling thing.
It's a
it's
feeling.
Not about $1,000.
It's
about how
it's
it
about the
feels to give him
principle of
money.
it.
So you think that when he said, "Hey, how about $1,000 a month?" You know, do you think he just left it there? She's like, "Oh, damn, why so much?" He's like, "Well, you know, fuck, my property tax is $14K, and
no,
upkeep on
he
this."
told her. He told her that he owns his home, and she's like, "Hell yeah!" And he's like, "Yeah, so I'll let you live here for like 1K a month." She's like, what?"
No, it just feels weird to be like paying your boyfriend to live with him. I don't know. At least for me,
yeah, that's what she's thinking.
I don't know.
100%. That's what she's thinking.
Okay, you guys are. Well, that's
We're
why
not-
you
we're
guys
not
are getting
landlord
gold.
brain, man.
No, you guys get gold diggers, both of you. That's
What?
Why. You heard me.
What does that have to do with anything?
I mean,
seems like I'll grant it, but what the hell does that have to do with anything?
He's like, true, but
Excuse
can I
me.
have some more information?
Who do you think paid more rent on our living situation? My ex-wife Melina, my ex-wife Catherine, or your current wife?
Melina.
I'll go with Melina.
And my ex-wife. So fuck you.
There's no
okay?
way Melina definitely paid more than your ex-wife.
No, but I'm saying I'm pretty sure your current wife doesn't pay rent at all.
Well, why would she?
Exactly, because she's a
I don't know where you're.
a gold
you're
digger.
getting
Isn't that
with
the joke that you guys were just making? Wait, what?
Yeah, but you don't have any money. You're broke.
What does that have to do
That's
with?
the whole point. That's gone. You're broke, my friend. You ain't got shit. All right,
Broke
we're
boy.
gold digger. We ain't a copper digger. Okay.
Okay, Dan.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
Nope.
You walked into that.
Too
That's
late.
fine.
Sheesh.
Wait, this looked like the end thing. Did I?
We saying the N-word again?
No, the end.
Oh.
Jesus, necrotic. You're a bad person, and you should feel bad.
What?
You said I married a Russian prostitute.
Jesus.
Jesus.
Sheets for the streets, not your sheets. I'm sorry.
What the fuck? You guys are just. You guys are on one today.
Not good.
Not good.
So tell me, what's the latest with conductor drama, Moot? I know you're plugged in, and I'd like to hear what the latest has been on the grapevine.
What, is there more conductor drama?
Oh, that is the gift that never stops giving. They're always out here doing shenanigans. I don't know if Moot's here, though. Moot, hello? Tap, 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 tap. He left. God damn it.
What do you mean? How do you know he left?
Because he's not responding.
Maybe he just doesn't want to talk to you about this.
Moot, say nothing if you love selling out Steven. You're just gonna say something, Moot. He's running back to the fucking microphone right now. No, he's not. Sorry, Steve.
Kind of seems like you're just a hater, Dan.
No, listen. Ask me. I'm not here to sell out. That's Moot. He's selling you out to the lowest bidder, and the highest bidder. He's taken all the bidders.
All
lowest,
the bidders.
highest, medium.
This is the last
She should still
quest
pay
line?
rent.
What is the
She should
last
still
quest line?
Pay rent.
Okay. I don't know if any relationship would survive that, but you could.
You think it's that crazy to be like, hey, so you're moving in. This bitch costs me fucking like $3,000 a month. You want to do 1K? I'll cover the 2/3 of it moving forward.
Oh, you mean charge rent on just utilities? Well, she'd probably be fine with that.
Well, she offered 500, and the guy was like, that doesn't even cover. Like, you see what he says?
She's offering to split utilities. Yeah, she'd be fine with that.
I don't know. It just feels like there's a lot more for that shit. And she's going from 3. I'd be like, fucking bitch, stay in your fucking 3K a month shit then. All right, go.
No, this relationship's doomed. It's GG.
True.
Exactly. Thank you.
I've already given up on
that. Sir, Lucas.
Uh-oh.
When you were gone, I spoke into a brick wall, and it made me feel silly.
Sorry, I was getting my burrito that I made.
That said, I would like to know what the latest is with conductor drama and the ins and outs, if you will.
If you will.
I don't know.
Ooh.
I don't know what's going on with it yet.
I'll take whatever you got. Your gut feeling, even.
My gut feeling is that conductors are going to be mad.
Why?
Well, that's a given. They're in, you know.
Just because they're always mad, Steven. That's
true. That is true.
I would say that they do make up despite only being like 3% of the DGG population, if that, they certainly end up causing 50% of the drama.
At least.
At least amongst chat. I don't even think they're 3%.
Wow.
Hey, hold on. Someone said I DM'd the drama.
Wait, what is the last quest line? I don't understand. Is it with the signal amplifier thing? Is that what you have to? Is that what that does? Because it's green.
I don't see fucking shit, Broom. All I see is you apologizing. For what? Past Dan does not know. The issue is probably that the vacation rule was swapped so that vacation schedule does not go into effect unless Destiny is gone for over 3 days. Before it was 2.
Ooh.
Oh my god. Who made this
Is that even
unilateral?
Not good, guys. Okay, I'm doing my dailies, okay?
Oh, that means you're leaving, huh?
Maybe. We'll see.
You know what would be a good exercise for you? You won't do it because you're not fun. You don't do anything interesting. But what would be good for you and for democracy is I want, and everyone wants, a better system for deciding how to get representatives assigned. I think it's stupid that a state like Massachusetts that might have 40% of its population be Republican never have any representation. And I think that that works the other way as well in states like Texas, where there might be no representation as well. And I think that, I don't know the solution. Maybe something. What do you got though? I'm gonna fuck this.
Why are you fucking with him?
God damn it. Okay, hold on. I even made that flatter. Oh shit, I feel like I forgot the tone. Oh, okay, whatever, close enough. God damn it. What? It's been too many days, okay. Pour, wax, ale, hive, crest, honey, mix, comb, buff, white, wattle, citrine, shine, beak, amber, polish. Things you like do to a car or something, I guess. Yeah, get him out of here. Amber. Is that a type of like a drink? Like an amber? I don't think so, right? There's no way. A pour, an ale. No. Things associated with bees? A wattle. White? Crest? Oh my god. Honey, hive, comb, and a bee thing. This is, I feel like this is a bait thing. Does a wattle have something to do with a bee? Oh, not even. Okay, good bait. This is nothing. I don't even know. This is nothing. Oh my fucking god. I don't even know what citrine is. I thought these were gonna like be off names for stupid colors. But you know what? Close enough. Okay, okay. Holy shit! We're on it. We're on it. We're on it. Okay. Pouring, mixing, a beaker, a comber. No, oh my god. Oh, it's the purple one too, so there's something stupid here. Pour and mix have to be related. And then I don't know what this shit is. I don't know. Kill me. I don't know. Fuck me. What is this? Features of a bird's head. A comb? I don't know what that means. A crest? I would have assumed that was like a chest on the chest thing. And then a waddle? I don't know what the fuck that is. Numbers with the first letter change. 5, 6, 4, and 8. Oh my god. Never in a billion trillion years. Fuck me.
Daily. Brain time.
Ten. Fuck. The last one's not good. That's an easy one. Oh wait, I might have fucked up the fourth one though. Fuck! I fucked that one up too. Dude, get me out of here. I'm just not.
Impressive.
Fuck that. Season 1 is live. Micronations have a 50% probability of being selected. Hell yeah. $230 volts. Plug type G. Don't know what that shit means. I don't know the plug types. Main imports is food, manufacture, field machinery. Terrain. Food plain of the blank river. Flanked by some low hills. Oh, floodplain, sorry. Mixed legal system of English, common law, Islamic law, and customary law. It's Egypt, baby. Let's fucking go. Oh, fuck. Okay, hold on. GDP per capita growth percentage. Ooh, I bet it's above because they're developers, right? Or was that wrong? No, that was right. Okay, hold on. Highest point is 174 feet. What the fuck? Huge inflation, 11.56%. GDP per capita is real bad. Banjul is the largest urban area. Capital. Fuck, that probably tells me the answer. I don't know the capitals of these countries. How flat is this place? What was their GDP, or did I get it? Man. No. Hold on. It borders Sen. I don't even know what the fuck that means. Oh, Senegal? Wait, is that what, the one that I just clicked and guessed? Fuck. You already guessed this round. Rural population is above. Fuck. I don't know. Get me out. Maternal mortality, I bet it's high. Good. It's Gannon. This one. Boom. Gambia. Close. Same thing. Official exchange rate. LCU per USD. 18.32. That doesn't help. Oh, there's a new country. Okay. Mean elevation. 2,556 feet. For the mean, is that kind of high-ish? Reserves are kind of low. Population 21.66 million. Oh, I don't fucking know. A stan? Nope. Official exchange rate is, I'm going to guess, high. Air pollution, I'm going to guess, ooh, a lot of hydro, 72.45%. So I bet their air pollution is low. God damn it. Independence from the United Kingdom in 64. Oh, shit. That tells us everything we need to know, boys. Let's go! Why do I feel like we just learned this country or something? What the fuck were we looking at? Was that a micronation? I don't remember. Was it one of these motherfuckers? No. No. Was it one of these? Not in the Americas. Low. Area. UNESCO World Heritage Sites 3. Air pollution. Medium. Area. Medium. So that means it's big-ish? Oh, Bahamas doesn't have 22 million people. It can't be a micronation. Because the population was 22 million people. Fuck! Who left? I don't know. I just don't know. I don't know. In 60, I don't know. Wait. Do I know? No. No? No. No. It's someplace in Africa. Left the bongers in 64? Bro. With 20 whatever million people? Oh, still high fertility rate. Chongkongi Rock Area, Art Area, Lake Blank National Park. I'm shooting in the dark here. I don't know who broke off from the Bongerland. Who stopped bonging? Internet users? I'm going to guess under? Okay, cool. The African fish eagle, the hippopotamus, the African elephant. I don't know. I don't know the populations. I don't know anything. What? Most of the refugees come from the Democratic Republic of the Congo and Burundi and Rwanda. Fuck me. Oh, it was Malawi, of course. Malawi. Oh, of course. Religions. Sunni Muslim. About a third of the population lives in the centrally located capital city of Male. Do I know the capitals of all these fucking countries? I fucking don't. It's not Jordan. I know that. It's not Saudi Arabia. It's not... I'm going to say mortality under 5. I'm going to say is less than the median. Good. Okay. Fish. Okay. Hold on. This is telling you the capital city. I feel like that's a big hint, no? If you knew the capitals. Is it one of these stupid fuckers? Or is it some African bullshit? It's some African bullshit. No. It's one of these fuckers. It's one of these fuckers, maybe? What's the capital of Kuwait? I have no idea. Oh my god. We're over here. What? Okay. Is the country above or under the median in GDP? Population is 530K, so definitely under GDP. Low inflation, tsunamis, low elevation of islands. Their GDP is 7 billion. I don't know how far. Where do all the Muslims live? How far do they go? Do they make it all the way down there? Would it be one of the stands up here? No, it's got to be one of these bad boys. Islamic Sharia legal system with English common law influences. %85% of them are on the internet. This motherfucker down there? No. What, do we have a population? 530,000 people, bro. Wait, what did I guess up here? No. Oh, it's gotta be an ultra. I'll guess this guy. Fuck it. I don't fucking know. Oh, the Maldives. Easy. Duh. Placed in the top 86%. Oh, get fucked. That means I'm competing against Americans. Hell yeah. Okay. I'll be back tomorrow. Stay safe. Don't die. I love you all very much.